Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, hello. Happy Sunday, squirrels of the world. We are only 12 hours away from court resuming in the Karen Reed trial and maybe getting some answers. Oh, I'm just seeing what Kidsman's put in the Discord there. That's interesting. So I'm sorry, I updated my start time to 9 o'clock and I updated it on StreamYard and I guess it didn't update it on YouTube. So I'm sorry about that if there's any confusion. I don't know why sometimes it doesn't work correctly there. But here we are. Here we are as in olden days, as they say, like in the holidays. But yeah, I was teaching and I had a lesson run over. They are preparing for college auditions. So working on fingerings and bowings for them and all of that. Random girl, did you decide on a command? I know you were mentioning that last night. Dr. Bob, happy to see you, my friend. Also, Dr. Bob, when we talk about these commands, so let me show you what I mean here. Like for pretty much all of our Squirrel friends, although having said that right now, we're just talking about making one for Random Girl, but we have a command where, like, for example, for Black Widow, we put in this into the chat. Nightbot responds with a message. There it is. So feel free to think about it if you would like a command, and I would probably do exclamation point to Bob, and then it would say whatever you want it to say. Because it's just fun. We just love it. We love Nightbot. So, is everybody feeling like they learned something last night? Hopefully. Maybe like there's a little more clarity on those verdict forms. I mean, they're a mess, but you know. Random Girl's making good use of the commands here with the Lally command. What noise, if anything, is being made? And in reference to the noise, who, if anyone, with respect to the noise, is making it? I do believe the answer would be this here. Oops, that's my dehumidifier beeping. Because sometimes I do this Lally voice for anyone who hasn't heard it before, especially when he's talking a lot. And that's how the whole thing got started, is with the squawking, the Lally squawking. Black Widow, go to bed. You can always watch this on replay, crew. Oh, it is a house. Indeed. Yes. Hang on. I got you covered.
It's a house.
And I was speaking of It's a House. I think DSN is on vacation in Providence, Rhode Island. Shout out to Providence, shout out to DSN, and shout out to vacations. But hopefully he'll be able to join us at some point tonight. Yeah, you mean it's no fun like going to bed early or going to bed? Yes, I would agree. Time for a squirrel dance party. You know what's the funniest? EDP also uses this song. You guys have probably heard it before. And you know who also uses this song is Iowa Backyard Cam. Uses night driving as well. Shout out to Iowa Backyard Cam. Oh, Black Widow, stop. That's too sweet. She says replay without me live is no fun. Well, I'm always so shocked that anybody listens to me live or not live. So I don't know what to say, but I just appreciate that you're here and we love you. It's girl dance party. But yeah, so Io Backyard Cam for anyone who isn't familiar, they are a friend of the show, as Joel would say, and they have a YouTube channel that does like 24/7 streams, like it's like 24/7, 365. It's crazy, and it's just cute woodland creatures, including squirrels, and they have really great footage, really high quality, day and night. It's really chill. It's awesome. Hi, Kidsman. I was already saying earlier, I apologize if StreamYard didn't update the time, but I did update it, and I guess it just didn't transfer onto through YouTube. So I apologize. We have a new squirrel friend. Welcome. A Bauer says several things make me think Karen Reed hit her boyfriend. Extreme intoxication, jealous. After event, immediately took belongings and left his house. Google DUI lawyer. Which one should I address first? Okay, let me start. I'm going to start. Let's work through this. Let's work through this one thing at a time. First question is this. Do you think this, or did the Commonwealth prove this to you beyond a reasonable doubt? That's the first question I would ask you. Okay, next, the extreme intoxication. So last night we covered the elements of each charge, and we learned a lot, I feel like. And one of the things that we learned is that there's the different elements again of being under the influence. One thing that is in the law is that a blood alcohol level alone is not enough to prove it. And they go through the different elements, like I said, and one of them is like, you know, you can look at how people act, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, I pointed out all the witness testimony that we have is that she was acting normal. We have the voicemails of her calling where she wasn't slurring her speech. And so you combine that with, well, even if you want to put stock in the blood alcohol level from the blood test, the law in Massachusetts says that alone is not enough. So even the extreme intoxication, I think, is a little iffy, I would say. So to this, I have to say something. Actually, I'm not going to say it. Let's let Lally say it in terms of the Commonwealth's evidence. Let me find it real quick. Here we go.
There's no evidence of anything in this case.
So there's that, which is a problem. There's that. Yeah, I'm sorry, kids. I will try. I was teaching, so it's just hard. I'm able to try to get to StreamYard and update the time, but it's just hard while I was still with the students, so. So being jealous is not okay. The next thing, being jealous is not illegal. And it's also a matter of opinion and interpretation. It's, you know, it's not like that in and of itself really proves anything. Lots of people are jealous and don't kill anybody. I think leaving the house after he died makes sense because she didn't live there. I certainly wouldn't want to be at the house. Like when Lally mentioned that in closing arguments, it was so funny because I think for me and for a lot of other people, it had the opposite effect. It's like, well, that's what makes sense. Like if they just passed away. Googling an attorney is, I think, maybe the most egregious thing that Lally could have possibly mentioned, because that's a person's Sixth Amendment right. It's misinformation. it's misinformation, and it's unfortunate that in this country there's a connotation of Googling attorney means you're guilty, because everybody should have an attorney, a right to an attorney, whether they're guilty or not. Not every, sorry, let me rephrase that. Not everybody should have, everybody does have. Your rights as an American citizen don't just apply when you've committed a crime. They apply when you haven't committed a crime. All of us right now have rights. All of us right now have rights. One of those is a Sixth Amendment right, and that's a right to counsel. For another attorney, if you want to call Lally that, which is a stretch, to try to infer that searching for a lawyer implies consciousness of guilt is horrifying. But on top of that, you mentioned DUI lawyer, which I'm glad you said, because even if you want to go ahead and say there should be prejudice against someone for looking up a lawyer, even though it's their right, even if you want to go that route, you know what she didn't look up is a lawyer for murder. The fact that she did a Google search for a DUI lawyer after Trooper Proctor called her, after she was at the hospital and having her blood drawn for a DUI, I would say it makes complete sense that someone who having their blood alcohol level tested, who just got off the phone with someone regarding them having a potential charge for driving under the influence, that makes perfect sense that you Google a DUI lawyer. You know what would be worse is in that case if she Googled murder lawyer, quote unquote. However, even if she did, it still wouldn't mean anything because it is her right. Hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. So Random Girl says she was just reminded that I was disinterested. How were you just reminded? But yes, I was until opening statements from Unetti. I mean, I wasn't planning on watching it or anything. Like I just had to. It wasn't until I heard opening statements from Mr. Unetti that, as most of y'all know, that's when I was like, oh, okay. So A. Bauer, I hope that, I hope that anything that I said resonated with you or made sense. I know that what you're saying are things that I know many people are thinking or feeling or saying. But I really, one thing that I really love about the opportunity that we have as people watching trials is I love the opportunity for us all to learn our own rights, because most people don't know them. And it really, like, it's, and there is unfortunately connotations with, like, example, Googling an attorney. There's connotations with that when there shouldn't be. There's connotations that if you meet with an attorney, it means you're guilty, things of that nature. And I would say to that, I don't know, this trial, I think, is a really good example of why good defense attorneys are so vital for our justice system. Because this is what, to me, this is what it looks like when someone is wrongfully charged with a crime. In this case, 3 charges, as we reiterated last night. And her defense attorneys are doing God's work, as they say. So, also not accurate. A. Bauer, I'm happy to let you know that there's what we have a Fifth Amendment right. And unfortunately, okay, in every trial, they have a colloquy, which means go and look at any trial, right? There's a colloquy where the judge advises the defendant that they have the right to take the stand or not take the stand. And they go through all of their rights related to that and how they get to make that decision. Included in that is an instruction to the jury that we've heard her say as well on the trial, that the jury cannot hold it against a criminal defendant for taking the stand. They cannot hold it against them. They cannot think that it means something. They can't think that it doesn't mean anything. So, taking the stand is considered in pretty much every situation to be not a good idea. It's actually very uncommon for a defendant to take the stand because of that. If they listen to counsel, they won't take the stand. Murdaugh is a great example. We know his attorneys advised him not to take the stand. He did it anyway. He was basically like, fuck y'all. Even when Judge Newman was like, do you want to consult with your attorneys one more time just to be sure? He's like, nope, I'm good. All right, cool. Enjoy. So Kitsmith is right. No inference can be drawn from her not taking the stand. Thank you, also random girl. Correct. It is up to the Commonwealth to prove her guilt, not for her to prove her innocence. Yep, exactly. Blackwater also correct. That's our right in here in America. Okay, I love that you're asking questions because this is how we learn. 8 Bauer says if she's willing to talk to the press outside, why not take the stand? Here's why. Because talking to the press outside is not admissible in court. Remember, if she takes the stand, anything that she says can and will be used against her, and she will be cross-examined. And in cross-examination, you have a wider latitude and more leeway with the questions you're allowed to ask than you do on direct examination. So the main reason why it's usually advised not to take stand is because of cross-examination, because you could be Mother Teresa and you get on that stand in your own defense, right? And they go to cross-examine you. They will find something. They will find something to make you look bad, basically. Or to try to, even just to try to impeach you, as in say that you lied earlier or whatever the case may be. What Kitsmith is saying, talking to the press is different. The press can't cross-examine her, yes. And she's not limited in what she can say. Exactly. Yep. That's another good point too, is that she is also limited in what she can say in court. And the thing is that it's important because by answering questions like this, we are getting to challenge our own perspectives as well. And as a teacher, for me, I think this is really valuable. Like even things that I have been doing for 32 years on the violin, right? Every time a student asks a question about something, you are offered an opportunity to rethink your understanding of a concept. And so, and this is how we learn, right? So I appreciate, we've all been here, right? All of us at some point didn't know things in life or anything related to the law, but and so so as we say, learning is squirreling. So we're here for that. Feel free to ask any other questions, and I just appreciate that you're willing to also listen. So yeah. I will say I was surprised when she did talk to the press the other day. That did surprise me. I'll just go ahead and say that much. When she made a comment about taking the stand, and it was brief. It was innocuous, it was like 20 seconds or less, maybe. However, she did say it was concise and it was well said. She was like, basically, I'm going to rely on what my attorneys advise, and that's what you should do. So, and Blackwater makes another good point. If we can't change our minds, we can't change anything. Absolutely. Absolutely. Having an open mind and being willing to learn and willing to change is so important. And I will say it's a skill that is not often practiced in adults. And you know what they say, if you don't use it, you lose it. And that's the thing. Like, that's why I think learning is so important. So it's being curious and being inquisitive, because by asking questions and by thinking things through and by learning and being curious, we're exercising those parts of the brain that allow us to hear information and be open-minded, And Kitsmith is saying she's seen it before in different chats about potential scenarios where Cameron's guilty. The problem that I still have, though, is the thing that about the car. And like I said last night, we'll get to that, where there is some really good evidence that really just shoots down that he was hit by a car by anybody, any car by anybody, not just Karen in her car. But that does make it tricky. And my money is still on the fire hydrant as the culprit, right? But no one tested it. Sorry, they could test it, but they didn't. No one tested it. And the fire hydrant, who we'll probably see here in a second with these pictures, fire hydrant is still, let me just see if I can jump to it. The fire hydrant is still living its best life out here in the yard, roaming free, not a care in the world, not worried about its rights, not worried about hiring an attorney. Let's find this fire hydrant. Hold on. This fire hydrant doesn't look, there we go. Wait, we have another picture. Here we go. Bam, right there. Look at that fire hydrant living its best life. Dr. Bob makes a great point. Her defense is that this occurred while she was gone, so she really doesn't have anything to offer about what happened. Well said, Dr. Bob. Kitzman says there's so much reasonable doubt. If I were on the jury, I couldn't in good conscience say guilt. Yeah, definitely. Or as Trooper Paul would say, definitely. Random Girl makes another good point. Lally keeps changing the time. I know that's another problem right there. I mean, one could even go off of the fact that the time he gives in opening statements. Okay, the time he gives in opening statements, what is it, 12:42 or something like that, I think. And then about when he thinks that this happened. Okay. And he maintains that up until the evidence comes out about her being on the Wi-Fi at John's house at 12:36. There's that, but then also think about every witness, one after another, that got up there on the stand and talked about when they saw her in the front yard, right? Or saw the car. I guess they didn't really see her. They saw the car, and they all say it was like between 12:30 and 1 o'clock. And some of them get a little bit more specific, and they're more around the lines of being closer to 1 o'clock. And the latest she possibly could have left 34 Fairview is 12:30 and made it back in time to be connected to that Wi-Fi. Yeah, exactly. She had to be gone by 12:30. Correct. Hello, Abby. I'm glad to see you. I hope you had a better day at work today. I will say, if nobody learns anything in their lives, the one thing everybody I hope can learn and glean from watching trials and watching either my channel or other channels, and shout out to LawTube, is that once you waive a right, it is gone. Think of waive as, when I say waive, I mean WAIVE, as in you're waving goodbye. Like, see ya, it's gone. Like, right? So it is incredible, especially when it just comes to somebody first being arrested or even just asked questions, let's say, by law enforcement, right? They don't have to read you Miranda, right? Everybody has those rights. Right now, as we all sit here at this very second, we all have the right to counsel. We have the right to remain silent. We have the right to stop questioning whatever time we choose. So it's not like those rights only kick in when they think you're guilty or when they think you're a suspect. We have the rights right now. So, but it never ceases to amaze me how even other members of law enforcement and people who should know that, it never ceases to amaze me how, if they get in these situations where they might be a suspect of a crime, they forget it. I will say, I was watching, what was it? I was watching something the other night. It was something related to some crime. And I guess it was showing an interrogation. I don't remember exactly what it was, but here's what I do remember. This is what stuck with me. There was a kid that was a suspect for something. He was a 14-year-old kid. And they were going to bring him in for questioning, right? And he's a minor. So, it's required that he has his a guardian there. And if you don't have a guardian, you have to have an adult, right? But his mom was there. So there's this, 14-year-old kid. They put him in a room. His mom shows up. He wants to talk to the police or whatever. He's willing to. Dude, the police try to work this mom, and they're like, oh, it's not really, they even say, they read him Miranda, and then they're like, he's not really a suspect. We just want to talk to him or whatever. And this mom does not back down. I've never been so impressed because they were really trying to manipulate. I remember thinking to myself, I know my rights, but the way that they were treating her was so gaslighty and like threatening kind of, that I was like, oh my God, I probably would have caved. They were really pulling out all the stops to try to talk to this kid. And the mom would not budge. She was like, I know my rights. I know my son's rights. He's not talking without an attorney. And eventually they acquiesced, and they're like, fine, if you're going to have an attorney, we don't even care. And it's so funny, right? How they'll do that. Once you say, yeah, I'm invoking my rights to counsel, I'm happy to talk, but I want an attorney here. And funny how they're like, yeah, well, we don't care. We don't even want to talk to you if you have an attorney. It's like, oh my God. Good for you, Blackwater. She has the Irish Constitution on her phone. Yeah, it was very well done. I was so freaking impressed. I was like, that is a beautiful thing to see. A mom, like, of all the ways you can protect your kid, what she did was potentially the most important thing she'll do for him in his life, honestly. And another thing that's interesting is in Canada, it's different because they have counsel there. So if you're going to be questioned by law enforcement, they have public defenders there, like on site or on standby, so that if you do invoke your right to counsel, first of all, their standards for that are different. And it's more of how, in my mind, how it should be. Like, their standards are like, if you even kind of hint at it, if you say something in Canada of like, oh, should I get an attorney? They have to stop. Here, while they should stop, they usually won't stop until you are a little bit more firm about it. Like here, if you say like, oh, well, should I? They might be like, well, it's your choice. And then they might continue to talk to you until you forget that you were asking that. And then before you know it, you're in the middle of an interrogation, potentially confessing to a crime you didn't commit. So in Canada, if you even so much as hint at the thought of questioning it, they have to stop. And then after that, if you do decide you want to talk, you have to make it like explicitly clear. They can't trick you into it. And the most important thing of all, if you do invoke your right to counsel, they actually have the attorneys either there or on standby for like, court appointed, that they can bring in, so that it's not just a saying. It's like, if you're like, yeah, I want a counsel attorney, they can actually bring you one. And you can continue the interview with counsel as requested, versus like I was just saying, where you invoke that right and they're like, oh, well, it's going to take months for us to find you account. Like, in other words, that's why it's, in my mind, it's such an empty promise, right? Because it's like, well, I think Canada's doing it right there. I think that we should be able to provide people with court-appointed attorneys if they invoke that right. Because otherwise the whole thing is just nonsensical. Like, it's just a joke. It's like, yeah, I'm invoking my right. Like, if somebody's like, yeah, I'm fine to keep talking, but I'm going to invoke my right to counsel, but I'm fine to keep talking. And it's like, oh, well, yeah, well, it's going to take, I don't know, months to get you an attorney, court appointed. We have to go through all these hoops. We have to get this approved, that approved, blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, then why did you offer it? You know what I mean? It's like offering a kid, candy, and they're like, sure. And then you're like, well, I don't have the candy here. First, we're going to have to go to the factory and watch it get made. Then we're going to have to figure out which store is going to buy it. And then we're going to have to go to the store. And you know what I mean? So good for that random girl. I applaud your husband for saying that. Good for him. Good for him. Yes, yes. Yeah, Kidsman's is saying, quote, it's no big deal. You're not a suspect. Quote, never take their word for that. Everyone is a suspect until proved otherwise. Yes. Innocent people deserve counsel. Everyone deserves counsel. Everyone deserves counsel. and not just counsel. Everyone deserves zealous advocacy, and that is our right. That is our constitutional right. If y'all learn nothing else from me or another channel, watching trials, I just hope that y'all all understand, if ever law enforcement wants to ask you anything, you only need to know one word: attorney. And if they say, well, blah, blah, attorney. And again, in Canada, saying that would be enough. Here, sometimes, unfortunately, you have to assert it more than once. Don't give up. Assert it. Assert that. Well, like the mom I was talking about, the mom of that kid. They tried. She asked for counsel. And they still tried. They tried to, you know what they were doing? They were weaseling. It was so gross. It was so fucking gross, you guys. They were weaseling like crazy. They're weaseling. And she did not waver, but they tried. They tried to manipulate her just like they do with the regular people. Or, I mean, just like they do with everybody. I mean, it was really, it's crazy to watch. It really is. So thank you, Dr. Bob. He's saying that you can't start the conversation again, and the first invoke is out the window. Wait, the second part of what? So yeah, I mean, the other thing is like maybe what Dr. Bob was referring to is like, if you do invoke your right to an attorney, they're not supposed to continue asking you questions. However, there is a caveat to that, which is if you just offer up information. I've seen this before. I have actually seen this before, where there's a suspect and they do assert their right, and they, to counsel, which is great. And then law enforcement's like, okay. And they actually do. They say, yep, that's fine. Of course they can't bring them counsel, which they should be able to again, but they can't. And then they're like, yep, that's fine. Okay. And then they're going to end the interview, and they're like walking out the door. And then the suspect just chooses to just spill the beans or just talk, right? Anything like that still can be used against you because it wasn't elicited by law enforcement. So that's the other thing. Once you assert that right, don't keep talking. Right. Okay. So my interpretation of what you're saying was accurate. Dr. Bob was saying, if you restart the conversation, your invoke is gone. Correct. Yep. Random girl, thank you for being so compassionate. She says, this is a great conversation. I hope we didn't chase A. Bauer off. Me too. I hope we didn't as well. A. Bauer, if you're here, we love you, and we want you to be part of the Squirrel crew, and we hope that you are still listening so that you can understand your rights better. I mean, really, the questions that you were asking to me reflects exactly the thing that I'm saying, which is that we all can do better knowing our rights. And again, I've seen it. I've seen it with, look at y'all, Alex Murdaugh, great example. Even attorneys who know their rights will, in the moment, be, what's the right word? Lured by the siren's call of running their mouth, if you will. Even when his attorneys, talk about talking, right? This is someone who can't stop talking. And even when his attorneys are like, well, you probably shouldn't say it. He's like, no, it's fine. Oh my God. So my thought, again, just to reiterate, attorneys, other law enforcement, everybody needs to be reminded over and over again. It's like, honestly, it's so funny because I also used to think to myself, I know that I'm not supposed to talk, but if I was ever in this, I used to always think this, right? If I was ever in that situation, I'm sure I would want to talk. In my mind, I'm like, yeah, if I was innocent, I would definitely want to talk. I've had to beat it into my brain because I know for a fact that it takes retraining the brain. It takes retraining the brain into being like, no, don't talk. Attorney. That's the only word you need to know. I don't care what it is. Attorney is the word you need. Even if you're just a witness, honestly, because I have seen this with people in the interrogation room where they're just a witness. They're not actually a suspect, but they witnessed something, and then they say something, and the law enforcement's like, huh, that's interesting. And before you know it, they're a suspect. It's just, you never know. There's no reason to talk without an attorney. It is your right. And so like what I was going to say is it's just I've had to just beat it into my brain, and it takes a lot of doing, right? It's like we almost need to like program ourselves so that we can't fuck it up. Because again, we see so many people who know better, even they fuck it up. So okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start the recap, but we will continue this conversation. If you guys have more thoughts, more comments, more questions, please let me know in the chat. But it is always great to be having this discussion. So without further ado, we will jump in and we will be picking up where we left off from before last night with Lieutenant Tully on the stand.
It's a house.
About Murdaugh.
Good morning, Lieutenant Tully.
Good morning.
I'm not going to go in any particular order, so forgive me if I bounce around just a little bit. You indicated that on direct examination this morning that you didn't seek a search warrant for 34 Fairview, the interior of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
To your knowledge, nobody under your supervision sought such a search warrant either, correct?
Correct.
You explained that in your mind there was no probable cause to seek a search warrant for the interior of the home. Is that right?
Yes.
But you also admitted that you didn't seek consent, for which you don't have to have probable cause if you get consent, correct?
Correct.
You could ask me right now, hey, Alan, can I look at your cell phone? If I say sure, you do your thing, right?
I could.
But for a court to order that I hand over my cell phone, you got to get a search warrant, sign an affidavit, and get a court to agree with it, correct?
Yes.
You've applied for myriad search warrants in your career, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Very experienced, correct?
Supposedly.
And I expect that there have been circumstances, Lieutenant Tully, in which you sought a search warrant and the judge says, no, I don't think there's enough here, correct?
Yes.
You don't get in trouble
I
for that,
agree,
correct?
Dr. Rob. I agree. I think of all
With whom?
of all the troopers, I think Tully maybe does the best on the stand. He really does. He does a good job of not being as weaselly as all the other law enforcement members, basically. I'll have to take a closer look at Alan's tie. It does look nice from the side view. But yeah, Tully does. I say, yeah, again, I'll just do the best way to put it. He comes across as the least weaselly, potentially, of other law enforcement. So,
No.
With the court.
No.
Well, it's not illegal.
It's not illegal.
You don't get sanctioned for it. You don't get your pay docked because you don't get a search warrant based on an affidavit, correct?
Correct.
So there's no real sanction in seeking it if you in good faith believe that there's a reason to seek it, correct?
Outside of the time that it takes to author it and put it together and go to the court, yes, there's no sanction.
Of course. But in a homicide investigation, you're not going to...
Y'all, look at the color of Mr. Bates's tie. It's hard to see right now because Jackson just took a step forward, but Mr. Bates has like a sage green tie, which is a nice color.
Fail to do certain investigative tasks because it takes time. You're going to do what is necessary for the investigation, correct?
Yes.
Of course. You indicated that you did not believe that there was information.
I love that his name is Mr. Bates because like Bates stamp, and it reminds me of Test Chart, who we will hear from on this episode.
Sufficient that y'all had at the very initial stages of the investigation to seek a search warrant or to ask for consent, correct?
Yes.
But you did know the following. In the initial moments of the beginning of the investigation, you were aware that John O'Keefe had been invited to a party inside a home, correct?
Yes.
You knew that home was located at 34 Fairview.
Yes.
You also knew that John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview, correct?
We believe so, yes.
You also knew at the time that he had been, for want of a better phrase, partying with the individuals who were inside the home, correct? Expected to meet at the house.
They were at a bar previous to that, yes.
You're aware.
Who else has an outside a really nice suit? Just to remember, just memory lane. Shout out to Rudofsky from the Murdaugh trial. Remember how nice that one was? That was a different style, but also very nice. It was that really nice, really dark navy blue, but it had that nice finish on it. Y'all remember?
Aware that a drinking glass was found in the yard attendant to or close to, adjacent to where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
Yes.
That drinking glass had been broken, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that drinking glasses are commonly found inside homes, right?
As well as bars.
As well as bars, right? But at that point, you didn't know. It's just a broken glass, correct?
It's a broken glass, correct.
You also know that he was found without a coat on.
Yes.
Are coats normally worn outside or inside?
I'm going to go ahead and say something funny here. Y'all, in Lolly's closing arguments, is this closing arguments? Hold on, let me think. It is. Yeah, he brings up the weather being a weapon. Right. He brings up the weather being a weapon. Actually, he says that, I think, 3 times during his closing. And I actually commented on it when we were watching it live. And I commented and I referenced Tully. And I was like, wait a second. Tully completely contradicts what Lolly is saying right now. Anyway, we're about to hear what I was referring to with that.
It's user's choice.
Fair enough. 18 degrees, you would expect that if someone was outside, they'd have a coat on, correct?
I'm the kind of person that wears shorts throughout the year. I'll often go without a jacket.
All right. A true Bostonian.
Yes, sir.
And I even said that in closing arguments. I was like, wait, he said he was a true Bostonian, because Lolly's trying to imply, which this is just sad, honestly, pathetic, that the weather was a weapon and Karen Reed planned ahead and made sure he didn't wear a jacket, I guess, or something like that. So that's like saying that anytime that somebody's going outside in the winter and they're not properly dressed, it's because someone's plotting to kill them, basically. But here you have Tully saying it's user's choice. I wear shorts year round, a true Bostonian. So
he didn't have any coat, gloves, scarf, nothing like that.
Correct.
He had no winter gear on whatsoever, correct?
Correct.
Under ordinary circumstances, and you may be the exception, but under ordinary circumstances, if someone was out in 18-degree weather, you might expect that they would have some winter garb on, correct?
I agree. His answers are great. I do agree. He's in the right. I think that I completely agree. And there are totally people who do that. You know, when I was auditioning for college, I auditioned at Oberlin, which is in Ohio, and Oberlin is like outside of Cleveland, and it's just kind of just its own world. It's like a college town where there's nothing else but the college. And it's a music conservatory, and it looks like the campus looks like it's out of Harry Potter, kind of. Every building is all Gothic, like Gothic. Think of like Gothic churches, like medieval. Everything looks like that. It's magical. It's so fucking magical. You have no idea. It's incredible. And when I auditioned there, it was in the middle of winter, and it had been really cold with tons of snow. There was tons of snow, right? And it like got above like 8 degrees or something on the day I had my audition. And I was in the practice rooms warming up, and I looked out the window, and there were all these kids, I say kids, that college students, right? That were out there in shorts and tank tops having like picnics in the snow, like as if it was summer. And they call them OBs. And it's a similar thing where it's like for them, they're like, oh my God, it's warmed up, right? And so there it's totally relative, right? And he's not wrong. Like absolutely people can wear those things. I think that, but then implying that something is because someone's plotting to murder them is where the flaw comes in, you know. So Lolly, right? Higgins plow and cocaine. I don't know what that means. Is that cocaine? I don't think we've heard anything about cocaine. But yes, welcome. Thank you, Kitsmits. Yeah, Blackwater says he's a grown man and dressed himself. I'm sure. Yes, absolutely. Okay. I think you're referencing things. I've heard whisperings of okay. I have heard whisperings. Let me just, for those of you guys who've heard me say this a million times, I apologize in advance. But for anyone who hasn't heard me say it, I knew nothing about this case before the trial, and everything I've learned has come from the trial. I've not done any outside research, but I've heard, even still, even just from watching coverage on LawTube and just from watching the trial, every now and again you still hear whisperings of what the rumors are. Right? Rumor has it. So I do know there's rumors about. I've heard whisperings of this. So now I know what you're referencing, and there's also whisperings about some other thing. I'm trying to remember. There was some other rumor about the connection that John had. I'm trying to remember what it was. But basically, these rumors are trying to explain why they would have plotted, like why there would have been a conspiracy to kill him. Again, outside of Karen, right? And Higgins. And so that's funny. Random girl says she doesn't want to hear Higgins and Plow in the same sentence. I feel you on that one for sure. So yeah, I just don't know. I mean, honestly, I just hope that things come to light in the federal investigation. I know it will come to light in terms of for the law, for, you know, the Justice Department of Justice. I just hope that we learn it. And Kit Smith's reiterating what I was saying. Yeah, if it's before the jury, we don't know. But again, I have heard whisperings about that there are other like conspiracy theory or reasons for the conspiracy theory that, you know, obviously would not have been admissible at trial. I just don't know more about it than that. But yeah, so the FBI. Higgins plowed John away. I don't know what that means because he was found there. That's interesting. I mean, is that a euphemism? So, okay. I'm going to respond here to what Dr. Bob said because I agree. I totally agree, Dr. Bob. He is the only one who anticipates where Jackson is going and answers accordingly. Yes, absolutely. He's definitely on a completely different level than the other members of law enforcement, without a doubt, for sure.
Jackson.
Sustained.
You certainly would expect that if someone took their coat, their glove, their hat, their winter gear off, they might leave it inside the house, right? Rather than outside the house.
Jackson.
I'll let you answer that, Detective Lieutenant.
It's probably
So there's no Alberts or McCabe's in here. So I think that what Kit Smith is asking is anybody can say anything, right? And what's the difference between like misinformation and not misinformation, right? Is there evidence? That's, you know what I mean? Like, is it just anybody can just make up anything at any point in time and say it as if it's true? That's part of the difficulty, you know? That's part of the difficulty of where we're at, right? And then things spread. I'll give you guys a great example. During Depp v. Heard, okay? During Depp v. Heard, I don't use like social media, but I just know that this happened. That like through TikTok and shit, like during Depp v. Heard, there was what was it? It had to do with Jason Momoa and Aquaman. I'm sure one of you guys will remember. But there was talk about, I think it was something like Jason Momoa testified or something like that, right? And he didn't testify. He wasn't even on the witness list. And like, but like somebody said that, and then it got, and then people started repeating it on TikTok. And then eventually you had people on the news, on mainstream media outlets, on the news, reporting that it happened. It's bananas. Because, you know, where they got that from was TikTok. And where TikTok got it from was somebody being confused or saying something. It was misinformation, but everyone accepted it as fact, and then it spread, and then you had people report, and then everybody thought it happened, and it's like, no, it didn't happen. Like, what? Do you guys remember that? Yeah, the Momoa thing wasn't that wild? So, yeah, Kit Smith is saying she's asking if there's evidence of Brian and Brian going to New York City for cocaine. Yeah, like, yeah, I think again, the thinking about, just use that as an example, the line between what's misinformation, right? We don't want to be saying things that could imply someone else has been involved in criminal behavior. I mean, technically, people can get sued for this, by the way, right? Technically, if you say something, I mean, technically it's defamation, right? It depends on the circumstance, right? And how somebody, if they imply that they've been harmed, by allegations, whether they're accurate or not, right? So technically, one could think of it that way. It's like being careful that you don't get sued. But regardless, I mean, I think that this entire process of trial watching and stuff is a good exercise on the difference between like freedom of speech and misinformation. Where is the line? Where is the line, right? Freedom of speech and misinformation. And then, of course, there's the other factor, like I said, of defamation being a potentiality of making false accusations, you know? So we have a Discord where if you have evidence, like documentation, like document evidence, like court documents or anything, you can always put it in the Discord. Nightbot will put the link in the chat. Yeah, or share a website. You can always put a website, you know. But we just want to be careful that we are not alleging that people are involved in criminal activities, like in you know, as in a serious manner, right? Like, you know, it's one thing to just make a joke, but it's another thing to say it as if it's a fact, like with the Jason Momoa thing. Again, that's a great example. And in that case, it was more harmless, but it is still a great example of just how easily that can happen, even for people who are supposed to check their sources. I mean, that's really what it comes down to, right? Like no one bothered to actually double check if it was true or not, and everyone just accepted it as fact. So, I mean, we're here because we want to hear the truth, right? But yeah, I mean, all caps can be considered to, you know, it looks loud. It looks loud to see it. You know what I mean? So, you know, but I will say, I do hope that whatever is revealed in the FBI investigation, I certainly hope that that they do release that information, because no one really knows. They can do whatever, right? But I definitely, finally, you know, it's funny because I always say like I haven't had any problems, but it's all good. It's all good. That's exactly right, Random Girl. We just want facts. We just want facts. Give me the cold hard facts, right? Someone could make a song, like a nerdy law tube song of like facts, baby. Like doom 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 doo 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 doom 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 doo. Facts, baby. Oh man, that's a new level right there. I agree, Kitsmits. If a claim can't stand up to questioning, it's not worth claiming. Absolutely true. Yes. Okay. So, and let's get back to hearing how well Tully does against Jackson's brilliant questioning, shall we?
Indicated on where you take it off,
right,
and your relationship to the location.
Talking about taking off clothes, by the way.
Reasonable assumption might be the winter gear might be inside the house.
Objection.
Is that a reasonable assumption, Detective Lieutenant?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's not reasonable that he would have his jacket inside the house? You wouldn't just assume that?
Well, using the term "the house," you talking about any house? 34 Fairview?
Correct.
No, it's not reasonable.
All right. You didn't think it was reasonable at the time
Still don't.
to even ask. Could he have had a jacket off inside the house? And I'm talking about at the time, the initial stages of the investigation.
Who am I asking this question to?
So I'm asking if you believe it was reasonable if a man is found 30 feet outside the front door of a home and he's got no winter gear on whatsoever, that perhaps he came from inside the home not having donned his winter gear.
Objection.
Can you answer that, Detective Lieutenant?
It's not reasonable, given other information I had.
You also know that he didn't have a shoe on, correct?
Yes.
Where might you look for the shoe if you didn't find it out by his body initially?
Well, the question's not accurate to the facts we had at the time.
Well, the facts you had at the initial stages, I'm talking about just after 6:37, 7:30 in the morning, when the investigation was beginning. During those times, you didn't have any information about.
Abby says, I personally love when they say, wait for, quote, wait for insert government organization to reveal the truth, as if the U.S. government would reveal something so important to some random guy on the internet. Well said. Blackwater, I still don't know. I'm at a loss for words that anybody wants to listen to me, but I appreciate it. And I appreciate that y'all are here. I appreciate that y'all are here. I just love you guys. And I'm just glad that you guys are enjoying yourselves and having a good time. Yeah, I agree. I also like his suit and tie. And I will say, of all the bald people, you know, I think he pulls the baldness off probably the best, I would say. I think the baldness suits him. In fact, I can't actually imagine. I can't actually imagine him with hair, which is funny, right? Like, because the rest of the guys, it's like, you can tell it's like, I don't know, they probably, you know, would do better with hair, but he actually, the bald suits him.
Except he just didn't have a shoe on at the hospital, correct?
We didn't know there was a shoe not accounted for until after noontime.
So when you did find out that there was a shoe unaccounted for, one place to look might be outside, correct?
Yes.
And another place to look might be inside the home, correct?
We looked at the former and we located it there.
You also are aware that a body is being dragged by the shoulders could easily lose a shoe.
Objection.
Sustained.
Is this a reference to the what happened at the Coles segment that we did before? Don't worry, that series is going to make a comeback. I think it had a part 2 with what happened at the Coles. I love it whenever Coles comes up because it's just so great. Like literally, oh no, Blackwater, you know, I have to just keep myself on track. You know what I'm going to say, I think, about where this could go.
Have you ever experienced a homicide in which a body is dragged and you're aware of a shoe being pulled off while the body's being dragged?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I don't have experience with that.
It is a really good shade of red.
Certainly not outside the realm of possibility as a professional investigator.
It's possible.
Yeah. You were also aware that, at least initially, it appeared from accounts that John O'Keefe may have been involved in a physical altercation, correct?
Possible.
As a matter of fact, that was reported by one of your subordinates, Yuri Buchanan, to the medical examiner's office, right?
As a possibility, yes.
As a possibility.
And you know what's interesting? Again, because that was their initial thought, was that he was beat up. That was their thought based on his injuries. And that was before they actually had something confirming that from a witness statement, as in Karen, because they first thought he'd been in an altercation. And then after that, they had Karen telling them the thing about the fight with Brian or Colin Albert. And it's like, at that point, that would have been a great moment for them to be like, you know what? Wow, that's confirming what we already thought. Like, we should probably be looking into that. But I mean, that's neither here nor there. We're such a long way away from anything being done accurately with that. It is a great color red tie. Definitely. I don't know what the Klingon is in reference to. Yeah.
Aware that your other subordinate, Trooper Proctor, according to certain information he had gotten from first responders, also believed that a physical altercation was possible, right? As well.
It was possible, yes.
Okay. And you also knew that the house would be a normal location to have other individuals who might have been involved in that physical altercation.
Objection.
Can you answer that, Detective Lieutenant?
An altercation could take place anywhere.
Exactly.
And people can often travel from the location of the altercation miles away to another location.
Or they could travel 30 feet outside.
Speaking of which, I'm just, because we're going to be getting back to Trooper Paul again. You know how he's talking about the area of impact and the point of impact, and it's also nonsensical. And he's like, yeah, you just look at where the stuff is, and that's where the thing happened. And last night I was like, that's bullshit. like what? Like, think about all the car accidents that happen on highways, right? Where somebody might be missing a shoe and it could be a mile down the road, or there's wind, or other cars hit an item and it moves the location of the item. Like debris gets scattered, or someone can pick it up and throw it. Oh my God, the way that Trooper Paul tries to be like, yeah, you just look at where the stuff is and then you follow it in a straight line and that takes you to the axe. It's like, okay, all right, great.
As well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In the early morning hours of, well, let's say the hours following your Massachusetts State Police initiation or engagement in this investigation, you became aware of Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
That name was bantied about as a potential witness in the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that Brian Higgins indicated that he saw a tall, dark-haired man enter the home after he arrived, correct?
I'm not aware of that.
And the reason you're not aware of it, Lieutenant Tully, is because nobody bothered to interview Brian Higgins February 10th, right?
Objection.
So in that form that is sustained, ask it differently, Mr.
When was
Jackson.
Brian Higgins first interviewed?
February 7th?
7th, 10th? Yeah, in February, not January 29th, certainly.
Correct.
Although he was known to be inside the house, correct?
Yes.
So had you known that, had you had the information, for instance, that Brian Higgins admitted to having seen a tall, dark-haired man walk in the house, that might have changed the complexion of your investigation at that time.
Objection.
Can you answer that, Detective Lieutenant?
In the off chance that Mr. Higgins presumably had said something like that, I would certainly need more information describing this person. I would ask a series of questions to narrow it down to make sure that this person was John O'Keefe.
Right, exactly. That would just be a normal part of the investigation. You just take evidence A and link it to evidence B to evidence C. That would be the normal way to do an investigation.
We would normally follow the evidence. Correct.
Well said.
But in point of fact, nobody did seek a warrant to go inside the house, correct?
Correct.
Nobody did seek to have a forensic team go inside the house and look,
That's
Correct.
a good point.
and nobody asked for consent.
Correct.
I want to ask you about the Sallyport video, if I could. Did you obtain a copy of any video surveillance footage from Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Okay.
It's true.
Can you tell me,
It's true, but you know what? Trooper Paul doesn't make any type of distinction about that. So you guys are doing his job, his work for him, right? He doesn't make any distinction. Yeah, but the thing is, Black Widow, I understand that. I see why you're making that. By the way, your picture is beautiful. I understand why you're saying that. However, here's the thing. I don't know, man, because see, that's like the Jason Momoa thing, right? I don't know. I just don't want to be, I don't know that we want to be contributing to the spread, to anything confirming or maybe spreading misinformation. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. You know, it's like what Jackson said in his closing. I wrote it down. Where is it? Because this is like how I live my life. Like, this is like my motto for life. Okay. When he said, quote, "I see the truth and I will not ever look the other way." That is like, if I had to summarize my perspective on life, that would be it. Like, it's like the opposite of ignorance is bliss, right? I see the truth and I will not ever look the other way. And so, you know, and that's something that I'm really committed to. Now, we don't always know the truth, right? But that's the truthful thing to say here. Like, you know what I mean? When we don't know, we don't know. But still, that's a far cry from confirming information that we know isn't accurate, right? Or confirming information that isn't known, right? As if it is known. So I know. There's some unlearning types. I know. I know there's people that just aren't going to be willing to listen. I know that as well. But I think it still matters to not be part of the problem if we can. But I understand. I mean, it's a good suggestion. It's just I wanted to say something because I wanted to I appreciate that you make the suggestion, but also like I would have to think about a way to do that in a way that still reflects my perspective in terms of not wanting to contribute to like misinformation. So Yeah, trolling them. Like, that's a thought, trolling them right back. Honestly, that could be a way to do it. I'm trying to remember what that looks like because it's been so long since I've been around trolley type stuff. But honestly, yeah, that's a way, that could be a way to do it. Like asking the questions, but like as if you agree with them would be a way to have the best of both worlds, right? To where you're making them answer like think it through maybe, but not in a way that, I don't know. Do you guys know what I mean? There's a way that you can troll back where it's actually effective and where it's actually a good way to handle it. Like if you've got someone who doesn't really want to listen to like reasoning or logic, trolling them back as in like, yeah, man, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a way to put it, but like acting like you agree, but like asking questions, it would be a way to maybe have the best of both worlds where they end up having to try to think things through, but like they don't feel like they're being told they're wrong. And so therefore they're maybe like, okay, there's some people that if they feel like they're being told they're wrong, they're not going to be willing to listen, right? And I think maybe with some people, if we want people to be able to listen and want people to be able to examine their own thinking and their logical fallacies and flaws in their arguments and things like that. And sometimes the way to do it is by agreeing with them, maybe. And does that make any sense, y'all? Yeah, definitely. There was no reasoning with that person yet, Being wrong is how we learn. Absolutely. Yep.
Which footage you obtained and where? And there's several videos, Lieutenant, and it can be confusing. So if you could be as detailed as possible, explain what footage you gathered and when you gathered it.
Most recently, and the date escapes me, but it's within the last couple of months, I had contacted Chief Helena Rafferty of the Canton Police Department and asked her to burn another copy or create another copy of the Sally Port video during a certain time period on January 29th to ensure that the video that we had received previously was all of the records responsive to that request.
And you found out that the video that you received earlier was not, in fact, completely responsive because there was a video left out, right?
I didn't do a one-to-one comparison. I just had made the request.
Ultimately, you did receive a video of the interior of the Sally Port, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell me, did you look at that? Did you review that video?
Quickly, not the whole thing.
Okay. Was there anything of note about that interior video? By the way, let me ask you another question, Lieutenant Tully, just to clarify. There's a very grainy, dark, almost black of the interior, correct? You've seen that one?
Yes.
Or excerpts of it?
Yes.
And that video is missing some pretty significant time frames throughout the video?
I didn't review the whole thing, but I'm aware of that video existing.
Fair enough. Then there's another video that's pretty clear, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm asking you about the clear video. Did you make any note about anything unusual about that video?
No. But again, I didn't really review it.
You didn't review it with any detail?
Correct.
Did you make a note that that video was inverted?
I did not.
Did you make a note about the timestamp on the video either being correct and properly positioned or inverted?
No.
Did you give that video to Trooper Proctor?
I believe I gave it to Sergeant Buchanan.
Sergeant Buchanan? And then what did Sergeant Buchanan do with it?
Reviewed it.
Okay. Is that somehow uploaded onto the Massachusetts State Police computer system somehow for safekeeping?
No, we'll hold it within the DA's office on that server. It's not touching the MSP.
Okay, so it is uploaded on some sort of server.
We will memorialize it somewhere, yes.
Did Chief Rafferty give it to you on a thumb drive or a disk, or how was it physically provided?
I don't know. I didn't receive it. She had dropped it off at the office. I remember a thumb drive.
You remember a thumb drive. All right. And then it's uploaded onto the system, and the case officer would have access to that system?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, that would be Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
Did you notify Trooper Proctor, when I say immediately, reasonably quickly, after you received, or after you got notice that the video had been dropped off by Chief Rafferty?
I informed Sergeant Buchanan.
Okay. And do you know, as you sit here, you may not, as you sit here, do you know if Sergeant Buchanan reasonably quickly informed Trooper Proctor that that video existed.
I don't know when or where that notification was made.
As you sit here now, you are aware that Trooper Proctor is aware of that video and had access to it?
Yes.
I want to also share one of my favorite quotes with you guys that I think y'all will appreciate. So this is from The Prophet by Kahlil Gibran. So here's the quote. I'm going to quote it verbatim. Quote, "No man can reveal to you aught but that which lies half asleep in the dawning of your knowledge." Let me repeat that. "No man can reveal to you aught but that which lies half asleep in the dawning of your knowledge." So actually, it might be in the dawning of one's knowledge. I think it's your. Yeah, no man can reveal to you aught but that which lies half asleep in the dawning of your knowledge. So I think that's just such a good way to understand. I think especially with teaching, right? Makes a lot of sense. But I agree with that statement, Miranda Girl. She says, "I don't disagree that Brian Higgins went to I almost said North Carolina. Oh my God, New York City for some other reason other than the funeral." But I went, yeah, I agree. And here's the reason why. Because what do we know, right? Lally's questioning is a really good indicator of where there's problems for the Commonwealth's case. And sometimes we may not actually see it fully fleshed out with the defense. And there could be things we don't know about, like motions in limine, for example, right? But we do know, like, I don't know why the funeral even matters at all. Like, the whole thing about them going to New York City seems so irrelevant, barring eventually how they get to the waterfall, or rather like CF McCarthy's. But it's like it came up so many times, and especially like with Higgins, it was they were doing that thing where they were like almost trying to justify them going to New York City, and it's like, wait, why are they, like, it didn't cross my mind that it needed justification, but Lally made me think it did, and that's where the red flag lies, I guess. Yeah, I don't have a moderator. But I don't really know that I need one. I'm just kind of doing DIY scrolling here. Who's J.K. Simmons? That's another thing. We could start talking about that too. Who would we cast in the movie as the different characters? What's her name? Jen McCabe. And what do you guys like? What's her face? Jennifer Garner? Is that her name? Kind of looks like her, right?
Okay. Before I get to the evidence back,
no offense to Jennifer.
One more, or maybe a couple of more questions about the Sallyport video. You indicated that you received additional video from Chief Rafferty once she dropped it off. You said within a couple of months.
Yeah, additional that package, yes.
Okay. What was the original Sallyport video that you received? In other words, what were you following up on?
What you had previously described as a grainy black-ish video.
Okay, and so just to be clear and close that loop, when did you receive that video, if you can tell us?
Which one, the grainy one?
The grainy one.
Earlier in the investigation.
A year ago, 2 years ago?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you believe it was pretty early on in the investigation?
I don't recall.
Do you know what the mechanism was that you received that? If Chief Rafferty is the one that gave over the clear video, how did you get the grainy video?
I don't know.
Was it you that received it, or do you believe that you commissioned Trooper Proctor to go get that video?
It would have been a task for Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor or someone else from the unit.
So the reason you don't know is because you didn't personally do it?
Correct.
Yesterday you testified that it is obviously your responsibility as not just the chief of the unit, but as the evidence officer to maintain and protect the integrity of the physical evidence that's found under your supervision, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you took photographs of the items that were recovered on that initial search, and you took those photographs in place where they were found, correct?
Yes.
With the exception of one of the photos, you indicated that it had been moved by a shovel and then you instructed the individual put it back down where it was found, and then that's the point at which you photographed it, correct?
Yes.
You took an establishing shot, then a closer shot, and then I think even a third close-up shot, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated pretty clearly yesterday what the evidence that you found at the scene was a red plastic taillight piece that was recovered first, then 3 feet or so to the south of that, the shoe was recovered, and then 1 to 2 feet south of that, another red plastic piece, and then a clear plastic piece next to that, correct?
Yeah, you get the last two inverted. It's clear, then red. But
Inversion, it's becoming a theme. Sorry about that. So it was a clear piece,
So I'm going to strike that comment.
clear piece, and then a red piece next to the clear piece.
yes.
3 pieces of plastic in total and a shoe.
No, there was with the clear piece, there was 2 pieces with it. So clear plastic, multiple pieces of the clear plastic.
Okay, so yesterday when we saw the photographs that you testified to, there was 1 piece of clear plastic that was photographed, right?
2.
Didn't the photograph have 1 sort of arc-shaped clear piece of plastic that you described as having the, did you say dimples or stippling?
Yes, I think I said dimples.
Okay. What was the second photo?
There's the next photo that was displayed was the second piece of clear plastic taillight.
So in fact, that would be 4 pieces of plastic.
Yes.
Okay. But yesterday you testified that you found 3 pieces of plastic, and in your report, you reported that you found 3 pieces of plastic.
This is,
correct?
remember when he brings
I
us up
didn't
closing?
number the piece of plastic if I recall my.
So this is actually, it's funny because this was a moment that, this is where it's a great closing, right? When they tie all the little pieces together, put all, they connect all the dots, as they say, because we're going to see this part happen that is referenced in closing arguments about the number of pieces of taillight. When he's like, how do you make, what are his exact words? Like, how do you frame somebody, right? It's like you turn 3 pieces into 5 pieces and so on and so forth. We're about to see that part. Dr. Bob says his wife of 42 years has threatened him with harm if he's not in bed by 11:30 p.m. Do it. We'll encourage you. We'll try to give you a reminder. Do you want a 5-minute reminder, 10-minute reminder? Like you turn into a pumpkin in 5 minutes type thing. Yeah, we'll be here. And we'll be here tomorrow morning. So while I'm thinking about it, I've got 2 streams scheduled for tomorrow because I don't know what's going to happen, right? So I've got like verdict or hung, just because I don't know. It's just easy to have it already kind of set up, right? But of course, it's going to be updated as things happen. So as we know, like they will come in at 9 o'clock and good morning, blah blah blah, etc. I don't think we're going to hear anything immediately because the jury will have just entered the building, right? So what are the options? Let's just go ahead and go through it real quick. Like, let's say Kitsmits that you and I are kind of correct, and I'm sure we're not the only ones thinking it, but like that potentially they were just kind of hoping to fill out the forms by the end of the day Friday and didn't have enough time to finish, okay? Let's say that's the case, which is maybe the best case scenario in terms of the amount of time we have to wait. Then they come in at 9 o'clock, right? Good morning, blah, 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 okay, blah, blah, right? Then it would be probably, I don't know, another hour or so, like in my mind, I'm going to have that feed pulled up on every device that I have with that fan. And when the fan moves, I'm going to be like perched, ready to start the stream. Okay. So just keep your eyes peeled because I'm going to try to update it, when something happens. Now the thing is like, if it's a false alarm, like it's the camera moves, but then they're just like, okay, go have lunch, right? I'm not going to start a stream just for that. But if it looks like there's actually something happening, like I did on Friday. So I'll get the stream going as quickly as I can. So I don't want to like get a stream going when it's like, a false alarm. So, but my thought is we could have something like in the morning, right? And so, what's going to be the next thing that happens? It's going to be either they come back, like the next thing that we're going to hear from the jury is that they're either going to come back and say, we're still hung. At which point the judge will read the Tui Rodriguez instruction, which we've covered extensively. And then they will go back and deliberate more. Like that. So again, let me just reiterate. we're going to wait to hear from the jury. One of two things. Either they're going to come back and say they're still hung. They'll get read the instruction. They'll go back and deliberate further. Or they'll come back and say they have a verdict. I think they're going to come back with a verdict because of what happened on Friday. But that's just my personal instinct, opinion. But tomorrow we will be on alert all day. I think we're going to know tomorrow one way or the other. Here's what I mean by that. I think either we're going to get a verdict, like I said, or they'll come back and say they're still hung. They'll get read that instruction. And my guess is that that would happen earlier in the day as well. And by the end of the day, something will happen. Like if they'll either come back with a verdict after getting the instruction, right? Or they'll come back and say, we're still hung. And at that point, they'll call it. Like, I think we're going to have an answer tomorrow. I think that will have been, like, if they come back and say they're hung again in the morning, they get read the instruction, and they have the rest of the day to try again, and then they come back at the end of the day and say we're still hung. I think that might be mistrial territory there. I don't know that she's going to be able to say take longer, come back again. So we'll see. But I think tomorrow we will have more information and we will know what's going on. Hi, Super Planner Girl. I'm glad you are here. So all that to say, just you guys, I know we all have lives, but my life is going to be on hold tomorrow, unfortunately, for doing all this. But hopefully you guys will be able to pop in and out as we try to cover it when things happen that matter. Again, if it's just, okay, go have lunch, Having said that, I feel like I'm going to be eating my words. And as soon as that camera moves, I'm going to feel like it's worth covering just in case. But we'll see, Again, I don't want to I don't want to get myself or y'all or anybody too excited if it's just we don't actually learn anything when the camera moves. So anyway, Random Girl says, as I'm considering this stream, we've been, quote, too pro conspiracy theory for one newbie and 2 weak on the same topic for another. Which is really funny because we're not really anything. We're just I feel like we're just reasonable people looking at the evidence, right? Yes, Random Girl, or sorry, Super Planner Girl. We've got so many girls. Yeah, because of the masking to stay until 4:15 on Friday. That was very interesting to me because they had left at 3:30 every day or asked to leave at 3:30, and they sent that note back after that. Like the fact that they said they were hung, they went back and deliberated for a couple more hours and then asked for more time. We talked about that. We talked about that probably yesterday, I think, and we also talked about that on Friday. But yeah, I was saying, y'all, it's going to be a verdict. That's what I was thinking, and then it didn't come back with a verdict, but they also didn't come back and say they were hung. So I don't know, man. I don't know. My gut feeling is we might get a verdict. I know. I'm with you. I can't take much more of it. It's hard. It's hard. I mean, it's 10:30 p.m. here, so within 12 hours, I think that's a good. If I had to try to guess and do my squirrely crystal ball, I would say 12 hours from now, aka by 10:30 tomorrow morning. I would say by that time we should hear something from the jury. That's my guess. I think by 10:30, they're either going to come back and say we're still hung, or they're going to come back and say here's a verdict. That's just my gut feeling. Awesome, Dr. Bob. I'm going to look forward to spending all day with you. That'll be awesome. It's not a good day for Super Planner Girl. That sucks, man. You should just cancel the one. I'm just kidding. So anyway, hopefully though, you guys liked that quote from Kahlil Gibran. And I would be happy to elaborate on why I think it's such a meaningful quote, but you guys probably can figure it out because y'all are smart. But I think it's there's so much more to that quote than just what meets the eye in terms of speaking to how people learn and how people understand things and just like unlike human nature and all kinds of stuff. So anyway.
Report correctly, and we found clear plastic. And as I displayed out of the bag, there was 2 pieces of clear plastic that we,
Right. That's what I was saying initially too, was like, yeah, right. This is where, just keep in mind that this is what Alan Jackson then references in closing arguments.
There was only a photograph of one,
no, there wasn't.
and your report says 3 total pieces of plastic, doesn't it?
No.
We were talking just before the break about the search on January 29th, 2022. Obviously, it's important to be accurate in terms of the memorialization of things that are found of note during a search, correct?
Yes.
And the way that you normally would memorialize something like that would be in a police report, correct?
That's one method, yes.
You might have personal handwritten notes that
I might.
would attend a search, correct?
Yes,
You might videotape part of it or all of it,
I could.
and then you could photo document it as well.
Yes.
But ultimately, the circumstances surrounding how something was found or what was found at the time is best done in a memorialization in a police report, correct?
That is one method, yes.
That is the official record of what was done at the time and who did it, correct?
Yes.
And you did, in fact, draft a police report as it pertains to the search that was done by the CERT team on January 29th, 2022.
Yes. My recollection of what was located remains the same. I do see that the report states that it was a piece of clear plastic.
Okay. So, in fact, your report says that at approximately 17:45 hours, which is what time?
5:45 p.m.
The CERT team located, quote, a piece of red plastic, correct?
Yes.
And then it goes on to say it was consistent with brake light material from a motor vehicle, right?
Yes.
Then if you look down a couple of other sentences, you talk about the shoe that was then recovered, correct?
Yes.
Then if you look at the second to the last sentence, a few feet south from the sneaker, a piece of clear plastic consistent with clear lens of a motor vehicle was located, correct?
Yeah, the quote is a second piece of red plastic. Yes.
Well, actually, the sentence before that, sentence just above that, starting with a few feet south.
Yes.
It reads, a few feet south from the sneaker, a piece of clear plastic.
That's not what it says. Would you like me to read it?
Oh, I'm reading it. Sure, read it.
Okay. The sentence is several feet south of the clear plastic.
Lieutenant Tully.
Sorry.
Sentence above that. Before that.
A few feet south of the sneaker, a piece of clear plastic consistent with clear lens of a motor vehicle was located.
Right. So in your lexicon, a piece means singular, does it not?
Yes.
If you meant pieces, you would have written pieces. You're educated, correct?
Allegedly.
So clearly, from this report that was memorialized on February 10th, you indicated that a piece of clear plastic was located.
Sorry, the way he doesn't laugh or smile, and he says that with a straight face. Let's watch that again. That was really funny.
In your lexicon, a piece means singular, does it not?
Yes.
If you meant pieces, you would have written pieces. You're educated, correct?
Allegedly.
So clearly, from this report that was memorialized on February 10th, you indicated that a piece of clear plastic was located consistent with clear lens
Dr. Bob, do you have a favorite trial?
from a motor vehicle, right?
That's what it says.
Okay. Then, well, it's
I
not
know.
just what it says, it's what you wrote.
Correct.
Right. Then the next sentence would
Yeah. I think AJ didn't like that Tully handled that well. That was definitely a forced laugh. There's another time when he does that. I'm trying to remember. It might be with Tully. I don't know. I think we haven't heard it yet, but there's another time when he does the forced laugh that's even better.
This is the sentence you were about to read. Go ahead and read that for me as well.
Several feet south of the clear plastic, a second piece of red plastic was located.
Okay. Simple math. According to your report on February 10th, a piece of red plastic was found first. Then a piece of clear plastic was found. Then a piece of red plastic was found thereafter, correct? According to that report.
Yes.
Then you go on in the following paragraph to reiterate, just to clear up any doubt about what was found. And the last sentence reads, the sneaker and 3 pieces of...
I mean, if you were to ask Trooper Paul to define the word motion, I don't know that you would get a good answer out of him. So yeah, I mean, Tully definitely comes across as educated. He really does. He's definitely more along lines of what you expect when it comes to law enforcement on the stand, that can hold their own and that actually seem like they have some modicum of common sense.
Plastic were secured as evidence, correct?
Objection.
See, overruled, I don't know. What's the objection?
Form.
No, I'll allow it.
Is that what it says?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a rare occasion there.
Then yesterday, you were asked to open these two evidence envelopes, correct? Yeah, evidence bags.
Should I take a look?
Oh, of course, yes. May I approach you on that?
Yes.
Those are the bags that you opened yesterday, correct?
Yes.
You indicated yesterday in front of the jury,
Here we go.
you didn't indicate, you pulled out 2 pieces of clear plastic, did you not?
I did.
Okay. That was in bag, I want to say that was in bag 570. Why don't we do this? Can you please open, with the court's permission, can you please open bag 570, I'm sorry, evidence, exhibit 570 in that bag, and just look inside.
I didn't bring gloves with me, Your Honor.
I think there might be some on the stand
Oh,
there
thank you, Your
inside
Honor.
that.
That, I have to say, is an exception
Look
here.
down in there and tell me, do you
Where
see
I
red?
think Tully was
red plastic?
being weaselly there. Because I'll replay that for y'all in case you missed it. Check it out. Because what do we see right in front of our eyeballs? By the way, I have almost the exact same box of gloves at my house. I think it's a different brand, but the black nitrile gloves, that's what I use for gloves when it comes to gloves, that when people use gloves. Anyway, but yeah, here, let's see that again. I think this is the only time where I'm like, are we in weasel territory?
Bring gloves with me, Your Honor.
I think there might be some on the stand
Oh.
there.
You were asked to open these 2 evidence envelopes,
Okay.
correct? Yeah, evidence bags.
Should I take a look?
Oh, of course, yes. May I approach you on that?
Yes.
Those are the bags that you opened yesterday, correct?
Yes.
You indicated yesterday in front of the jury, you didn't indicate, you pulled out 2 pieces of clear plastic, did you not?
I did.
Okay. That was in bag, I want to say that was in bag 570. Why don't we do this? Can you please open, with the court's permission, can you please open bag 570, I'm sorry, evidence, exhibit 570 in that bag, and just look inside.
I didn't bring gloves with me, Your Honor.
I think there might be some on the stand
Oh,
there
thank you, Your
inside
Honor.
that.
So Kitsmith says she misses things in front of her face all the time. So do I. That's why I'm not in law enforcement or a detective. Like, you know what I mean? There's people who are inclined to see things, like people that are observant naturally. There's also people who are trained to be that way. And I would say that if you're a detective, you're probably both. At the very least, you're the second one. So, like in my mind, it's like, yeah, that's okay for us. But like, I feel like he should have seen them and probably did. So let's watch the part. Let's watch it, and then we'll see if it makes any more sense.
Look down in there and tell me, do you see red
Good point.
plastic pieces?
Yes.
Okay. Yesterday, you pulled out 2 pieces and indicated that was what was contained in the bag, correct?
Correct.
Take another closer look.
As I take a closer look, there are 2 pieces and there is a very small fragment that remains in the bag.
Can you pull?
DSN. Oh my God, I'm so glad you're here. DSN. Okay. Shout out to DSN. First of all, this is the long anticipated moment where DSN gets to meet our new friend, Dr. Bob. Because I was like, you guys are going to be friends. DSN, we have a new squirrel friend, Dr. Bob, who lives in Massachusetts. I'm going to talk about all the great things about Dr. Bob. Hopefully Dr. Bob doesn't mind. Lives in Massachusetts. Okay. You're going to love him. He's very smart. And he was a foreperson on a jury in Massachusetts twice. And he used to teach physics. He's very good. Y'all are gonna hit it off. So I'm very happy you're here. I've been talking about you all weekend. Like, DSN would say this or that, as I want to do. Excellent. Did you have fun? Oh my God, I saw the pictures. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing your pictures with us, by the way. That was that auditorium was crazy. Was that in Providence? Like, that looks so sick, man. Like, sick in a good way. So, but yes, so this taillight thing, right? So random girl made a good point that on Paul's quote unquote diagram, he notated 3 pieces, but on the bag it says 3 pieces. So, yeah, fucking hell. I know, right?
Yeah, that fragment out of the Can you show that to the jury? Okay, you can go ahead and replace that. So in total, Lieutenant Tully, how many pieces of red plastic are in that evidence bag?
As we sit here today, there are 3.
Thank you. Thank you, Lieutenant. Those 2 bags are supposed to represent what was found by the CERT team on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
There's 5 pieces of plastic, 3 red, 2 clear, correct?
As we sit here today, yes.
My question, Lieutenant Tully, is where did the other pieces of plastic come from?
Be more specific? Which pieces?
Where did the extra 2 pieces of plastic come from in those evidence bags?
Well, it appears to me that small fragment I pulled out may have potentially come from the larger piece. The other...
Just to clear that up, you believe, as you sit here, that smaller piece was broken off from one of the larger pieces?
Again, I'm making a big assumption here at your request.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's what it appears to me by looking in the bag.
And by the way, Lieutenant, this isn't a trick question. I'm not asking you to assume anything. You were there, and you recovered the pieces. And you described recovering 3 items of evidence, correct?
No.
Didn't you just read in your report?
Iowa!
I'll read it again. Last sentence. The sneaker and 3 pieces of
Iowa, when you go back to the beginning, I'm glad you're going to do that because you're going to hear, I made a shout out to you earlier. So glad you're here. I was talking about your channel earlier at the beginning of the stream. Glad you're here. Happy to see you, my friend. I do agree with this. I do agree with that. Too many words, just like the just like those freaking, God, we read a lot of shit that was like that last night, didn't we? Like the Tui Rodriguez instruction and all the other things that were just more complicated than they needed to be. Anyway.
Plastic were secured as evidence.
That's 4.
Sorry, I said items of evidence. Items of plastic. Let's leave the sneaker out of our discussion for the time being.
Okay.
I know.
You were the one that conducted the search, correct?
The CERT team conducted the search. I was present.
Memorialized the search.
DSN, I would encourage you whenever you have a chance to go back and watch. So I have not, let me just say, I have not finished the timestamps for last night's stream. But what I did was I got through what I thought was maybe the most important initial part, which was everything leading up to where we get to the recap. Because as you guys know, it really matters. Like I do really specific timestamps. So we spent like over 3.5 hours discussing all this stuff that is like what DSN is saying, basically, in a way, right? What I mean is by going, we went through in so much detail. What is a hung jury? What is a mistrial? All the implications of that. But then more importantly, we went back and we dissected those verdict forms. And then we did something that I think was really good. I'm so glad we did it, even though it wasn't planned. We went back and we pulled up the jury instructions and we put the jury instructions with the verdict forms. And then we listed out each charge with the elements of each charge. And we broke down all of it. And when you do that, you can see that where this discrepancy might be in terms of when they said they were hung, it could just be on one of those little minute details within the second charge. It really could be. Like in terms of was she, like, did she meet the criteria? Like a good example would be, did she meet the criteria? Or sorry, let me put it this way. Did the Commonwealth prove she was under the influence or not? Like they could all be not guilty for murder, for second degree murder. And it could be that the issue that they're having is on the second charge and one of the lesser includeds even, right? Because there's the definition for, in Massachusetts, what is under the influence, right? And we covered that last night as well. There's timestamps for it. But it's really interesting because the blood alcohol level alone from the blood test isn't enough to prove it. So it could be, I'm just trying to stay optimistic. I totally feel what you're saying. I will say that until I really broke it down last night, we broke it down. It became more clear after that what they could be hung up on, it could actually be one of these little minute little details that doesn't necessarily mean somebody bought Lally's theory or Lally's story, if that makes sense. I think you might, it really, you can, because we actually were all like, yeah, you can see where the confusion could be, right? Like as us just looking at it. So, yeah.
Yes.
You were there photographing the things that were covered in the search.
Yes.
And ultimately, you were responsible for bagging those items up, correct?
Yes.
There are 5 items in that bag, or in those 2 bags, right? Just the plastic.
Correct.
And yet your report very clearly says there were 3 items of plastic evidence recovered at the scene, correct?
Yes.
So my question, once again, is where did the extra 2 items come from? The pieces of plastic?
Well, as memorialized on the bag, it says pieces of clear plastic. So I will take the hit that my report does not properly memorialize it. But I would argue that the handwritten notes on the bag that are contemporaneous to the collection of the...
Guys, he admitted he was wrong. I'm sorry, but like, honestly, how refreshing is that for a Commonwealth witness here, right? Especially for law. He admitted he was wrong. And he didn't even do it in a jerky way. He wasn't even asked to admit he was wrong. He's just admitting it. Unprompted, I'll take the hit. Well done, sir.
Evidence would be more accurate, as is in my memory of 2 clear plastic things being collected. Now, as to the third piece, again, I'm making an assumption, but it appears that that is a small piece that was separated from the other 2 pieces.
You don't know that that's...
DSN, I understand it. He said, DSN saying it feels like my favorite sports ball team made it to the championship game and lost, or I guess tied. They may have to go through all of this again. You know, like, remember what happened? Oh my God, just thinking about it made my stomach drop. Like, here's what I will say. Let me compare it to Murdaugh. When we were in the hearing with Becky Hill, right? And Juror Z was being questioned, right? And they're going along and she's answering everything. And then it gets to the point where Justice Toll, or sorry, I guess it wasn't Justice Toll at that point. It might have been Hoot still, but she was asked if the whatever Becky Hill said had an influencer, you know, on her verdict. And she said yes initially, right? I don't even... That, like, okay, my reaction at that point, and even thinking about it in hindsight, is like, that to me, in terms of when are we closer to, like, fuck, like, we're gonna have to, like, go through all this again. When are we, like, when is, like, to me, that was a more dire situation. Like, okay, how to rephrase this? I still think we're gonna get a verdict tomorrow. That's my gut feeling. I wouldn't... the thing that made the difference to me was, again, them asking me to stay until 4:15. Had they not said that, let's just say that they left at 3:30 on Friday. I would still be like, I don't know, man. You know, like, it gave me so much hope when they asked to stay to 4:15. So now, if I were to just even compare it to, like, times when I have that feeling of, like, what DSN is describing here, but when it comes to trials, I would say that in my mind, it was way more possible from what we're seeing right now. Like, between the 2 things, it was like way more possible that Alex was going to get a new trial, at least granted a new trial from the state, right? I felt like we were much more in mistrial, because they would have been a mistrial. So similar, right? Like, even from reading what we read last night, it's same, right? Whether it's a hung jury or there was jury tampering or court, misconduct from a court official. Same, mistrial. So I felt like we were closer to mistrial at that point with Alex when that verdict, or when the juror said it influenced her verdict, like than where we are now here with this jury. I think we're going to get a verdict. I do. That's just my gut feeling. Watch me be wrong. I'll eat my words. I'm just giving y'all my gut feeling. All right. Nobody knows, but I am an optimist, but I'm also honest. Obviously, I'm not gonna. If I thought it was going to be a mistrial, I would be saying that. But we have walked through in depth what would have happened if it does become a mistrial. I don't know that the Commonwealth is going to bring charges again, and so that's the other thing I will say. Okay, because here's the thing. Remember, besides the fact that this shouldn't have been brought in the first place, right? Because Lally clearly doesn't understand that. What Lally would understand is the fact that now, for the number of times his witnesses have all been impeached prior to this trial, now they've all been impeached multiple times over in addition to that through this trial. And everything that's from this trial is admissible if there's another trial. So it's a mess. It's a mess. It's like going to be a lot harder for the Commonwealth now that they've already gone through it because of the fact that all their witnesses are not credible, basically. I agree. I know it does feel like such a hit. It totally does. But again, I just have to reiterate, when you look at those forms and you look at that count two, the form for count two, that could be what it is. And remember, we were talking about this last night with Dr. Bob, how it did take longer than expected to fill out the verdict forms. And that could be what happened on Friday, especially when they got to that second page. It could be. So, but I agree. It's like I've had enough time, I think, for me to get past the shock that it wasn't just automatically not guilty. Okay, we're done. Quick verdict, right? And now I've come around to accepting that maybe somebody's hung up on something with that second page, and I've come to accept that could be the case. But luckily, again, that has nothing to do with murder if it's that second charge, because they're all separate. Remember, we broke it down really well, saying that second charge, think of it as like that's the drunk driving, essentially, right? In terms of differentiating the different ones. And someone could be charged only with that. It doesn't. So in other words, it's separate from the rest of it, that the part that really matters. So her regional defense fund. What do you mean, Dr. Bob? I was under the impression that this defense was like already in the realm of $1 million. Are you saying it's only 400,000? Oh. Are you saying that money was raised, or that's how much was spent? Like, I was under the impression that this defense was going to be costing her like 7 figures. But I also have heard that there's people that I think are raising money for it. So I don't know if that's what you're mentioning, referring to. So I would say it's probably more than that, man. Oh, they've raised another 400,000. Gotcha. Okay, good. That's good. Oh, I see what you're saying. It's because in case of I see what you're saying, in case they need to do it again. Okay. Yeah. Good. If that's the case, she's getting the deal of a lifetime. Honestly, I was under the impression it was a lot more than that, and that would be a steal for that much, for 450K. Honestly. So, but I still think we could get a full acquittal. I do. I have faith. I have faith. I'm going to have faith in the jury. I was really mad at them on Friday. I was really, really disappointed and really mad. And I've been working through my feelings about it, but also working through it through using common sense and logic and critical thinking, looking at those forms last night with y'all, breaking it down really helped in terms of just seeing it the way the jury, like all the conversations we had last night, you guys, for 3.5 hours. A lot of that is probably akin to what was going on in the jury room, right? And it took us 3.5 hours. If you think about that, right? And imagine you're actually the jury and you're actually having to go through the facts of the case. Like, think about how much time we've spent talking about this case, right? Going through the facts. And then look at how much time we spent trying to figure out those verdict forms. That's what the jury's doing, right? When you think of it that way, it's like naturally not that hard to see how it could take more than 2 hours, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's actually, in a way, it's kind of comforting because it was so easy for us to spend that much time and it flew by like in a second, right? It flew by so fast and we could have talked about it longer. You know what I mean? When you think about that, it's like, okay, like you can see what might be happening in that jury room. You know what I mean? Yeah, Kitsmits is saying, with the initial shock out of the way, I can say it's probably a good thing that they're taking their time. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. DSN, you're all good. I know you would never spread misinformation intentionally. Yeah, Kitsmits, I know, right? Yeah. The Forepersons. What are you referencing there? Dire wording. Did he say the word dire? I don't remember the word dire.
Small piece separated from the other two by being broken off, do you?
No, I
My
don't.
initial thought is like, oh, did you mean to say voir dire? Law brain, right?
Just a guess on your part, right?
It's a guess. The bags were, out of our custody at the crime lab for a period of time. They had done an analysis. We did an evidence review with you, yourself, and the defense counsel on December 1st of last year. We pulled all the evidence out.
Oh.
It was memorialized by your investigator, and it was put back in the bags.
You didn't see our investigator snapping pieces off the plastic, right?
He did not.
I want to shift gears for a second, Lieutenant, and talk a little bit about the cell records that you testified to. Specifically,
right.
the Verizon call records that you testified about. During your training, the 200 plus hours of training that you had, you've learned how to read Verizon records to determine cell towers that are used in your investigation, correct?
Yes.
You were also taught how to read Verizon call records to determine the sector or the side that a cell tower is pinging, for lack of a better word, called a cell.
Well, we had one person come in. I don't know that I would call it a troll. It was funny. We just had somebody come in who was like clearly a Karen Reed's guilty type thing, but we kind of had a good discussion and they were around for a while and it seemed like, they were listening and asking questions. That was like at the beginning of the stream. And then after that, we had somebody come in with like, more maybe on the troll side of things from the opposite side. It was funny. Thank you, DSN. So look at how I just love this. We've got the best chat here. DSN says is got the quotes here from the jury note. I am writing to inform you on behalf of the jury that despite our exhaustive review of the evidence and our diligent consideration of all disputed evidence, we have been unable to reach a unanimous verdict. Yeah, conscious something rather. Yeah, I see what you're saying, kids. It's just funny. It's just funny because we had back to back. We had opposite perspectives coming in, which I love. I welcome it as, but in terms of the misinformation, that was the second person. There was we were in that category. Anyway. Okay, so yeah, back to this jury note. I'm writing to inform you on behalf of the jury that despite our exhaustive review of the evidence and our diligent consideration of all disputed evidence, we've been unable to reach unanimous verdicts. What is interesting here is that the foreperson is paying attention because in their instructions, think about how many times the word diligent is used. Because that's actually part of it, right? Like that's part of the instructions is like diligent. They have to be diligent. That's one of their things. They used the word diligent, which is it's smart. It's like that's what a lawyer would do, right? They make sure they use all the same words that are the correct elements, right? So I'm not saying they did that on purpose. It could have been subconscious, but still shows they're paying attention. Again, though, it's a well-written note, but again, this happens so often where juries send back notes to this effect, along these lines, and they're told before they're given an official charge, they're told to try to deliberate more, and they come back with a verdict. It happens more often than we get than mistrials. So, yeah, I mean, maybe they were still listening, and maybe they'll pop back and they'll hear us talking about it. Like, this is why I love you guys, because we are all so empathetic and compassionate, and we really want to talk it through. Like, even for people who might not ever think about, like I love that even if these Bauer, for example, right, never thinks about this conversation again, or forgets what we said and like doesn't even remember that's happened and has moved on, right? I love that we still are thinking about them and that we care, that we didn't drive someone away or make them feel bad, right? Because like it just shows like we have good intentions, right? We just want to talk it through, and we all are here to learn and to be open-minded and to be reasonable, and so 6% of cases go to mistrial. Was that mistrial for all reasons, or was that specific to hung jury? Because it's different. I could see that being I mean, I'm sure, of course she's right. I'm not saying she's not right, but like, I wonder if that's 6% of all cases in terms of like for any reason of a mistrial. That would make more sense to me versus 6% of cases go to mistrial specifically from a deadlocked jury. Yeah, the word exhaustive is another key part of that note from the jurors, definitely. I mean, yeah, I'm speaking really from like from other law tubers, that whenever people are asking about like mistrials and stuff like that, even before this trial, right? Like when people are like, how many trials go to mistrial, or get a hung jury in your experience, and they're like, yeah, like it rarely happens. Like that's just what I have learned from other people's experience. But yeah, because in mistrials, like we were reading it last night, the category is actually quite broad and it includes all kinds of different things. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was mistrials for any reason. So that could include things like, jury tampering after discovered evidence, prosecutorial misconduct, all kinds of stuff. That would make sense to me, just if I had to try to figure out like the 6%. Yeah, I've heard rumblings about that. I've also heard, you guys, people are so funny, right? I've heard, and when I say heard, I don't even know where I hear it, because it's not like I'm on social media. So I don't even know where to tell you where I hear the things, but I hear the things. It could be like watching like Laura, and like somebody does a super chat and I'm like listening to it and I hear him read the super chat. That could be what it is. Anyway, but I've heard people say that the foreperson is law enforcement. It's a retired law enforcement officer. I've also heard people say there's 2 lawyers on the jury. I've also heard somebody say the foreperson is a lawyer. I mean, I don't know why people say these things, because we don't know. It is a fact that there's no way to know this for sure. I will say that one thing that made the Kowalski and JHACH trial really unique was that we were actually able to figure out some of the people's, the jurors' occupations, and that's really unusual because normally people are just speculating. We were actually kind of able to figure it out. with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, right? Sorry, I'm just being funny there. But because of the fact that the jury was allowed to ask questions, and they took that to the millionth degree, to where you learned every juror's personality. It was the funniest thing. It was really that was a unique situation with that jury, man. You knew every single juror. By the end of that trial, like it was as if you knew everything about each of those jurors. It was really funny. Every single juror was like, you know, here's what I don't know. It was really funny. So that was an anomaly, though, and and again, they didn't like say what their occupation was, but it became pretty clear. And then we learned after the trial some of those that was confirmed and stuff. But anyway, but other than that, when people are saying that they know for a fact, I don't know how they would know, right? Because the jury, if it's somebody that knows somebody personally on the jury, shame on them if they say something, right? I mean, because they got to be anonymous. So. Not the 6%. So what I'm saying is that the number of trials where the jury says that they are hung initially, and then they get a verdict, I'm saying that happens a lot. That's what from everything I know, that happens a lot. If they get a verdict, it's not a mistrial. In terms of, it could be a mistrial after the fact, right? Like what was going on with Murdaugh. It could be a mistrial for a different reason. But what we're saying is a mistrial due to a deadlocked jury is rare. That specific type of mistrial is rare. I'm not saying that it's rare. I'm saying it's not. I'm saying it's not rare for a jury to say, we're hung. I'm saying that's not rare from everything I know. But then they end up getting a verdict anyway. And then I'm saying it's more rare that there's a mistrial due to a deadlocked jury. Does that make sense? So they did say that, but did they say that in... I'm trying to remember if they said that in a question. I don't think they put that in a question. I mean, some of them spoke out after the case, so that's where... Right, of course it does. Of course, yeah. I mean, obviously, because the 6% is... If it's a mistrial, there's no verdict. If it's a mistrial due to a deadlocked jury, obviously. So, yeah, I think the ones we hear about... Here's the thing. It's really not a hung jury until it's a hung jury. Like right now, the jury says they're hung, but it's like it's not a deadlocked jury. Like it's not to that point yet. They've not been read the Tui Rodriguez instruction. If they come back tomorrow and they say we're still hung, and then Judge Bev reads them the Tui Rodriguez instruction, and then they come back again and say we're still hung, then I would say this is a hung jury. And it's probably going to be a mistrial due to a deadlocked jury. But at this point, pun intended, the jury's still out on what's going on. You know, I don't think that in my mind, they don't qualify yet as a hung jury because they're still deliberating and they have not been read the Tui Rodriguez instruction. Thank you for that, Dr. Bob. I appreciate that. He's saying that Judge Bev has a history of sending juries back twice before giving them the Tui Rodriguez instruction. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. Wow. Okay. Interesting. And it was so funny when we read the North Carolina version, because the North Carolina version, their instruction said you can read this as many times as you want. Isn't that wild? That was so crazy. Because we know that in other states, the instruction is like a last resort. Now, I don't know that that's a hard, fast rule. That just seems like it would be done once. But it said specifically in the North Carolina instruction, feel free to read this as many times as you want, but you have to read the whole thing. I thought that was so interesting. Bender, did you go back and hear the thing I got timestamped to you? Happy to see you. Are you saying, DSN, are you saying that Dr. Bob's dog is cute? I agree. Very, very cute. Feel free to tell us about your dog, Dr. Bob. We love dogs here. Very cute. Is it a he or a she? Very expressive eyes. It's adorable, really. Y'all really are so funny about this. Oh man. You know what? You guys want to see? Here's a good image of a troll. Just thinking of this real quick here too. Like Lallybird is the troll in this scenario. He didn't get invited.
Face, correct?
Yes.
All right. One of the documents that you rely on pretty heavily is ultimately it's a call record that gives you certain information provided by the whoever the carrier is, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, whoever, right?
Yes.
Do you recognize the document that's in front of you or the portion of the call record that's in front of you?
It appears to be a portion from the call detail records we referenced earlier.
Okay. My questions about this are relatively simple. There is a sector number that provides information.
Dr. Bob, I love that. My dog is also a he, and he is, how old is he? He's 13. That's the thing about small dogs, right? Thank God, or thank dog, rather. They live longer. I love him. I do. I love him so much.
That describes the directionality, if you will, of the target phone number, which part of the cell tower that target phone number or that target device was facing, correct?
Yes.
In your maps, did you include any of the cell face data about which portion of the cell tower was pinging vis-a-vis the phone that was being tracked?
No. Can I explain why I made that decision?
And I know you've got T-minus 15 minutes. I one thing I've thought about is doing we could ostensibly do a recap while we're waiting on a verdict. I thought about this, like, for example, on Verdict Watch, right? We could be doing recaps, but in my mind, I'm just like, oh fuck, like I just don't know. I just don't know, because I'm like, I don't want to miss that fan moving type thing, you know. But let me know if that's something you guys want to do. We totally can do that. Just let me know.
When the trouble with depicting and making exhibits when relative to cell phone records is you don't want to make the map too complicated. So as I describe it to the jury, I want to make sure that the record is clear. Now, I don't typically will use the sector as part of my maps. I would argue that it gives greater deference to the defendant because the phone could be anywhere within a 360-degree area of the antenna opposed to a narrower 120-degree area around that antenna. So for the purposes of making a clear depiction, I typically will not use sector unless it's absolutely important to show that a handset was in a specific location.
And so you did not include the sector information on the maps that you provided, both to Mr. Lally and that you showed to the jurors and provided us, correct?
Yes, as relative to the CSLI ones, yes.
So in point of fact, according to the map at least, wherever that little triangle is, that red triangle that you use to denote the cell tower or the antenna, the responsive phone, the device, could be anywhere on a 360-degree azimuth from that antenna, correct?
Yes.
I want to ask you about the
Love the word azimuth. I think that's such a cool
map that was related to 5:20 a.m. to 5:37 a.m. With regard to, and I'm just going to call it ID 57021, do you see what appears to be, on your map, what appears to be the cell tower that is associated with that ID number, 57021?
What are you saying, Bender?
Yes.
Okay, and there's one address that's denoted on your map, correct? That 34 Fairview?
No, there's multiple.
Okay, what are the other addresses that you noted on your map?
1 Meadows Ave and Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Okay. If I could hand you another map, does that appear to be a...
We need to do a contest for worst map, and we need to do the contest. So I need to make a note. Actually, this reminds me, there was another thing I needed to do that I planned. I'm going to have one of these things for tomorrow when we're doing the verdict watch. So let me just make a note to self here. But yeah, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, the worst map. So we need to do a worst map contest between the maps that Tully had for where he had everything overlaid with Google Maps, and then the map from in the Koberger trial or case, because it's not trial yet, obviously, but the one that was an affidavit from Brett Payne that got brought up in that recent hearing, and Ann Taylor was like, dude, it was so masterful because he had forgotten that he had made that map. And so she's like, oh, I'm trying to see, can you please tell me what's blah, blah on the map? And he's looking at his own map and he's like, I don't know, this is impossible to read it. And she's like, yeah, that's kind of my point. But she didn't say it like that. She said it in a much better way. Anyway, but the map is in the affidavit and we looked at it and it's like, so some of you guys might know what I'm referring to there because you might have seen it. But anyway, we could do a worst map contest between the two, and that would be fun.
Map.
Yes.
Does that generally track the map that you created, the darker map that you created? Meaning it's the same basic scale?
It is not the same scale.
How much different is that scale?
The one you handed me is a zoomed in version of the map I created.
Okay. Do you recognize it as being a true and accurate reflection of a Google map that's just zoomed in a little bit on the same basic area?
As you just described, it appears to be Google Map creation.
And you see 2 addresses that are denoted on that Google map?
Yes.
What are those 2 addresses?
34 Fairview Road and 12 Country Lane.
And as you look at that Google map with both of those, given your experience with both of those addresses, do those appear to be denoted accurately on that Google map?
It does. I would note that you can't see the roads really on this map that you handed me.
Understood. I'm not going to ask you questions.
It's a white blur, so it.
But does it look like that's where 34 Fairview is and that's where 12 Country Lane is?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm going to ask you for the third item that's denoted on the map, and that is the cell tower 57021. Do you see that denoted on the map?
Yes.
Does that appear to be generally accurate in terms of the spatial location of where that cell tower is?
Yes.
Taking a look at that exhibit, would you agree that the cell tower 57021 is significantly closer to what's denoted as 12 Country Lane, the McCabe residence, physically as a crow flies, than it is to 34?
I will say Tully's done the best job. We were talking about this earlier, Fender. He's done the best job of the law enforcement, I think. He definitely comes across as the least dirty and also the most intelligent. That's right. Yeah, we just watched that part a few minutes ago. Having said that, the pieces multiplying thing, if it happened, well, okay. You could go back and just watch it, but like it is ostensible. Tully's explanation actually is plausible, which is that they broke while they were in the bag. That seems entirely possible. I think both could be true, right? Proctor could be planting evidence, let's just say, right? Just for the sake of what's possible, right? But also, it's also possible that pieces of taillight were in the bag and they broke over time and little tiny piece broke off, right? Also possible. So I don't know.
Fairview.
I would not characterize it as significant.
How would you characterize it?
That it is closer.
Okay. Take a look at the upper right portion of the map that I just highlighted. What does that denote?
The cell tower that we previously mentioned, 57021.
Okay. And then there's a line just a straight line from that cell tower down to this location. What is that location?
It's denoted on this exhibit as 34 Fairview Road.
I'm wondering
And you
too.
see a legend indicating a scale.
I'm wondering too if that's why. Maybe that's why AJ Alan Jackson actually brought it up in his closing argument. Like, I'm wondering if the reason he brought up the whole thing about Tully with like pieces of plastic multiplying. I'm wondering if the reason he brought that up in his closing argument was because he knew that Tully seemed the most credible of the other law enforcement officers, and it was kind of trying to. It was his last opportunity to maybe knock his credibility. But also, because I know Dr. Bob is going to turn into a pumpkin soon. Oh my God, did I just click on that and make that go different? I think I did. Hold on. But yeah, I wanted to just say, feel free y'all to weigh in on the whole notion of while we're waiting for a verdict, if you want to continue watching or doing, because I've got the video files done. Like, if you want to continue with the recapping while we're on verdict watch, let me know if that's something you want to do. So I think I might have just moved my cursor though. Probably did. Sometimes this happens with my mouse when I'm clicking. Let's just see if I can find where we were. Sorry, guys.
Okay. Take a look at the upper portion
God,
of the
that's
right
where we
portion of the
were.
map that I just highlighted.
Well, there you go. Woohoo!
What does that denote?
Dr. Bob is Cinderella. Yes, Fender.
The cell tower that we previously mentioned, 57021.
Okay. And then there's a line just a
Good
straight
point.
line from that cell tower
Fender makes a great
down
point
to
there.
this location.
Good
What is
point.
that
There you
location?
go.
It's denoted on this exhibit as 34 Fairview Road.
Okay. And do you see a legend indicating a scale? How far that is?
I see numbers and miles written on there.
Does that appear to be reflective
Okay.
of the, given
So
your
we
understanding?
can do that. So we'll continue. So what I can do is, like I said, I'm going to have the freaking stream pulled up and watch for the fan moving. I can have it pulled up and just not like I can have the recap playing on the computer, and then I can have a separate device where I can just see the fan, and I can keep an eye out for it moving too. So we'll do that. So we'll do that tomorrow. And what I'll do is I'll schedule like a recap the way we're used to seeing it. And then I already have the streams scheduled, just ready to go, because I don't know what's going to happen for like if there's like a verdict or hung jury. And then what we'll do is if something happens while we're doing a recap, then I'll end the recap stream and I'll switch over to the other stream if that makes sense. But yeah, okay, if that's what you guys want to do, we'll do it. We'll continue recapping tomorrow.
In your experience with this location or these locations, does that appear to be a relatively accurate delineation of the distance between the cell tower and that location, and that address?
I don't know the distance between the cell tower and the address off the top of my head.
Would you agree that it's around 2 miles?
It's roughly 2 miles.
Okay. Then I'm going to ask you to take a look at the same proximity, cell tower at the top of the screen, and then the address at 12 Country Lane. Do you see those two items denoted on the map?
Yes.
And do you see the approximate distance between those two items?
See it on the map?
All right. And does it appear to you that the distance from 12 Country Lane looks like it's less than half the distance to 34 Fairview?
I wouldn't characterize it as appears to be less than half.
How would you characterize it?
My understanding of that area, I would say it's at least a mile between those two locations as the crow flies.
Okay, meaning between the cell tower and 12 Country Lane,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
And it indicates approximately a mile, correct?
It does indicate that.
Okay. And the other location indicates approximately 2.4 miles, right?
It does indicate that.
All right. So would you agree that a mile is less than half of 2.4 miles?
I would agree a mile is less than half than 2.4.
Thank you. We can. You also noted that there were two cell towers much closer to 34. There are two cell towers much closer to 34 Fairview than the 57021. Correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you already noted that for the jurors that say at 6 a.m. or 6:05 a.m. and thereafter, when
Yeah, we're gonna get to that.
it's clear that Miss Reed was at 34 Fairview. She found the
We're getting
body
to
of
that.
John O'Keefe, that
We're getting to that right
her phone
now.
was relaying to those
Here we
two
go.
towers,
Here we
very
go. Here.
bouncing back and forth. Correct?
Yes.
Here we go, guys.
Those importantly, though, between 5:20 and 5:37 a.m., neither of those two towers ever picked up her phone or any signal from her phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So based on those facts, it's far more likely that Karen Reed was actually at Jennifer McCabe's and on her way to Jennifer McCabe's at and around 5 a.m. than going to 3430, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I just want to touch very briefly on the ranging data, the RTT records. What does RTT stand for?
Depends on who you ask from Verizon, either range to tower or round trip time.
Have you ever heard real-time tool?
I have.
Okay, so that's the RTT has several acronyms, but real-time tool is one of them, correct?
Yes.
The RTT data is what you earlier described as a ranging data or access distance, correct?
I didn't use the term access distance. I know that Verizon may, but I said ranging.
So it's just in common vernacular, it's the distance from the tower or from the antenna to where the signal is going, correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you see the column on that document called cross duration sex, right? Procedure duration sex.
I do.
What does that mean?
That is the amount of time in which this communication occurred.
Okay. Am I correct in understanding that the length of time for the RTT event is calculated in seconds, correct?
It is.
All right. Do you see the row in the exhibit that indicates the time 5:18 a.m.?
Yes.
And do you see a column that's labeled procedure start time?
Yes.
And right next to it, there's a procedure end time, correct?
Yes.
Are those the start times and the end times that you earlier testified to in front of the jury about the event in question at 5:18 a.m. or thereabouts, the start of the interaction or the communication with the device and the end of the communication with the device?
Yes.
When you say communication with the device, what does that mean?
Not
What are
all
you
of this
referring
that we're
to?
hearing right now.
Phone call,
Oh, good night,
text?
Dr. Bob. Good night. Please send all of my best wishes to your wife. Thank you for being here. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Good night. So here he is laying all the foundation for the speed of light phone thing. So we're getting there.
Something?
We don't know. As I testified to, the ranging reports will create entries even unbeknownst to the user. So I have no information with this record before me about what the user was or was not doing with the phone.
But your testimony is that those two arcs that we saw, those respective arcs that we saw, your testimony is that this RTT data, in your view, establishes that she was on the device, not she, but the device was on the first arc at the start time, and it was on the second arc at the end time.
I'm going off the ranging that they give me.
And then you created those two arcs. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what the definition of those two arcs are in your map.
The definition comes from the first distance and last distance, which is denoted on this exhibit you have in front of me here.
Okay, and the first distance is what?
0.82 miles.
Okay, and the second distance is, from memory, I think it's 0.97?
Correct.
All right. That's a difference of what? We do the math.
1.5 miles.
0.15 miles, correct?
Excuse me, yes.
Okay. And do you see the procedural duration column indicated on that document?
I do.
Okay. And the procedure duration column indicates 0, doesn't it?
Yes.
However, if we look very closely at the start time and the end time, they're not actually the same times, are they?
Correct.
There's a difference in those two times. Can you tell the jurors what that difference is?
It is 4 thousandths of a second.
0.004 seconds, correct?
Yes.
And you testified that you believe that the start and end distances for the RTT event in question indicate two different locations for that device. In other words, the start time, it was on the first arc. The end time, it was on the second arc. You don't know where on the arc, but somewhere on those two arcs.
Using the ranging data, I created a map,
I
and
understand.
that's what I did.
Okay. And so the device would have moved from the first arc to the second arc, correct?
Yes.
Right. You're familiar with, obviously, the formula to determine speed using distance and time, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you calculate for us the speed that the device would have traveled to go from the first arc to the second arc over a distance of 0.15 miles in 0.004 of a second?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. Let me see if I can help. So speed is calculated as distance divided by time, right?
Yes.
If you divide 0.15 miles by 0.004 of a second, you come up with 37.5 miles per second. Would you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you do the calculation in your head?
No, sir.
Do you need a calculator?
I would.
Let me ask you, so you don't have to sit there with a cell phone in front of you, let me ask you if you would agree with this, that 0.15 divided by 0.004 is 37.5.
I will say, this part here.
I'd have to write it out. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
If you
So, Kidsmith is making a good point. This is something that AJ was expecting with Trooper Paul, and so he got Trooper Paul. Yeah. Also, this part right here might be something that I know Dr. Bob is in bed because he's doing the right thing. Yay. Good job. Yay. Happy wife, happy life. But this might be a part that if we, tomorrow when we're doing Verdict Watch and we're doing a recap, we could watch this little part again with him because he was a physics teacher. So that he can weigh in on all this too, because, the physics of it all is a bit out of my wheelhouse. As
had a calculator in front of you, could you do it?
I could.
You don't have your cell phone with you.
I do not.
With the court's permission, I've got mine right here. I can turn it on. Or my co-counsel has one.
How about, can you use Madam Court Reporter's cell phone and do that? She's closest.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could divide 0.15 by 0.004, let me know what you come up with.
37.5.
So that would be, given the fact that the distance, as calculated, as indicated on that record, the distance is 0.15 miles over the course of 0.004 seconds, right?
No, I would push back as to when the distance was being created. That's the first distance and last distance.
Correct. What you indicated was the cell phone or the device was on the first arc during the first time, and the start time, and on the second arc at the end time. All I'm asking is some basic math. So you would agree that if the calculation we just did, or you just did, is 0.15 miles divided by 0.004 of a second, that is 37.5 miles per second, to stay consistent, miles per second, correct?
Well, I don't agree with the premise of the question. So
You don't have to agree with the premise of the question. I'm asking you about the math.
Oh, the math is correct, yes.
The math is correct, right? It's miles per second, correct?
Yes.
Based on that calculation. In order to get to miles per minute, you multiply it by 60, correct?
Yes.
Can you do that for me, please?
The question again, sir, I'm sorry?
Yes. Multiplying 37.5 times 60 would give us miles per minute. What is that number?
2,250.
And if we wanted to go to miles per hour, which we're more familiar with, multiply it by 60 again, wouldn't you? And what's that number?
1,035,000. Excuse me, sorry. 135,000.
135,000 miles per hour, correct?
Yes.
So you would agree if the premise is moving from the arc, the first arc, moving 0.15 miles to the second arc over the course of 0.004 seconds, the device would have to be traveling 135,000 miles per hour, correct?
In your question, you said 1.5 miles travel. It's 0.15 miles. You corrected me. I'm going to throw it back at you, sir.
Fair enough, fair enough.
All right.
0.15 miles over the course of 0.004 seconds, the device would have to be traveling 135,000 miles per hour. It's basic math, correct?
While I agree with that, I would push back. That's probably not what the record is indicating.
You would agree that that is physically impossible, correct?
For a cell phone, yes.
Right. And you would also agree that since that's impossible, you're not suggesting to this jury that the device moved from arc 1 to arc 2 in 0.004 of a second. That can't be what you're suggesting.
I'm not suggesting that.
Okay. In fact, what actually makes more sense is that the signal was moving to and from the device at light speed, 186,000 miles per second.
It does. Radio
waves move it at what?
Speed of light.
Speed of light, 186,000 miles per second, right?
Yes.
Okay. If, as you indicated on direct examination, if that return signal, the bounce, is in any way refracted, it takes a deviation. And it's not straight because of something like, I don't know, weather, precipitation, or snow, then it would take longer to get back to the intent, correct?
That's fair.
And that could be what's reflected in that map and the distance of the two arcs. Isn't that correct?
That's not my experience with these records.
But you do agree that, in fact, the device, as you indicated earlier, moved from arc 1 to arc 2 from the start time to the end time. That's impossible.
No, I'm saying that the records reflect that the first time the distance was created, marked, and the second time the distance was marked, that's what's represented on the map.
Right, but you said that those are reflective of the start time and the end time, which is 0.004 of a second apart.
No, I don't know that's when these distances were created. It doesn't say start of procedure distance. It says first distance, last distance.
Actually, it says procedure start time, 5:18 and 19 seconds, 0.154. Right?
Yes.
Procedure
I
end
don't
time,
like
5:18,
over my head.
19 seconds.
The procedure start time, procedure end. I mean, it seems like the two of them know what they're talking about, but I don't know how many other people are following it. Are y'all following it? It's just a bit too. There's not been much like explanation as to what the fuck they're talking about with this.
Seconds,
My opinion.
0.158, right?
Yes.
That's the difference. May I approach
Right.
one more time?
Yes.
That's the difference, and that's the 0.004 of a second difference, correct?
Yes.
And on direct examination, you said the
Like, what
start
am I
time
saying?
and
Like,
the
how to
end.
say it? Here's how I feel about this. I feel like they're having kind of their own private conversation, trying to get to the answer here, right? Of like, it's like they're having their own private conversation is kind of how I feel about this. And they're not really thinking about us or the jury. Now that they should be thinking about us. Does that make sense though? Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm glad it's not just me. Yeah. Like it's like they're not really trying to get the jury to understand it. It's like they're trying to get to the answer that then they can use for something else. Yeah. Okay. God, it's not just me. I feel better now. Yeah.
Time are how you calculated the two
Yeah.
different arcs.
No.
Correct?
No.
You're
They're
changing
still trying to
testimony?
get to
No.
the
On the map says first and last, as reflected in the record, first distance and last distance. So one could hold the map and this record next to each other and figure out how I determined those locations depicted on the map. It doesn't say start and end time. It says first and last.
Right. But you said that it was the beginning of the communication and the end of the
I will
communication.
say,
Which are both reflected on that document, Lieutenant.
as they continue
Yes.
to have their own
And the
conversation,
end time. I understand what you're saying about the distance.
they're still arguing about it.
Nobody's arguing about it. You're saying,
guys are
you said
arguing
on
about
direct
it.
examination that the
What I was just going to
distance
say is,
was-
at least this is a good moment for us to just appreciate that even really great
the first arc
attorneys,
occurred and what time
might-
the second arc occurred. And there was a distance.
still,
between
everybody has
them.
their
And
flaws,
your
I guess.
testimony was the device
Everyone has
moved
their flaws.
From the first arc to the second.
And this was not
To the center,
Jackson's
right?
best
I'm
moment.
saying the device moved from the first arc to the second arc, yes.
And it would be impossible to do that in 4,000 of a second, correct?
A cell phone, yes.
You did one last issue, and I'm gonna deviate from the cell tower stuff.
Oh, God.
You got information during the course of your investigation that eyewitnesses or an eyewitness placed a Ford Edge
You know, I'm wondering
in
if
front
that's,
of 34
did you look at the jury and realize they were like glazed over, and then that's why I wonder if that's why he pivoted. That would make sense. There you go.
Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022, correct?
I'm familiar with that.
As the supervising investigator, by the way, you were familiar with the fact that the eyewitness, placed that Ford Edge sorry, let's see if I can start that over. The eyewitness indicated that the Ford Edge was placed there sometime between 2:30 in the morning and 3:30 in the morning, correct?
I'm familiar with that.
All right. As the supervising investigator, did you do anything to investigate the circumstances of that Ford Edge being placed in front of 34 Fairview sometime between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning?
Yes.
What did you do?
Well, we determined the veracity of that statement, and we want to make sure that the person who gave it is consistent and accurate and had a good vantage point of it. I have concerns about.
By the way,
Oh,
are you satisfied with that?
no.
Why not?
Well, the person has given the statement multiple times, and it appears to have changed over those times. It also appears that the person observed this vehicle from a distance, and also the identification of a Ford Edge seemed highly suggestive the way that I had read the account of it. If I had done that as a police officer, this court would throw out that identification.
So, did you find out anybody in the Albert family, for instance, on the Ford Edge?
I don't recall off the top of my head if somebody.
Did you look at automobile registration records?
I did not know.
Did you task anybody else to look at automobile registration records?
I believe Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Mechanic had investigated that.
And do you have any idea what that investigation revealed?
I don't.
Did the Alberts own a Ford Edge?
I don't know as I sit here.
They did own a Ford Edge, didn't they?
Objection.
So the objection is sustained.
But nothing was done further that you're aware of to investigate the circumstances of that Ford Edge being seen, be placed in front of 34 Fairview, right where the body was found.
Here's the other thing I appreciate about Tully. Notice that on direct and cross, he's very consistent. I appreciate he's just answering the question. Have y'all noticed there's no narrative, there's no fluff. He's not, even when he has an opportunity, like I was just noticing this part about talking about Lucky, like he could have actually tried, he had every opportunity there to really try to discredit that witness ahead of time, right? But he didn't do it. And same thing whenever he's asked a question where he could try to use it to build up his agency, he doesn't do it. He doesn't, he's just doing a really good job of just answering the question without putting a lot of spin on it, if that makes sense. So Fender's saying some of his answers are so weaselly that everything else seems shady. Are you referring to Tully? Oh, he knew he wasn't going to get the answer he wanted. I don't remember which question that's in reference to. Was that in reference to, God, I'm just turning into Lolly. That's what's happening. Was that in reference to Lucky? Yeah, I don't know. I just, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I guess the weasel bar has just been shifted so much through this trial with the level of weaseling, right? That I didn't even notice any weaseling. Again, it's like I had to set my weasel tolerance to a higher standard just to get through this. You know what I mean? Okay. Right. Gotcha. Yes. Moving on to Lucky. Right. Yes. Right. Okay. Well, yeah. So I see that's what you were talking about there. That makes sense. Yeah. That's why. I mean, I think he also, absolutely, that's accurate. I think he also probably could have looked at the jury and been like, eh. But yeah, no, definitely. He wasn't getting the answer he wanted. That's for sure.
Between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning, right?
An investigation into the reliability of that witness was conducted.
So you just decided, and that investigation
Yeah. I would
was,
agree.
I didn't believe him. Right?
No.
Right.
That's all I have.
And that's the
Lally,
thing.
anything?
It's like enabling is terrible, but like again, in this trial, it's all relative, really, right? He's like the least worst, I would say.
Just briefly.
So as far as
Oh boy.
that last line of questioning, as far as the witness in the Ford Edge, you mentioned that there were several different stories, correct?
Yes.
Several different versions of the statement.
Yes.
And what were those different versions?
The first was that this person saw a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview. The next one that I can recall is that the person stated that they were not on Fairview, but on Cedar Crest, some distance away, looking at this vehicle in a blizzard. The person also self-reported that he was colorblind, and he was operating a larger motor vehicle. The third story was a concern about the time. The third story was, as he arrived, the Canton police had the street blocked off at about 4 a.m. And he places this Ford Edge outside the residence at a time before that. So we know through our investigation that the Canton police didn't arrive till shortly after 6 a.m. So the witnesses' times are off as well.
As far as the, what you termed as a highly suggestive ID with the Ford Edge, can you explain what you mean by that?
As I read the report, the investigator had asked the person, first a question, they stated that there was a vehicle in front of 34 Fairview Road. The witness was then brought outside, and the investigator allegedly pointed to a motor vehicle that was in a parking lot, and it said, "Is that it?" And the witness said, "Yes, that's it." And so it's suggestive in the fact that it would be a single photo identification, which, you know, as a police officer, I would not give somebody one thing and be suggestive, "Is this it?" Because as the courts have ruled, that's highly suggestive, and the person's more likely to adopt that description of whatever they're describing, opposed to if you use other methods.
Now, when you were being asked on cross-examination about certain distances from the house at 34 Fairview to the area where you had recovered items, repeatedly you had been asked about a distance of 30 feet, correct?
I did.
From the items that you recovered and the area that was described to you as where Mr. O'Keefe's body was located shortly after 6 a.m., is that 30 feet from the house?
No, where the items were a little further on the edge of the property, so it'd be closer to 40 or 50 feet.
And as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was located with reference to the curb, with reference to the street, how close was that?
Question.
From the curb, reports was about 10 feet from the curb.
And so the evidence was, how close was that?
From 50 feet.
And as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was located with reference to the curb, with reference to the street, how close was that?
From the curb, reports was about 10 feet from the curb.
And so the evidence was a lot closer to the roadway, a lot closer to the curb than it was to the house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained is default.
As far as what, if anything, did you find significant between the location of the evidence in relation to
It's like Lolly's having his own contest with himself, if he can out-Lolly himself.
and Mr. O'Keefe in relation to the roadway versus in relation to the house?
The pieces of evidence were physically on the roadway, on the pavement, or the curb.
Just one question as it applies to the Sally Port video from the Canton Police Department. Are you aware of sort of how those videos were recorded as far as when they stopped, when they started?
Not off the top of my head, no. But the ones we have in possession, no.
As far as, and I'm sorry, let me ask the question probably a little more succinctly, but with reference to, are you familiar at all with the camera system at the Canton Police Station?
Vaguely, yes.
As far as, do you know whether or not it's motion activated?
The Canton IT director stated that it was motion.
Yeah. So the objection is sustained.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask it with, are you aware that the cameras are motion activated?
Objection.
As to form, it's sustained.
What, if anything, are you aware as to how the cameras report?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
New approach.
Okay.
Now, Lieutenant, when it came to the Sally Port video, at some point you did review them to some extent.
Yes.
Now, over the course of your review, what, if anything, did you note in reference to time? Was it sort of one long consistent, or did it jump?
It jumped.
And based on that, what, if any, conclusions did you draw as to how that video recorded?
It appeared to be motion activated. As these jumps occurred, it appeared to be triggered by motion.
Now, you were asked some questions about speed and distance traveled. And you indicated that you did not agree with the premise of Mr. Jackson's question, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what it was about the premise or what it was that you did not agree with?
So while I agree it would be impossible for the phone to travel at that distance, I disagree with the premise that the procedure that was being captured here and the distances may not be at the same time. So there may be the distance could have preceded the procedure, and the end distance could have been after the procedure.
Right.
There are other ways to capture that information. Again, all I'm doing, and I'm at the mercy of the records, is illustrating them. I then take the next step in order to corroborate.
Like, I still don't understand the heart of the issue with the phone thing, even when he explains it. But whatever, like, you know, I don't know. Like, maybe tomorrow Dr. Bob can explain to us what the hell they're talking about.
That information,
I know, right?
ideally through video and other location-based information.
When Elaine goes, I'm trying, Your Honor, I just die every time.
In relation to speed, is that something that you've done in other cases with call detail records?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you weren't able to do it here or didn't do it here. Can you explain why not?
By speed, do you mean route of travel or? So if I have a more robust set of records, so again, we're at
what happened there is Lally asked a really dumb question. It was a question that, in my mind, it's like his response, Tully's response to that was like, you're like, there was something wrong about the way, there was something wrong in that question, and Tully's basically correcting him, like the way he used the word speed.
Mercy of Verizon here, we only got a limited number of records from the ranging data. With other cases, if the phone is much more chatty with the antenna, if there's more lines of communication, I've seen lines of communication as frequent as every couple of seconds or less than a couple of seconds. As I map those out, I can make more of a determination of maybe the route of travel of the cell phone. So as I put the first arc, I'll then place the second arc on a map and say to myself, how could a handset get from the first arc to the second arc? And I'll have a number of possibilities. I will then lay out the third arc. Okay, how could a phone get from the second arc to the third arc, and repeat that process, narrowing down the different possibilities. And oftentimes I'm able to determine the route of travel, send investigators down to that route, and we find corroborating information.
And again, why was it that you weren't able to do that with this information that you received from Verizon in this case?
We received a limited number of entries on this record.
And what, if any, relationship does that have to sort of the area or the geographic location as far as the town of Canton is concerned and the number of antennas they have?
Well, as respective to the number of records, it's a larger area the cell phone could potentially be.
So in no way in your testimony, in your slides or anything else, are you suggesting that the device or the handset or the defendant's cell phone was traveling at that speed, correct?
Correct.
And so from your review of the call detail records and from your mapping from those various timeframes contained within the slides were presented to the jury, what, if anything, can you say from that material in reference to the other evidence collected as to the location of the defendant's cell phone during those relevant time periods?
Well, relevant, I'll zero in at 518. I would suggest that the defendant, her vehicle, and the cell phone were on Washington Street outside of Temple Beth Abraham at that time. That's one thing that I would be comfortable suggesting.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further on.
Jackson?
Very briefly, when you created the arcs on your map, you also put on the map 5:18 a.m., correct?
Yes,
Where'd you get that number?
from the procedure start and end time.
So you did use the procedure start time and end time.
Back to that.
To denote the time, but not,
Again.
yeah, to denote the time on the slide, yes.
The event, correct?
Yes.
All right, so the 5:18-19, I'm sorry, 5:18 and 19 seconds, and then, I don't have it in front of me, but .154, I think. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that you used to establish that the device was on the first arc, correct?
No, I didn't use it to establish the arc. I used the distance to establish the arc, and I placed the time on the slide.
What time, Lieutenant Tully?
5:18.
The time that Verizon gave you as the start time, correct?
Yes, they're both 5:18.
So there's a start time and a start distance from the tower. In other words, the event took place at this distance at this time starting, correct?
No, you're using the wrong words. It says first distance.
I'm not using the wrong words.
Yes, sir. You said start distance. It's first distance.
Okay, fine. Okay, pick the words. First distance. Start time and first distance, correct?
Yes,
Then
those are on the record.
Okay.
Then
Jackson-
Verizon gives you an
here's the
in
thing.
time.
Jackson seems to think this is really important. Dude, yeah, we're almost done, Fender. Don't worry. Ask that question Friday. So, wow, that's crazy, Fender. Yeah. Right. I know. That's wild. That is wild. Good point, guys. It is insane. It's really insane. So the next witness is, I don't remember their name. There's a couple, so we're gonna have a couple back to back that do DNA. And when I say they're back to back, like literally I edited it to that. It's just like their name, what their job title is, and what their findings were. Like, in other words, they test the hair, they test the taillight, that type of shit. So they're real quick. Like, we're talking 1 or 2 minutes a piece on them for the edited version. Because Lally asks all of them the same questions. Like, they all work at like the same lab. And by the end of the last one that works at the lab, we're like, we already know everything about the lab, but he asks the same questions. Just like he did with like the high tops and shit, right? Basketball game, all that. Anyway, so they're going to be real quick. And then we have the cell phone forensics expert girl lady. And again, I've edited that just to get to her biggest points, and then it's Trooper Paul. So, but we're almost done with Tully. So then we have those couple ones back to back, and then we're Trooper Paul. So the majority of the rest of this recap is Trooper Paul. There was no cross. Correct. There was no cross on any of those. There was a short cross on the cell phone lady, and with the DNA people though before her, there's no cross. And so it's going to be real quick.
Correct?
Yes.
And last distance.
Oh.
Correct? Yes. And you created your arc based on the start time and first distance.
Right.
Versus the end time and last distance.
Okay, thank
Correct?
you. I'd forgotten about that.
No, the time weren't associated.
You're saying no.
I
is
forgot
because
about that. That's so
required
crazy.
the device to travel at 135,000 miles an hour.
She was,
Objection. If the witness could please answer the question.
bless your heart, Kitsmits. That was weeks ago, Kitsmits, the one who failed her proficiency exam. I remember her name. That was Maureen Hartnett. She was weeks ago. No, this is the people who, so she was the one like collecting the hair, whatever. This is the lab where it was sent. Like, it's weird because so much time has elapsed in between. It would have made more sense if we heard from the people who collected it and then the people who tested it, but that's not what happened. So now we're getting to the testing people from, it's like a third party lab situation. They're not law enforcement.
Let him finish.
Okay, sure.
And then the objection to that is sustained. You can ask it differently.
Go ahead.
The times were not part of the depiction of the range. While I will suggest to you that it is probably unbelievable that those are actually start and end times. What I'm saying is we don't know for certainty that that is the exact time, the first distance and the last distance. I'd have to look back at the records, but I also say that we have corroborating evidence to say that that is accurate.
So you'd have to look back at the records, correct?
Yes,
That is your record.
No,
That's what you looked at, isn't it?
the record's key.
And where's the record's key?
They were provided by Verizon.
Where are they, sir?
I don't have them in front of me.
Right. That's all.
Okay.
May we?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yep, it's Nicholas Bradford, Bradford.
Now, with reference to your work as a DNA analyst, can you describe, just in general terms for the jury, what it is that you do in reference? What is it that you do in reference to your work as a DNA analyst?
Yes, so we take in evidence that's submitted to us.
Y'all, that
We
question,
process it through
I think there's some questions of Lolly's I leave in because they're so bad. That might have been one of them. Let me back that up again. They're just exceptionally bad. Let's just see.
in evidence that's submitted to us.
Hold on, sorry.
And where's the record's key? That's all.
Okay.
May we? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yep, it's Nicholas Bradford, Bradford.
Now, with reference to your work as a DNA analyst, can you describe, just in general terms for the jury, what it is that you do in reference? What is it that you do in reference to your work as a DNA analyst?
Yes, so
That question could have been just said, so what do you do as a DNA analyst? Like, or what? Like, it's just amazing.
we take in evidence that's submitted to us. We process it through the DNA processing. So there are 4 basic steps to DNA. There's extraction. So that's where we separate out the DNA. And then there's quantification, and that is basically just us determining how much DNA we have to work with. The next step is amplification. So depending on the case and the different processes that we're going to use, we're targeting a number of different locations in the genome, and we're going to make millions of copies of each of those locations. And in each one of those copies, there's a little fluorescent tag that we can then detect in the detection step, and that's the 4th step. And then that from there, we have the DNA profile for that sample.
Now, what is DNA?
So DNA is essentially the blueprint for a living thing. It's in most of our cells, and it's unique to an individual with the exception of identical twins.
At some point in January of 2024, did you receive a particular assignment in regard to DNA analysis from a number of items that you received from Massachusetts?
Yes.
So there were a number of items that you received. If you could identify them for the jury, what you received and specifically sort of what you looked at.
Yes, so we received an apparent hair. We received an extract from a taillight from a vehicle, and we received 2 reference samples from 2 troopers from the Massachusetts State Police.
With reference to the RO3 and RO4, those were vehicle samples, is that correct?
Yes.
And RO3 specifically, as far as the agency description, what, if anything, was provided as far as that?
For RO3, that was the buccal swab from Yuri Begetic.
And as far as RO4?
That was the buccal swab from Michael Proctor.
And just to be clear, as far as the EO2 that you were talking about, as far as the extract that you had received, what was the agency description on that extract?
So that was the sample from passenger side taillight with the same registration number, and that was labeled as an extract. Now,
as far as the profile from the extract that you received, as far as EO2, from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle, what, if anything, were you able to determine based on your analysis and SDR processing of that?
Yes, so we determined that it was consistent with a mixture of 3 individuals, including at least 1 male contributor.
Now, with regard to the sample, the vehicle sample attributed from Yuri Begetic, did you run that for a comparison as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were your findings in relation to your analysis of that?
So in that case, assuming a mixture of 3 individuals, the DNA profile obtained is at least 46 million times more likely to be observed if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals than if from Yuri Begetic and 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. So that sounds confusing given what I just said. So the verbal qualifier for that would be very strong support for exclusion.
I'm sorry, very strong support for exclusion, is that correct?
Correct.
And then similarly, as you were testifying, what, if anything, did you find from your analysis comparison of
one
the
is that
sample
good
DNA
night,
profile?
good night, DSN. Love you guys. Love you, DSN. Love you guys as well. But see you tomorrow. So the point of this part too, shout out to DSN, is he's just trying to. Here's what the deal is here, right? So the taillight was swabbed, and what he's saying is that they found the blood on the taillight or whatever matched John O'Keefe and excluded Yuri Buchanan and Trooper Proctor. That's kind of what the point is here.
Yes. So in that case, assuming a mixture of 3 individuals, it is at least 76,000 times more likely to be observed from 3 unknown unrelated individuals than if from Michael Proctor and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. So that would be strong support for exclusion.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but your findings with regard to the 3 samples is strong inclusion or strong support for inclusion of John O'Keefe, is that correct?
It would be very strong support for inclusion.
And strong support for exclusion of both Yuri Buchanan and Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay,
We have no questions.
great. Go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
Charge.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Sure. My name is Tess Chart, Chart.
Incredible.
And Ms. Char, what do you do for work?
I'm a forensic DNA analyst at Bodhi Technology.
With regard to the hair sample EO1, were you able to obtain a
This was the hair
mitochondrial DNA
found on the
profile for the hair?
We were.
And with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's sample, were you also able to obtain a mitochondrial DNA profile from Mr. O'Keefe's sample?
Yes, we were.
Now, as far as for comparison purposes, what, if anything, did you look at, and what, if any, comparison or opinions or conclusions did you draw from that comparative analysis?
Sure. I can state directly from my report if that's all right.
Okay.
So the mitochondrial DNA profile that was obtained from the sample, the hair sample, was consistent with the mitochondrial DNA profile obtained from John O'Keefe. So therefore, John O'Keefe cannot be excluded as a possible contributor of that hair.
And so, again, as far as your opinion or conclusions based on the comparison, is that the mitochondrial DNA profile from the hair sample was consistent with the mitochondrial DNA profile from Mr. O'Keefe's sample, correct?
Correct.
And that's with a 95% confidence, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's the exclusion of at least 99.895% of the population of the United States, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, ma'am. I have nothing further.
We have no questions, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yeah, my name is Andre Porto,
I know.
last name spelled Porto.
Oh, was it Tess?
what do
I
you do
thought
for
it was
work?
Tess.
I'm a forensic scientist too at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
Sorry, guys.
With reference to yourself personally, sir, in regard to your casework, in regard to your training, are you familiar with the term proficiency testing?
Yes.
Oh yeah, that
Can
was
you explain to
another.
the jury what that is, and
This was another really good question by Lally. By good, I mean terrible. Let's just hear that again.
Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
with reference to yourself personally, sir, in regard to your casework, in regard to your training, are you familiar with the term proficiency testing?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and sort of how often and what consists of the proficiency testing that you run?
Yeah, so a proficiency test is given on a semi-annual basis, so twice a year, by an outside agency, and we don't know what the results are, and we treat it as a regular case. So we take it through the regular DNA processing, and we have to pass that proficiency test to show that we maintain our competency in whatever work that we are doing in casework.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the fifth report that you issued in this case, DNA testing report number 5. And does that sort of contain the totality of the items that you analyzed in this particular case?
It does.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to an item labeled as number 3-2.1.1. And what is the description for that particular item, sir?
That is a sample from exterior of broken drinking glass.
Okay, so now here's the
And
broken drinking.
with reference, were you able to generate a DNA profile from the swab or the sampling from that item?
Yes.
And what, if any, comparison were you able to do in regard to the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, so the sample was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, and the DNA profile for this item is at least 530 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
And so the sample from the exterior of the broken drinking glass is at least 530 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Legal?
No questions. Thank you. Real quick, before this day starts, let me just say real quick. So here's what's interesting about that. So those witnesses would have done better. It would have been better if they had presented this directly after, like, okay, so for example, they started with the taillight, right? The blood on the taillight, right? Like after they showed the crime lab people, remember like Maureen Hartnett and then Mix Valier and all them, like from like years ago. Like if they had done those people and then brought in these guys from Bodie Labs with like, and then did them with like grouped by the evidence or whatever, like back to back, it would have made a lot more sense because we saw because what happened in this trial that made it difficult was like we saw all the shit about the taillight, the pieces of plastic. We saw all the shit about the hair, right? The hair on the car and the broken glass. Is it glass? Is it plastic? Blah, blah. And everyone's asking, so wait, did it end up getting tested? Like, what were the DNA results? What were the testing results, right? Because we know that it was tested, but then we didn't know the results. Well, now these are the results. But the problem here, I think, is that it's so far removed from when we were asking those questions that people just had moved on. And like and including myself, right? It's like, wow, didn't we settle this a long time ago? Well, we hadn't. It's just such a mess, like in terms of the order of witnesses. Now, here's the other thing. I still keep seeing people and hearing people asking questions in relation to this trial of like, oh, did they ever test this? What was the result of this? And I think this is part of the trouble is that by the time they got around to these witnesses, people forgot what the questions were. And then also, like, Lally just took forever with these witnesses when they could have been really quick, like the way that I edited them to make them quick. But he didn't do that. He went on and on and on with each of them with just like the same fucking questions. And then the answers were lost. Because I still hear people asking, like, so yeah, this was there was no blood on this, or this was negative for blah. But so I wanted to just summarize their findings so that we can be, again, purveyors of truth and fact and not spreading misinformation. Not that we would, but in other words, whenever we hear people asking these questions, we can answer them. Because I think the thing is these answers were lost with these witnesses. Because on this day in trial, there were a lot of witnesses. But again, when it came to these DNA people, they were on the stand for way longer than necessary to where the answers were lost. So here's what I wanted to just reiterate, that when it comes to the taillight, the blood on the taillight was tested for John O'Keefe, Yuri Buchanan, and Trooper Proctor. The expert dude said, and again, this is from Bodie Labs, so it's not Massachusetts State Police. It was positive for John O'Keefe and negative for Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan. Okay. Then next up after that, we had the hair. The hair was confirmed to be a hair from John O'Keefe. Again, to me, it doesn't really mean anything because we know that they were riding in the same car, but whatever. And then after that, then we had the drinking glass, the broken drinking glass. And that was confirmed John O'Keefe. So that's what we got out of that. Oh, there was DNA, but not blood. Interesting. Okay. I guess I assumed it was blood. Did I assume it was blood? Interesting. Oh, it involves pretrial info. That's very fascinating. Okay. That's good to know. Okay. Right. Okay. Right. See, that makes sense because again, in my mind, I'm like, yeah, I don't remember them saying blood, but like, it's a logical assumption to make, right? But yeah, it wasn't. What would have been helpful here? There was no cross. And I don't know what the pretrial stuff is. And I don't want to know. I'm just going to go ahead and say that where we would have maybe learned this more would be on cross if they had crossed these witnesses, which they didn't cross any of them. Had there been cross, for example, with the dude about the taillight, he could have been like, okay, well, was this blood? What was the DNA? What source? Was it blood or was it something else? And then we could have learned. And there was no cross. So in my mind, I guess my mind filled in the gaps, right? Essentially. So I wonder if that's something the jury's going to notice or care about. I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, well, now I want to know what the DNA source was, but right, of course, right, and that, like, I say the same thing. Like, of course, the DNA is there. You lived with it, but again, but that statement is skipping over the fact that we don't know what the DNA source is. Like, we should know that, right? Like, if it's not blood, if I were the defense, I would be trying to make sure the jury is clear on that, right? That it wasn't blood. Just because that, to me, that matters, right? Like, yeah, again, it's common sense that his DNA would be everywhere. I think the more important thing, again, I'm reiterating it for myself also, but the more important thing is, like, just to remind the jury, right? This didn't come from blood. So on the taillight, if that's not what it came. If it didn't come from blood, it didn't come from blood, and that just needs to be clear, I feel like. Anywho, all right. So now we're on to the next day. Now here, I just wanted to remind you guys what was happening in time. On to the next day. This was the day where in the morning, they accidentally caught a juror on camera and there's a whole kerfuffle. And the day got started late, and then they were like, they cut the cameras initially. And so this is where the first witness came on, and it was the cell phone lady. And the first part of her testimony wasn't even caught at all because they were still trying to figure out what was happening. And then initially the court was like audio only. And then they were like, okay, you can use video, but it has to be only this one camera from this one particular terrible angle. And, like, in other words, what you're going to see is that this starts not at the very beginning of her testimony, which is probably fine because I'm sure Lally just lollygaggled. It actually, that where it's the court feed starts is actually at a part where it's relevant. So that's good. That's good. But it's going to go from, like, it's going to look weird. It's going to go from, and that's just how it was. It's going to go from the audio only to then it's going to show her, but it's going to be like a weird camera angle. And then it's like going to show her in a different angle. And then it's going to be like normal again. Anyway, so you guys will probably remember when you see, but yeah, that's what was happening. So we're going to go on to this cell phone lady, and then it's Trooper Paul.
And so the sample from the exterior of the broken drinking glass is at least 530 non-million times
DNA,
more
right,
likely
okay.
if it originated from John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Little? No questions. Thank you. Fender, you're just in time for the cell phone lady.
Ascertain or the question that you were trying to answer.
This is where the court started.
So in looking at that analysis, I was focused specifically on the data that took place on January 29th. So the first thing I did was I limited my search within those tools to that period. And I looked at the artifacts that they were parsing pertaining to...
Okay, I'm going to add again. Remember, so this is what after they had just caught the juror on camera. So this was all weird. And then eventually they let the cameras back. But she was on the stand for a long time. She was very knowledgeable, and she got very excited and liked talking about what she did, which is great. But there's times where she would go on and on about how this artifact worked and this nothing, and then she would at the end of that she would be like, "But that's not actually relevant here in this case," which was interesting because it seemed like, well, then why are you? There were times where it seemed like she was just trying to educate people, just to educate them, which, like, I'm all for education, but like in a trial, it needs to be relevant. But the problem was, like, I think it wasn't clear if it was relevant or not until she would get to the end of her big long spiel, and then she'd be like, but that didn't happen here. And it's like, well, then, I don't know. So I went through her testimony with a fine-tooth comb essentially and tried to just pull out the parts that were specifically relevant to this Hoslong. So I think in the end this is distilled pretty well. So
Safari history, as Safari was the browser that had been in use at that time.
In addition to looking at those materials as far as those searches were concerned, what, if anything else, were you looking at regarding that data with respect to deletion?
I didn't hear the last word. With respect to?
Deletion?
Deletion. I apologize. Thank you. Yeah, so one of the things that was asked, one of the things that was actually in the affidavit from Richard Green was that it was stated that there was belief that one of the search terms had been deleted. So I was specifically looking at that search term to see what the reason was for the suspicion of deletion. There is The tools denote things based on how they are running as an automatic process. The tools are designed to parse through large amounts of data to make it easier. So the tools will often flag certain data as recovered. And sometimes there is confusion between what recovery and deletion means. That actually was the subject of the paper I referenced earlier that I co-authored. And the tools are sometimes misinterpreted that that statement of recovery means deletion. So I was exploring that.
Now, you mentioned specifically there were 2 searches of interest that you were exploring. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what were those 2 searches, and what, if any, information did you have in relation to those?
I had the information from the 2 reports that had been written in terms of what they found. And the 2 search terms, one was HOS, H-O-S, long to die in cold, and the other one was how long T-I, die in CLKD.
Now, you used a term in there as far as a wall or a write-ahead log file. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you please explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training experience?
Absolutely. This is a really interesting data structure, the way it works. So the way SQLite databases work is the data before being committed to the database, which is almost like an Excel spreadsheet if you think about that. Each table is like a page on an Excel spreadsheet. The data before going there goes kind of to almost like a text file, like if you were to have a doc, of writing all the changes that need to happen to that Excel spreadsheet. And they're not made to that spreadsheet until it closes. So what happens is as you're doing things, either adding a website by searching for it, or closing a tab or deleting a text message in a SQLite database in general, both things you add are written to that text document or things you delete. So they all hang out there together. So it's any changes that are going to be made since you started using that application until it's closed. Then they change there and then it reopens. And most of you, when you use your phones, you leave the applications up. So because of that, we have a wall file. And so that wall file is going to contain both data that's been.
How can she say that? Like, I actually don't. Like, most of you leave your applications up. I don't. I close out of them when I'm done. I just think it's crazy that she would even say that. Yeah, Lally should have started with the timestamp isn't reliable, then going to, right. Yes. Right. Exactly. Yeah. And I think Fender, I think you were actually asking, was it yesterday? I think you were actually asking a question about this Hoslong search and the digital forensic people. And I think I remember saying like, oh yeah, we're going to get to that soon. So anyway, this is the first of the 2, because there's going to be another guy later, but this is the first of the 2 witnesses dedicated to Jen McCabe.
Requested to be deleted and new data. Now, when I say deleted in this instance, I don't mean like you as a user saying delete this old text message. What I mean when I say deleted in this instance is removed from the database. So when we're talking about something like a Safari tab, deletion from the database can occur because you close the tab. We all open tabs when we use our browsers on our phone, and we all close them. And so closing in that instance would be a deletion in the database, but what that's doing is not a user requesting deletion. So I just want to.
And to that point, as far as, so when you say something has been deleted specifically with reference to the write-ahead log or the wall file, that's not something that's necessarily initiated by the user themselves, correct?
Correct. And I think that's a common misconception, yes. So this first one that you're going to see is, and I'm just going to reference my paper because of the size, is 0227 and 40 a.m. So that's 2 o'clock in the morning, 27 minutes and 40 seconds. And it is a search for the term HOS, long to die in cold. And that a timestamp in this instance is from the browser state.
Yeah, as far as her being like, yeah, we all close out of the apps. I mean, I guess I was commenting on it, not even necessarily that it matters, like that someone should have objected. It was more like it personally annoyed me. That's really all I meant by that.
DB, which is right here. The browser state DB is an artifact that speaks to when tabs are moved. So when you're using your browser and you open different tabs, you may have a search that this time pertains to the time that that tab moved. It could be lots of things. It could be you switch tabs. It could be you close the tab. It could be you minimize the application. Depending on the version of iOS, what can be that browser state of the tab that changes this timestamp differs. But what's very special to know about this timestamp is that that is not the time necessarily of the search. If a browser is opened and a single search is made, those will match. However, as long as that browser hasn't been closed, moved to the background, etc. If that browser has had any activity that happens to that tab in terms of application closing, minimizing, this can update. That is what that timestamp is for. This search term is always going to be the most recent search term in that tab. That means the last item that was opened in that tab was HOS long TI dying cold. We cannot tell by this particular artifact what time that search occurred. It is a high likelihood that that tab was opened at this time because there was another search that occurred at 2:27 in the morning. It was a sports site. I cannot pronounce it. It began with an H. Hockomock Sports. Hockomock. Okay, thank you very much for the pronunciation. Hockomock Sports. There were a couple of searches pertaining to that done immediately after, but it appears that that's when this tab was opened and the first search done there. So this search we know was done by this, and we know that it was the last search in the tab because it comes from this source, the browser state DB. And that means that particular timestamp and search pertains to what has happened with the tab. This search here, this is really interesting. So at 6:22:49 a.m., we have an entry in Cache DB that is specifically, if we dig into this URL, this is an Apple suggested term. So when you use a browser and you start to type a search you've never typed before, the browser tries to help you and say, are you searching for this? So as the user began to type the phrase in the immediate search after, which is how long TI to die in CKLD, this particular suggestion came up, indicating in all likeliness that the search term being typed had not previously been searched, because Apple suggested, instead of a previous search, it suggested how long does it take to digest food. After how long to digest food had been suggested, the user...
I think the other thing that's difficult here is there's exhibits that she's got, but we didn't get to see them because of the issues with the court camera and all that, right? Like initially there was no camera, now we just have this camera angle. This would make a lot more sense, I think, if we were able to see her exhibits. However, having said that, I still think she could be explaining everything she's explaining and do it in a much less wordier way, like with fewer words, and it would just be more impactful because what she's saying actually really matters. And the concept isn't that crazy, right? All she's really, what it boils down to is the timestamp isn't necessarily accurate because it could just be a timestamp of when the tab was moved or put in the background and not necessarily when the search was made. And it's like, that's really kind of long and short of it. But like, and I know obviously you can't just jump to that, but even still what she's explaining here about it making a suggestion about how long to digest food, it's just, I feel like it could be a little bit more concise.
And has a search at that time, 6:23:51, for how long TI die in cold. And that is coming from the mobile Safari plist, the com.apple.mobile Safari plist I mentioned earlier. And the search is also shown in the knowledge CDB. That's commonly what we would expect. We would expect that search to be in both of those, both that plist and that database. If I were timelining this based on activity as opposed to timestamps associated, what I see here is the beginning of a user typing a search, Apple making a suggestion of how long to digest food, The user does not take that suggestion and rather inputs how long TI die in CKLD. They then make a second search of HOS long to die in cold. That search winds up being the last search in the tab, and that is why we see it in the this particular browser state DB. It should be noted that this is in one of those WAW files and not the raw file.
And so as far as sort of towards the top there, and I know we'll get a little more to this in a moment, but as far as that reading at 2:27:40 in the morning, as far as the timestamp associated with the search, why would that timestamp be associated with it if it's searched later on in the morning?
Because that table isn't showing the time of that search, it's showing the state of the database. So it's saying that the last time that tab was touched, moved to the background or foreground, was 2:27 a.m. The website, as you search more websites in the tab, that gets updated. So the current state that this is showing is that it was, the tab was moved to the background or opened or some action for the tab at 2:27 a.m. when the...
Yeah, Fender, I agree. A lot of what she ends up doing is kind of repeating the same thing. Like she just made a really good point that made sense, and she said it in a way that made sense. And then she kept talking, and she's saying something she's already said like 5 times already. So it just, so I agree. Like there's a better way to explain this. But she's very knowledgeable. That's clear. The other thing I will say that's just really funny is like, I know that it's going to be different the way the algorithm works because of how many people have probably searched it. But just to test it out, as I was editing this video, I went to Safari and I just typed into the search bar like at HOS space long. I just typed HOS long to see what it would suggest, because again, we know that she's saying it suggested to Jen McCabe how long to digest food, right? So I typed HOS long, and of course the recommended suggestions from Google are all to die in cold, and they're all the different misspellings. And it's, you know, of course, again, it's all been influenced by the number of people searching it due to this trial, right? But I just thought it was funny because I was like, well, let me just see what happens. Like if you, like, in other words, it's forever changed. Like it used to be before this trial, if you typed HOS long, maybe Google was going to suggest how long to digest food or whatever, right? It's just funny how the impact, right? Because now I wonder how long that will last. Is that permanent? Like until the end of time? If someone types HOS long, is it going to suggest to die in cold with misspellings? I don't know. Interesting. We'll have to test it out. Maybe a year from now or something. Type it in and see what happens if it suggests something different. Interesting. Fender says she got HOS long to boil egg. Oh, on Google app. Okay, that might be different though. So she was using Safari, and I don't know. And honestly, I don't know if it makes a difference what browser you're using. But maybe it does. Does anybody know? Like Firefox versus Safari versus Chrome. I mean, you know, assuming you're doing Google on all of them. Actually, I could personally test that out. I just never thought of it until now.
Hawkmock Sports, I got it right. Hawkmock Sports website was visited. And then once the Hawkmock Sports website was visited, that tab was in continual use. There are other searches and activity that happens. We don't see that happens eventually. This search gets made at 6:23 a.m. This search at 6:24 a.m. That winds up being the last search in the tab.
And that makes sense. I have all of my default search engines set to Google though. But yes, I know normally that would be the case. But I use, I mean, my iPhone uses Safari, and on my computer I use usually Firefox, but to do StreamYard I use Chrome because it seems to work better. But prior to that, I only ever used Firefox on the computer and then Safari on the phone. But I have all of my default search engines set to Google. We should test incognito for each. I'm trying to remember. So would that make a difference? Also, in case you guys didn't see, apparently there's a thing about the Google Incognito thing. I've never used it. I don't even really know what it does, but I saw a thing about how apparently there's a lawsuit, like a class action lawsuit, because they've been like selling data that they collected through it or something. I don't know. Just in case anyone uses it, something you could think about in case Google owes you money.
Because it's the last search in the tab, that's what the final update is and the final status.
You had mentioned earlier in your testimony that you had reviewed both Trooper Greeno's report as well as an affidavit from Mr. Green. Is that?
I think honestly, this probably matters by country in terms of the default. Like, it makes sense to me that Fender, your experience would probably be different. Like, there's probably browsers and stuff that you have that we don't have here. Maybe, I don't know. I know that like, I could see that being the case considering how like technology forward other countries are. And maybe not also like, what's the right word? There's probably more competition, I guess, too. Like versus here, it's like Google, right? Right. And see, Edge goes to Bing. That's correct. It does. And see, on my computer, I don't use Edge, but that's what came installed. And if I accidentally click on Edge, it goes to Bing. And I'm like, fuck, get out of here. But yeah, you're right. That is the same as what I have. Okay, Silicon Valley. Is Silicon Valley still even a thing? By the way, it's a really good show. And for anyone who hasn't seen it, it's a really good show.
Correct.
And with regard to the affidavit from Mr. Green, what, if any, issues of significance did you observe in his analysis?
In Mr. Green's analysis, there is a conclusion that is drawn that a search occurred at 02:47 a.m. on January 29th based on the artifact recovered from Browser State DB that Celebrite parses. And there are two errors with that. The assumption that is the time of the search is a misunderstanding of the Browser State DB artifact, because that artifact is not the time of search, it's the time of movement of the tab, as well as the statement that it was deleted due to the demarcation of Celebrite as recovered.
And based on the totality of your analysis, your testing, and everything that you looked at in this case, what, if any, conclusions did you come to?
My conclusion is that there was a search at 02:47 a.m. for Hawk Sports. That browser was in use, and there were continual searches due through the night. The phone was, I do agree with Mr. Green's findings that the phone was in use at that time at 02:27. Later, the phone a web search is done at 6:23 a.m. For how long, at that moment, Apple produces a suggestion for how long to digest food. The search is instead completed with how long TI die in CKLD at 6:23. A new search is conducted at 6:24 of HOS long to die in cold, Haas long to die in cold. That search.
I have to say, I love it when the dude says Haas long to die in kick D or whatever he says. So the Hawk Sports is just one of the searches that she did. That is part of the explanation for the timestamp thing. And it's like, according to Jen McCabe, it was a search she did because of her daughter playing well at the basketball game or some stupid ball. It's some sports ball, local sports ball team or something. So
search is then the last search that is made in that particular tab. And that's my conclusion.
What, if any, conclusion did you come to in regard to items being deleted pertaining to those artifacts you were looking for?
In regards to those artifacts pertaining to those search terms, I had no evidence of deletion.
And thank you, Your Honor, and thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good
I don't
afternoon,
think
Ms.
so,
Hyde.
Bender.
Good afternoon, sir.
I don't think it does.
Ms. Hyde, you just spent maybe 45 minutes to an hour, whatever the time period was, explaining to these jurors
So obviously the cameras are back
really
to
a
normal.
complex set of facts that led you to conclude that the 2:27 a.m. timestamp on that Google search was triggered by the closing of a tab. Did I essentially sum that up correctly?
Essentially, except it's not a 2:27 a.m. timestamp on a Google search. It's a 2:27 a.m. timestamp on a tab.
Fair enough. Thank you. And in the context or in the course of your explanation, you discussed WAL files,
That is correct.
SQLite database,
Yes.
plist database,
Yes.
knowledge C database.
Yeah. plist is not a database. Just it's a structure. So just a small correction.
Thank you for the correction. Opening tabs and closing tabs, correct?
Yes.
And other issues related to your analysis of the phone extraction, correct?
Would you call them issues? Or
Well, maybe that's a bad word to use. Other elements.
elements? Fair enough. Yes. Yes.
I'm really not trying to trick you. I know I wouldn't be able to. Would you agree with me that another simple explanation for that 2:27 a.m. timestamp was that the user of that iPhone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m.?
Can you rephrase, please?
I'm going to phrase it the same way and hope I can
Repeat it. Repeat it, please.
Thank you.
I don't know why you had trouble with that question.
That another simple
It should have been
explanation
expected.
for that 2:27 a.m. timestamp was that the user of that iPhone conducted that search at or before
actually,
2:27 a.m.
I'm going to say that now that I'm watching her as he's repeating it. If you look at her eyes, you can tell she's listening very, very carefully, and it makes me realize that I think what her issue was, she's paying the very close attention to the specific wording he's using, and that's actually a good thing, right? Because as we know, like, for example, the fact that she just pointed out when he said issue and she was like, he didn't actually mean anything by it, but she didn't want to answer that question. And then it looks like she's confirming that there is an issue, right? If that makes sense, right? The words are very carefully chosen. And so she's being very diligent about that, I think is what it is. So, wait, what are you saying, Fender? That you can't follow the question? Is that what you're saying?
On January 29th of 2022.
That timestamp is not indicative of a time of search. So the question is difficult to answer because I can't say that that timestamp tells me anything about the time of search.
Okay. So as I take your answer, you're not denying that the timestamp and whatever you get from that timestamp doesn't rule out that the Google search was done at or before 2:27 a.m., correct?
If I'm understanding your question, there was a double negative, so I just want to clarify.
Right, there it is. Yes,
the question is if the timestamp could exist because of a search happening at that time?
No.
Okay.
What I'm saying is your analysis of the phone does not rule out that the user of that phone performed that Google search at or before 2:27 a.m.
There is no indication of a Google search at or before 2:27 a.m.
But again, I'm getting to whether you can rule that out, ma'am.
It's like her testimony. She was on the stand again. That was a very abridged version. She was on the stand for a long time, and it was all just. And she did talk pretty quickly on direct, but it was a lot of information, and not all of it was relevant. And a lot of it was repetitive, but like it was a lot of information. And then, in my mind, listening to it, even just the bit that we did, which was very abridged. It's like, I'm almost like fine with like, yep, okay, let's just accept that. She sounds like it's accurate. Sounds like she knows what she's talking about. Like, I would have almost like honestly been fine probably with no cross because it's just like at this point, I don't, I see what you're saying, Fender. And I agree, Gitsmith. I think you're right about this, that their wires are crossed here. Right. I agree. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what's happening, for sure.
Really the crux of my question. Can you rule out that the user of that phone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m. on January 29th?
There is a very unlikely possibility based on the fact that there is no evidence that the search occurred before that time. That's just like saying that the user searched for pandas at 2:27 a.m. Could you rule that out? I can't rule out something that doesn't exist.
Here's what's funny about this is a lot like, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of Trooper Brian when he's asking, when on Cross, he's being asked about the Lolliport videos and the missing chunks and stuff. And he's like not conceding to the fact that it's missing. Remember how many times he was asked over, and Jackson did not give up. He asked him over and over again about the missing footage, and Buchanan wouldn't concede to it. And he just kept being like, it would never existed in the first place. And then eventually, finally, he did concede. I don't remember how Jackson got there. I think it was on recross. It was like he finally tried again and he finally got there. But this kind of reminds me of that, where it's like just saying it never existed is not a good way to say that it didn't happen, if that makes sense. Yeah, the pandas thing was stupid. And it came across as defensive, didn't it? Do you guys see? I felt weird when she said that. I was like, huh. It's almost like she's trying to say that it's a stupid question, but it's not actually answering the question. It's kind of weaselly, you know?
All right. Well, you would agree with me that with regard to your analysis of this phone extraction, you were given very specific instructions in terms of what to look at, correct?
Correct. I had a very limited scope in this analysis.
And who was it that gave you that limited scope?
That scope was relayed to me by Detective Tully.
Okay. And Detective Tully instructed you specifically to only look at the part of the phone extraction that dealt with the Safari search history.
Safari search history specific to January 29th, 2022. That is correct.
And he instructed you not to look at anything else on the phone, correct?
I looked at related artifacts such as such as what was being done at that time, the phone being on, the phone being used, but not anything else outside.
The other thing that's funny is that in the bit that I edited here, from what we heard, we only hear her mention it once, but it's actually kind of, again, it's easy to miss just on the first listen through, but there's things that when you're going through and doing and editing it the way that I do it, that it's funny because you catch stuff that you wouldn't normally catch. Like, for example, the way that she references her research and shit that she does, it didn't come across as all that weird listening to it like happening live, but when you're going back and editing, so something like that, you'll notice just how often it happens, because when you're editing it, you'll like here's the way I notice it, because sometimes I'll accidentally forget that I edited a big chunk and I'll go back and edit the same thing. So my brain automatically keeps track of when I hear things that I think I've heard before. So what'll happen is I'm like, wait, did I already do this section? Because I'm like, I remember her saying that. And then I'm like, no, I didn't do this section. And then it's like, oh, she's saying that again. Anyway, it's just, there's a lot of reasons why you actually end up catching it when it happens a lot. So, so we only heard her, I think, say it once from the portion that we heard, but I'm wondering if part of the reason she's like, to Kitzmitz's point here about the premise of the tab thing, I wonder if part of that is because this is something that she's like specializing in and she's almost tooting her own horn. Like, part of her expertise is that she's committed to this thing. And in talking about it, she gets to talk about her research and how experty she is. I don't know if that makes any sense, but like, it seems like this is her specialty, if that makes sense. And she's the person that does this thing. And maybe she's the only person that has researched this, which does that maybe isn't a good thing. Like, maybe it makes her feel like she's groundbreaking, but at the same time, right, the way that it works with these expert witnesses is it, in terms of establishing their credibility, is when there's somebody else who's also had the same finding. So, I'm trying to see. So wait, what was so it was like Jackson saying you can't see an alligator. I don't remember what that was in reference to, but I will say I loved when Jackson said that, but also I love crocodiles, and I know alligators are different, but it's close enough. Again, I never would expect someone to be talking about crocodiles in the courtroom. So I was just very excited when I heard him talking about an alligator. But yeah. Yeah, yeah. I think it's a matter of I think that's a taste thing though, because while you want them to brag, well, okay, let me say it this way. I think it depends on the jury, to be honest, because there's plenty of times where we see these experts like get up there and brag a lot, and it's really off-putting. And like they need to establish their credibility, but that's always done on direct at the very beginning of direct when they're like, tell us about your expertise and blah, 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 right? After that's been established, I don't know that continuing to insert the shit you've already mentioned, you know what I mean? To me, it definitely comes across as off-putting, especially because when she does it, oftentimes when she's referencing those research papers and shit, she'll do that thing where she goes off on a really long explanation about something that sounds really impressive and smart and whatever and technical. And she'll be like, yeah, it's just like the thing I wrote about in this research paper, blah. And then she'll go, and then at the very end of all that, it's like, but that's not what happened here. It's like, so wait, this was an entire time, we're talking 5 minutes, right? Literally without interruption. And it's like a side quest or a tangent of like this whole thing, but then it's like it wasn't even relevant to begin with. So, oh yeah, I remember him saying that. I'm just saying I loved when he said it. The alligator thing. I remember. I love that. Was one of my favorite moments.
Side of that, correct?
And you were not instructed, for instance, to look at other user activity on the phone, including examining call logs on the phone, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that if you were allowed or instructed to examine the call logs, that could reveal deletion of calls that morning, correct?
Objection.
Well,
Okay, the objection sustained.
Thank you.
That was funny.
Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor. No redirect.
Her face is
All
funny
right,
there.
Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Trooper Joseph Paul to the stand.
Let me pause it real quick. Okay, so we were naughty last night and we skipped Trooper Paul. So here's what we're doing. This is picking up where we left off with Trooper Paul. So for anyone who was not here last night watching this, replay crew, what have you, and you're like, wait, we missed a big chunk of Trooper Paul's testimony. We went a little bit out of order last night and listened to Trooper Paul, but it's time stamped. So the beginning of his direct examination we watched last night, and it's time stamped in that video. However, Lally not being able to even say Trooper Paul's name, like to get him to the stand correctly here, is so great. I included that again, and we're going to watch it one more time because I love it so much. And then it's going to pick up where we left off with his testimony, where he's introducing his chart, his famous chart.
Call logs on the phone, correct?
correct.
And you would agree with me that if you were allowed or instructed to examine the call logs, that could
I see
reveal
what you're saying, Fender.
deletion of calls
Same.
that
Same
morning,
here.
correct?
Objection.
Well,
Okay, the objection sustained.
Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor. No redirect.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Trooper Joseph Paul to the stand.
All right.
Now, sir, turning your attention to February 1st, 2022. On that date,
Here we go
where,
with
if
this
anywhere,
chart.
did you go in relation to your investigation in this case?
Went to the Canton Police Department.
Sorry,
Now, at
I
some
forgot.
point,
I
prior-
forgot. I also included this part too because it was so funny. I also included this part with the Canton Police Department and the weather. I know we were dying laughing about this last night. I just included it again, and then it jumps to the chart.
Prior to that, were you made aware, or did you do any research into sort of what the weather was like around the time? What was reported to you initially as around the time that the crash occurred?
Before that, I know it was snowing and turned to a blizzard at the time.
Now, initially on February 1st, 2022, where did you go?
On to Canton Police Department.
Sir, I'm showing you a document.
So now we're getting to the chart. Fender, are you saying this? I didn't take that as a joke because I take that as just, I didn't pick up on that being like that. That seems like what's the right word? Like serious, like fact. Like that seems like you were saying that, like literally that's true, right? Is that, so if there was a joke, I didn't catch the joke because I just figured it was, this just to me looks like it's literal, if that makes sense.
Just ask you to look at that, look up when you finish. And do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the table from the vehicle control history from my report.
Now, Trooper Paul, what's up on the screen? Is that the exhibit that you have before you?
Yes, it is.
Now, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to what we're looking at in this exhibit and what type of information and where it's located within this exhibit.
Okay, so this is the vehicle control history. Every single point here, this is where the triggers are. This is the labels for each trigger. Odometer mileage is on this label here. These are the elapsed time and key cycles. I have noted through arrows here, these were when the vehicle was with us, and a lot of this is related to my testing with the vehicle. And these right before that were the triggers that were prior to those testings.
Within this table, sir, there are two triggers recorded at odometer mile 12,629.
Yes.
And what's the key cycle associated with 12,629?
1,162.
Now, these triggers that are contained as far as the 12,629, that's prior to
Yes, Kitsman's, I'm pausing it. And there's a funny moment about to come up here where they struggle over the microphone and shit. I'm pausing it for Kitsmans, but while Kitsmans is going to say something here, I want to mention that the foundation that has been laid for this chart, let's just review from last night. The foundation that's been laid for this chart essentially is that this is from the Toyota tech stream, which he had no idea existed, didn't know how to use, has no experience with, can't explain it, blah, 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 all that, right? And then on top of that, using the way he determined the odometer reading was based off of the averaging out the distance of all the different possible routes between the places she went using Google. So it's not an accurate odometer reading. It's just a guess. I will go back to where he explains the arrows. Yes, ma'am. Let's see what you found, Kitsmits.
Is on this label here.
Is that far out?
These are the elapsed time and key cycles. I have noted through arrows here, these were.
Yeah, and I don't remember him saying he watched YouTube tutorials. But maybe he did say, I don't remember him saying that. I mean, or maybe he did, maybe he says that in the voir dire, actually, might be. But I mean, yeah, they could have just brought in someone from Toyota or Lexus, obviously. So, okay, hopefully this is far enough. Let me know if I need to go back further.
When the vehicle was with us, and a lot of this is related to my testing with the vehicle. And these right before that were the triggers that were prior to those testings.
Within this table, sir, there are two triggers recorded at. Look up when you finish.
I'm going back further. Oh, you said that, kid. Okay, right. Okay.
And do you recognize that, sir?
Gotcha.
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the table from the vehicle control history from my report.
Now, Trooper Paul, what's up on the screen? Is that the exhibit that you have before you?
Yes, it is.
Now, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to what we're looking at in this exhibit and what type of information and where it's located within this exhibit.
Okay, so this is the vehicle control history. every single point here, this is where the triggers are. This is the labels for each trigger. Odometer mileage is on this label here. These are the elapsed time and key cycles. I have noted through arrows here, these were when the vehicle was with us, and a lot of this is related to my testing with the vehicle. And these right before that were the triggers that were prior to those testings.
Within this table, sir,
Well,
there
it's a
are
mess
two
in every
triggers
way.
reported at odometer mile
It's
12,000.
a mess in every way because everyone's pointing out all the problems with this, right? There's no date and time. Where's the part about that wasn't in our testing? A lot of it was my testing. And like I said, even the premise and the foundation for this, he has no knowledge on how to use the text stream. And the odometer reading, as soon as when he first said that thing about the Google and going on Google Maps and averaging out all the different routes, and then that's how he determined the odometer reading. And the odometer reading matters so much because that's how you associate the trigger and where she was when the trigger happened. And remember, I don't think it was ever I don't think it was ever really proved. I'm trying to remember. Remember, I had a theory that it seemed possible that the trigger in question about the backing up and all that shit and then hitting something, I still think it seems entirely possible that that happened at John O'Keefe's house when she hit his car. And I don't know that was ever definitively settled. I don't even know if the defense ended up raising that as an issue. There were so many issues with Trooper Paul that obviously that might have gotten lost in the shuffle. We'll find out because we're going to cover all of it, obviously. But that's where, in my mind, it matters because if he got the miles off with the odometer because again, he averaged it out from Google Maps, that makes the difference of where she's at when that trigger happens. So anyway, it's actually a really huge deal, but we'll scrutinize it more, I'm sure, as we go along. Kitsmans is saying, by with us, do you mean that from the time it was at Canton PD or from the time you started your tests or Proctor tamed the vehicle? I mean, of course, it's who knows, right? It's just he can't definitely give an answer on anything, right?
629.
Yes.
And what's the key cycle associated with 12,629?
1,162.
Now, these triggers that are contained as far as the 12,629, that's prior to the...
Okay, you have to either come closer or speak up even louder, Mr. Lally.
I will speak louder.
There's no microphone near you. That's the problem for the court reporter.
My issue is, Your Honor, there's no light over here.
All right, so let's turn the light on and then you can ask your question, then we'll turn the light right back off, please, Hunter.
Thank you, Your Honor. My apologies. So that odometer mile as far as two triggering events at 12,629, correct?
Yes.
And that occurs prior to the 12,665, 12,666 during the course of your braking and acceleration test, correct?
Correct.
And the mileage difference between those two, did you do that math?
Yes.
What was the mileage difference between the two?
36.
And how many key cycles were different between your testing and that odometer reading of 12,629?
2 key cycles.
Now, as far as what if any information did you have and where did you get it in relation to the defendant's vehicle's path of travel prior to those odometer readings that you noted when you did your braking test?
Yeah, so I was told that where she traveled afterwards or prior to that. I was noted their locations, and I used those locations to.
I believe so. Honestly, it's not. Yeah, that's supposed to be his testing, I believe. Yeah, I think so.
On through Google to get a
Here's the fucking
mileage for them.
Okay, that's.
Let
me back that up. I thought he'd already said that part, and I was just talking about it. So I'm going to replay that because now that's going to give context for what I was saying. Because it's at this moment that I was like, oh, so this entire thing's fucked. Okay, cool. Just hear that again.
That odometer reading of 12,629.
2 key cycles.
Now, as far as what, if any, information did you have and where did you get it in relation to the defendant's vehicle's path of travel prior to those odometer readings that you noted when you did your
Yeah, so I was told that where she traveled afterwards or prior to that. I was noted their locations, and I used those locations through Google to get a mileage for them.
We're going to listen to that again. This is to me, of all the many problems with this chart and Trooper Paul, this is probably, in my opinion, the biggest one. Or listen to and also listen to just listen to this answer. We're going to listen one more time to this because I think this is really important for whenever people are talking about this chart.
That
Hold on, I did not go back far enough.
Yes.
What was the mileage difference between the two?
36.
And how many key cycles were different between your testing and that odometer reading of 12,629?
2 key cycles.
Now, as far as what, if any, information did you have and where did you get it in relation to the defendant's vehicle's path of travel prior to those odometer readings that you noted when you did your
Yeah, so I was told that where she traveled afterwards or prior to that. I was noted their locations, and I used those locations through Google to get a mileage for them.
Showing you another document, sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Those were the Google directions. I put them in a table and put in my report.
Oh my
Someone,
God.
if you could enlarge
This is, of all the things. Okay, let's talk about this. This is astonishing to me. I forgot that he puts this in here. I think that I had to tune this out because it's like too much for me. Like already at this point to me, I'm like, you've got to be shitting me. Like that's what he's basing this entire, like, I know you guys are pointing out all these different issues. There's so many issues. I still can't get past the fact, I can't even move on to those issues because I can't get past the fact that this entire thing is based off the odometer reading, right? On the chart. But he doesn't actually know the odometer reading. He's guessing. And then he's using that guess of the odometer reading to determine her location. And all of it is based on averaging out like this Google thing, like right here, Google directions. So, because he doesn't know, okay, like take Alex Murdaugh, right? You know how they were able to figure out, they had the telemetry from his car, and then they were able to figure out, for example, okay, it's like, okay, he was driving it, he's going 36 miles per hour, right? How did they know where he was when, this is a good way to compare it. How did they know where he was when he was going 36 miles an hour? Well, because what they did was they were able to use all the different types of data they had, not just from the telemetry and not just from like OnStar, right? But then with the phone. So they were able to take all that and put it together so they knew exactly where he was when certain events were happening with the vehicle. That's the key point, right? Because the cars themselves are not logging your location. I mean, maybe certain cars have apps that do that or whatever. But see, again, I think it tends to vary, and then they may not even give you that. Remember how much trouble they had? I know you guys know, but for getting the OnStar. But anyway, so basically, the problem they have here, right? Well, they have a lot of problems, but the one I'm mentioning right now is that they don't know where she was when the car was doing certain things. And they're trying to prove that when she was backing the car up and it hit something, they're trying to prove that she was at 34 Fairview. So how are they going to do that? Well, they're not able to do that using her cell phone, I guess, right? And so, in terms of location data on her phone, which, I mean, I'm trying to even remember what ends up happening with that. Like, because they have it's so funny because I just feel like the data that they have in this trial and the information they have is just missing so much compared to other trials, right? Like when you look at like Murdaugh, again, using it as an example because they had such good cell phone evidence for that trial, you knew exactly down to the second where people were, what they were doing, basically, you know? Yeah, I see, and it wasn't even ever talked about, right? That's why as I'm trying to talk about this and think about it, I'm like, wait, this never even came up? Am I forgetting a day of trial? No. Yeah, right? Because think about that, right? Like how many days did we spend in the Murdaugh trial with learning how that worked with location services and GPS and the iPhone cache and all this stuff and how that worked and what, I mean, it was critical. And the location never even came up in I don't even think it was mentioned, but how is that fucking possible? Was there a motion in limine, maybe? It's just, I'm like, as I go through and think about it, I'm like, God, it was missing. We're missing so much shit, right? So it's just weird. But anyway, what they're left trying to do is put her at 34 Fairview when the vehicle shows this event happened, this trigger, quote unquote, where she bumps into something. Which again, in my opinion, I think it still hasn't been established for sure that was not actually at John O'Keefe's house. My opinion, right? So I say my opinion, really, it's more like that is another explanation for what he describes. So, but the way that he's trying to figure out where she was when these happened is based on the odometer reading, and there's a gap of 36 miles. And then he's like, well, we know she went here, 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 and here, but there's a million different ways to get to these different places. So how does he try to determine where she was during that trigger? Well, this right here that we're looking at, where he's taking the different places she went and then looking at the different ways to get there and how many miles Google says it is, how much time it takes, and then dividing it up and averaging it. If you look at the bottom there where it says minimum distance and max distance, basically everything that is the foundation for this chart in terms of where she was when this trigger happened of hitting something, according to the Toyota text stream, which he doesn't even really understand at all that is based on Google average miles for all the different possibilities of where she could have been driving. Am I making sense? Because to me, this is insanity. I don't know how this was even, I think that this could have been objected to. Let me back up. 100% they could have stopped this from coming in because this is like make-believe, in my opinion. I think they let it in for a reason, right? Because it's a disaster. So yeah, there were no custodians of records for anything, which is another weird thing, right? We saw no custodians of records for anything. Bizarre.
So maybe just a little more. Now, Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit before you?
Yes, I do.
And these are, again, if you could explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at here and how you came to these mileage tools.
Yes. So when I got the directions, it showed that we got from 34 Fairview Road to 1 Meadows Ave. And when I put that address onto Google, it gave me suggested routes. So I put each suggested route on there and the time it took. So I did that with every direction from 1 Meadows Ave to Waterfall to 12 Country Lane, and 12 Country Lane to 1 Meadows Ave, and then 1 Meadows Ave to 345 Country Hill Drive, North Dighton. So I did that for every single one and find suggested routes, which is labeled in all these boxes here. And then at the bottom here, I did a total distance, and I did a min and the max distance of, and the minimum was 36.1 and the max distance of 38.8.
Now, in addition to those distances there depicted in that exhibit, sir, have you also looked at a mileage or distance between, I'm sorry, the first up there was as far as 34 Fairview Road to 1 Meadows Avenue, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that gave you sort of 3 different routes of travel, is that correct?
Yes.
And the minute of the max was 2.2 to 2.6?
Correct.
Now, if you were to add that as an additional sort of distance traveled to the 36.1 to 38.8 that you had calculated, how much of a difference is that?
I don't remember. Let me back it up so we can see. I don't remember. Let's see if he did. Nope, it's not on there, Kitsmits. It's not on there. Good call. I'm just, my anger about this being even happening, it blinded me from seeing that. So I appreciate you pointing it out. Because I totally, like, I wasn't even reading it per se, because I'm just like, this is insane. Out of a lot of just like madness, like anger at the chart, right? So I totally didn't even see it. Okay, on his first chart. Well, it should be here as well, though. It should be here as well. It's missing from here as well, though. So let's back up to the first chart. Yes, Kitsmits is asking, yes, the yellow highlighted rows are supposed to be the incident. Right. The trigger, that's the trigger. That's the thing. That's what this all is. So the fact that it's missing the thing about the parents is, I don't even know that comes out on cross. We'll find out tomorrow, but I don't remember. I don't know if they caught that. I mean, they had to, right? We'll see. But yeah, so you guys can see what I mean by this, right? How this is a problem, because where it's highlighted here, the odometer mile, see how it says odometer mile? That's what he's basing on telling him where she was when it happened. But that odometer mile is based on, hold on, this. Wait, not this. Oops, wrong chart. This. Just the Google suggested routes with the averages, and it's missing. Yes, Kitsmits is surely what happened. I do think I do recall them bringing that up in cross. No, it's recording key cycles, not just triggers. Triggers happen within a key cycle. It's, I think this is where we were here. Man, it's just, they could have crossed him easily, like, to get to the bottom of all this. Like, they could have kept him on the stand for a week and probably not run out of stuff to cross him on, honestly, because there's that many errors in everything. Kitsmits, I know that you're asking, I know y'all might be asking rhetorical questions. I get it. I know. I get it. It's insanity. And I think that because there's so many problems, you know, it's like, again, wouldn't be possible or reasonable. The jury would be here for a million years to get through all of it. So I think it's like, you know, the best thing you can do is just let the jury give them enough to where they know he's just, to say uncredible isn't even accurate, right? It's just a joke. It's just hard to believe, right? And he's still there doing this job.
Fairview Road to One Meadows Avenue, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that gave you sort of 3 different routes of travel, is that correct?
Yes.
And the minute of the max was 2.2 to 2.6.
Correct.
Now, if you were to add that as an additional sort of distance traveled to the 36.1 to 38.8 that you had calculated, how much of a difference does that make?
Between the two min maxes?
Yes.
Only 2.7.
Y'all, take a look at Lolly's tie.
As far as your analysis that we're about to discuss, adding in that approximate 2 points, whatever miles, how much of a difference does that make to your analysis and ultimately?
Can you guys tell from this perspective if you recognize the tie?
Conclusions in regard to the VCH or vehicle control history data.
As we're going later, but so the 36 is just within the realm that she could have traveled 36. The odometer mileage is odometer mileage. So 36 is 36. That's what's on the vehicle. So within the realm of.
So I'm pausing it because this answer is so nonsensical. But yes, Kit Smits, it's the same tie as this one. Just in case anyone was doubting whether or not, I figured out a way to take his actual tie from the day of closing arguments and actually put it on the Lallybird. Let there be no doubt. Let there be no doubt. It's the actual tie, resized and put on the Lallybird. You know, it makes me wonder too, is this like his favorite tie? Does he like get I mean, I always go back to what's his brain like? What's his life like? Like, is he like getting ready for it? He's like, honey, it's a big day today. It's a big day today. We're getting to our ex, or I can't even get the words out. Honey, it's a big day today. Today we're going to have our best expert witness at the end of our case in chief. It's our best expert. Trooper Paul. Boy, if the jury wasn't with us, they're surely going to be with us after this. And then same thing for closing arguments. He's like, honey, it's a big day. I can't. He's like, it's closing arguments. I'm going to wear my favorite tie. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right. I could go on and on with this, imagining his life with this shit. It's the closing tie. Yeah, but you know, the thing is I don't know. I don't know why. I just can picture him having like a lucky tie. And it's this tie of all the ties. I would imagine if you're an attorney, you would have something you do for closing arguments. Like, let me give you an example. Kit Smits, did you ever do this? Did you ever have things that you would do on recital days? Like, I'm trying to think of an example. Like, I guess some people could say it could be like a good luck thing or whatever you call it. What's the word for that? Like, not a superstition. What's the word for when it's a good luck thing that you do? I can't remember the word, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like for me, whenever I would have a recital or something like that, like it was like a big thing. I know that I just can't remember one off the top of my head, but I know that there's things I would do that were like specific to that were like, what's a good way to put it? Okay, I'm not saying this is what happened. I just can't think of an example. So like let's say like, okay, maybe if I have like different hair products, okay, and you know I've got like frizzy hair. I have frizzy hair, like, and I have like different hair products, and let's say that like I have one bottle of like my favorite brand, but it's maybe more expensive than another brand, right? And then I have the other bottles of like frizz control that don't work that well and they're cheap or whatever. Let's just say that like on a recital day, I'll use the good stuff type thing. That's not even a good example. I can't think of an example. I'm just saying it wouldn't surprise me if like attorneys like had a lucky tie or a favorite tie or a favorite pair of shoes or a bracelet, whatever it is, right? That they do for closing arguments. You know what I mean? It just wouldn't surprise me. And in my mind, I can compare it to like a recital. What's the word? It's not a superstition. Lucky charm. I don't know. There's a word. A ritual. Yeah. Kit Smits, thank you for the super chat. I just am so shocked every time anybody does anything like this, but like I appreciate it. Yeah, I need a screaming goat. Somebody said you can get them on Amazon. I have not looked. I will look into it. I do need a screaming goat. It's crucial. You use the good stuff on recital day. That's it. That's exactly what I was getting at. Yeah. I mean, I could give an example, but I don't want to be weird. I could give a better example of what I mean by this, and it's kind of more similar to a tie. But oh, sweet. All right, I'm gonna get one. I'm totally gonna get a script. Oh my god, I hope it's on Prime and it can come in 2 days. Oh, they have plushie ones. Oh my god, that's amazing. I wonder how the Screaming Goat thing started, right? Like, it didn't start because of LawTube, I don't think. Because I can't imagine there was that many people enough to where it would be on Amazon. So yeah, use the good stuff on recital day. So yeah, I don't know. I just can picture Lally being like, this is his favorite tie. And I wish I'd been keeping track of like the days he wore it, this tie. Like, I wonder if it was like, wouldn't it be funny if it was just like, you know, this day and then closing arguments. But anyway, oh, right. That's right. I remember that video. Okay, that's really funny. Thank you, Fender. Oh, you're talking about just the sound, right? Well, I'm going to get myself an actual goat. And at some point, like, honestly, using the Screaming Goat might even be reason enough for me to use a camera. Like, the way other people do. Because, like, in my mind, it's like, there's nothing that benefits y'all to see me, right? Like, yeah, I'm gesturing and talking with my hands, but, like, you know, other than that, it's not like y'all are learning shit from just me being on camera, right? If that makes sense. So to where, like, in my mind, it's more important that you can have a better view of what's going on in court. However, having a Screaming Goat would be a reason and an exception to that in my mind of turning the camera on. Yeah, and that's another thing I was going to mention too, particularly about what you ate and drank. Yep, I was going to mention that too. Like, I might treat myself to going to like I'm just trying to think of examples. Like when I was in college, like I might treat myself to going to like a coffee shop instead of making coffee at home. So, you know, little things, right? Little things. I was particular about everything on recital day. Yep. Start to finish, I was particular about it for sure. I loved recital days. Those were my fave. So I'm totally gonna get a goat, y'all. Kidsmiths, thank you. I'm excited. And we get to name the goat too when it comes in. All right. Back. Oh yeah, I was gonna rewind it so we can hear this again because I don't remember if it's a question or an answer, but something that's happening right now was exceptionally bad when I paused it.
It's the odometer mileage to the odometer mileage. So
yes, it was an answer that was exceptionally bad. Let's back it up a little bit more.
And as far as your analysis that we're about to discuss, adding in that approximate 2 points, whatever miles, how much of a difference does that make to your analysis and ultimate conclusions in regard to the VCH or vehicle control history data?
As we're going later, but so the 36 is just within the realm that she could have traveled 36. The odometer mileage is odometer mileage. So 36 is 36. That's what's on the vehicle.
I don't even, I'm going to have to clip this and make it its own thing. This is insane. This answer is insane. And he messes up everything, obviously, his entire time on the stand. But I would say this might be the worst answer of all in terms of like the information, that it's nonsensical, and just his stuttering, if you want to call it stuttering, but just if it's nervousness, it's even more so than normal. And like, so all of that indicates to me this is a problematic issue here. Like this, that's redundant. I'm sorry. It's an issue, right? And guess what it is that they're talking about? How he figured out that odometer reading, and if it makes a difference or not, if there's any, if it's incorrect, basically, right? It's like how much wiggle room is there for if this is actually correct or accurate or not. And I think it's, you know, they're going to try to say it doesn't really fucking matter. And the problem is that it does matter because, again, they're trying to determine her location based off of it. And all of these places are close together in proximity. And his answer is just a mess. So Kidsmiths is saying for me, oh, no caffeine. That is interesting. Bland but filling food, plenty of water, bring some mittens, running hands under warm water. I would do that as well. Yeah, always plenty of water. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think what else to write. Yeah, there are always lots of little things. I was always really specific about what music I was listening to as well when I was gearing up for a recital. Like that's when I would stop listening to anything I was performing. Although actually, I'm gonna take that back. As I went along, like towards the end of undergrad and then during my master's, I would say that actually I stopped even listening to other people playing the pieces I was studying as soon as I started studying them. Like when you're learning violin, right? It's like you start out where you're listening all the time to what the pieces are because you're trying to learn by ear and you need to develop that skill. That's really important, blah, blah, right? Then it's like intermediate, blah, blah, and there's all these different levels. And then there's a point where it's like you listen to other people playing your pieces and you get ideas from them or whatever, right? And then there's a point where you might just be listening to other people playing your pieces because it inspires you to come up with your own ideas. And then it gets to the point where you intentionally don't listen to other people playing your pieces because it will ruin you. In other words, it's like you realize you could do better. You could do even better than they can in a way with like interpretation and phrasing. It's kind of hard to explain. I know Kitsmits knows what I'm talking about. Anyway, no caffeine. Y'all are so funny with the no caffeine. That's wild. I would be like triple the caffeine. That's really interesting. Wow. Yeah, see, I don't get nervous for performing though. That's the other thing. I don't get nervous. I just get excited. I would say it's funny, like the only time I ever got nervous performing, I've probably mentioned it before, it was only happened one time ever. Yeah. And it's funny because I've got some students that are really advanced and like they're doing that thing where they're like, oh, I heard so and so phrase it this way or whatever. And I'm like, oh, you guys are so silly. I mean, I'm thinking, I don't say that. Like in my mind, I'm like, I know exactly what stage they're at. They're at the stage where they're still listening to other people. And I'm encouraging them. I'm like, let's try to come up with our own interpretation. But like, there's a point where like, you're like, okay, I'm going to try to challenge myself to do it. But like the challenge is important for the student, right? Okay, what am I trying to say? There's a point where you challenge someone to come up with their own phrasing so that they can grow as a musician. But then there's also a difference between that and then the person actually can come up with better ideas than any recording they could listen to, right? And it's not about the challenge. It's actually about the result, if that makes sense. I'm sure. Anyway, we could go on and on. Yeah, Kitsmits gets nerve-sighted. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I really miss it. I really, really loved just having a stage all to myself. And not in a way I could see that could be interpreted. Not in a way that of like, oh, me, not like that. It's like, with classical music, it's different. That's all I can say. It's different than like, if it was another genre, perhaps, and you're like, oh, I have a stage. Like with classical music, it's a very different situation. Because typically having a stage all to yourself is not a desirable thing. Like that would terrify a lot of people for classical music. They would rather be in like an orchestra or an ensemble. Yeah, I mean, I just think again, I think it depends on the stage that they're at, right? I think listening is extremely important. I've got some students though who are, auditioning for conservatories. Like I've got a student who's like going to be going out for like Juilliard, like Peabody, Northwestern, God, where else? They're applying for all the big conservatories and stuff. And like they're at the point it's like it gets to the point where it's like it's going to only handicap that, like certain students are only going to be handicapped because they need to come up with their own and they can come up with their own. Yeah. Not Curtis, but honestly, I didn't recommend Curtis. I've only heard terrible things about Curtis, to be honest. I've only heard terrible things. everyone I know that's ever been there, it was not a good choice. And they regretted it, and they ended up with issues. So yeah, I don't know which. Oh, you mean about Curtis? Yeah, have you heard of people going and having a good experience there? I mean, of course, I will say it depends. With conservatories, the teacher matters. Curtis is like a Juilliard vendor, but Curtis only has music, and you can be accepted at any age. Like you can be 6 years old, you can be any age. It's bizarre. It's only music, and you can go at any age, and it's free for anyone who gets accepted. So like my teacher from high school when I was at NCSA, he was accepted into Curtis as like an 8-year-old. And so, yeah, so, but what I was going to say is like, right, any age tuition free, like I was just saying. So yeah, but like the thing is the teacher matters. So like, if you go to one of these conservatories and you end up with the right teacher for you, your experience is going to be very different than if you end up with a teacher that is not the right teacher for you. You see, yeah, Berkeley is good for music. Not so much classical, but for jazz. Berkeley's like the best, one of the best in the world, probably. Definitely one of the best in the US, Berkeley, for jazz. Kid Smith is saying exactly what I'm saying. She's typing it as I'm saying it. That's so funny. Right, even getting an audition there is it has its trade-off too. It's like, because it is so limited, you know, like it's really funny. I will say, well, okay, actually I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that. I was going to say something about a recital I saw from Curtis, but anyway. And like the thing is that, you know, the teacher matters though. I think the teacher matters more than the school, my personal opinion. Like the reason I stayed at ASU is because my teacher who I had there, who was my favorite teacher that I've had ever, is amazing. And she has 3 degrees from Juilliard, and also has some other, in Europe, they have different ways of doing those things, but they have like performance certificates and shit. She has all this stuff, but you know, we talk about the violin family tree and Galamian, and that name may not actually mean much to even Kit Smits as a pianist, but Galamian is the father of violin pedagogy, and I am so fortunate because my most influential and my favorite teacher, who I was just referencing, studied with Galamian for like over a decade and was like one of his main students. And so she learned directly from him at Juilliard, right? And she learned directly from him. And he's the father of violin pedagogy, like I said. And because she did what I did with her. She did with Galamian what I did with her. She stayed at Juilliard as long as she possibly could because she loved her teacher. I stayed at Appalachian State as long as I possibly could, which wasn't initially the plan. I was going to actually end up transferring to Oberlin. And then I was actually encouraged to do my master's at Juilliard. Actually, my teacher at ASU encouraged, she was like, go away, go to Juilliard for your master's. And I was like, but I love you, essentially, right? I did. I mean, it was because she to me is the best, like just the greatest. And so I stayed with her at ASU because I loved my teacher, just like she did with Galamian. Anyway, long story short, I'm very fortunate because it's like I'm the granddaughter of Galamian. If you think of the violin family tree, where you have Galamian, and then he taught Dr. B, and then I studied with her, and everything that is most impactful to me in terms of how I teach and how I teach my students. I don't just mean like approach, but I mean more technical to the violin, came straight from Galamian, essentially, right? And it's really important because there's like shit that you can't, there's shit that's not, you can't just put it in a book or read it in a book and understand it, right? Now, there are books, he wrote a book, but it's very short, and it's more like, it's like the practical application that you can only understand from being passed from one person to another. So I did not go to Juilliard because I loved my teacher at ASU. I mean, she really tried, you know, and encouraged me to do that. But the thing is dude, I'll tell you, I learned the hard way, man. I went to NCSA for for high school, right? Which is like, if you're in high school, I mean, it's one of two places in the US that accepts, that's a conservatory, that's a college that accepts high school students. And like, that was like a big deal, right? And that was where I had my teacher there. This is part of why I didn't go to Juilliard. Okay. My teacher there at NCSA went to Curtis, like I said, as an 8-year-old or whatever. So prodigy, right? This is why I'm saying the teacher matters, because my experience at NCSA was completely different from my experience at ASU. Now, while NCSA is a world-renowned conservatory and all that, right, and blah, blah, and ASU is not a conservatory. It's a school in Boone, North Carolina. I can't even compare how much more I learned and improved as a player, as a musician, as a person, as a violinist. It's not, you can't even compare them. You can't even compare them. So, well, like, in other words, going to the place that was more famous and blah, 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 and studying with a teacher that went to Curtis as an 8-year-old, blah, blah, and all that, right? I think actually it did more harm than good. And I could go on and on about all the reasons for that, but it did more harm than good. I didn't improve. If anything, I was too injured. And it actually really impacted even my ability to audition for colleges because I was so injured I couldn't play. So anyway, that's the abridged version. So my lesson that I learned was, again, the teacher matters more than the school. And I found a teacher that I just adored, who challenged me. Dude, I can't even, I'm just like get emotional just thinking about it, because anyway, when you have a good teacher, it matters. And so it was worth staying for. And it was the right decision, 100%. And it was like, I knew like I could have left and gone to Juilliard. The odds of me finding a teacher that like the one I love so much at ASU were slim to none, you know? Honestly, I don't know that I think I could probably go the world over and not find a teacher I like as much, honestly. And so for that reason, it's not worth leaving, right? So that's correct, Fender. Yep. The teacher, when you're, it's all about the teacher, because that's who you have your private lessons with. You know, it's like a degree is something on paper. The teacher is what's going to impact your playing, you know? And honestly, when you're auditioning for things like orchestras and other things like that after school, after you finish graduating and everything, you're doing auditions, honestly, at least here in the US and with violin, like, they listen to how you play. Your resume doesn't even matter. It's like they say that the auditions are 90% how you play and 10% your resume. They're not, they may not even care if you even went to where you went. They listen to how you play. And how you play is based on your teacher. So, right. So yeah, the school can matter for pedigree. But again, that's the thing, is like, really, when it comes down to practical things in terms of music, the paper doesn't really matter. That's what's so crazy, right? Right. We spend all 4 years with them. Yeah. I mean, I could tell you guys some really cool stories about the things that happened for me with my teacher, like, and the ways that she challenged me and just what was key. You know, it's like a good teacher like this. It's like takes what, even if you know your own potential, right? Let's just say, and you see that you have potential and you think that you have a lot of potential. Well, a good teacher will take that idea, obliterate it, and prove to you that it's more than you could comprehend for yourself. Like, the potential that I could have imagined for myself in terms of my playing, like, even though I thought my playing was good, you know, like I accomplished more with that teacher for my undergraduate and master's than what I would have imagined would have been possible in 10,000 lifetimes. And I did that in 6 years with that teacher. I don't even have words. How can you even thank someone like that? You know, you can't. And that's the other thing too. Yeah. Universities have a lot of benefits, you know, they really do. I wouldn't change my college experience for the work for anything. From like literally, there's, you know, yeah, and it was a university, you know, and but you know, it was lucky for me. Like I placed out of all like the bullshit classes you usually have to take because I did so much AP in high school. So that was great. I got to just pick classes I wanted to take, and then you know, Boone is great. Anyway, I loved ASU. I can only say wonderful things about ASU. Yeah, so big shout out to ASU and to Dr. B for sure. So yeah, and by the way, that student who I'm talking about who's auditioning for all those conservatories is who I was teaching tonight right before the live stream, which is why I was late. So there's certain students that you'll teach as long as you possibly can, because it's like it's hard to explain when you having a student like that and just what that's like as a teacher. So Kit Smith said she took her second year off from music to explore. Yeah, we're preparing for his college auditions because they're in a couple months. And picking his program. We've already picked his program, but there's a lot of different stuff between the different schools. And you know, that's a big deal too. But yeah, we're jumping into all this new repertoire for him for this. So that's cool though. You know what's funny, Kit Smith? I almost double majored in violin performance and philosophy. I don't know if I've ever told that story on here before, but when I was a freshman, I was taking a lot of philosophy classes, and the teacher encouraged me. He was like, "You should double major." And I'm like, "Oh man, really though? Do I want to be that kid that has a degree in violin performance and a degree in philosophy?" Like, I'm like, I don't know, but I loved it. I freaking loved it. I took as many philosophy classes as I possibly could. So I'm really bad about keeping my time limits with students. It was a lot easier when I was all in person because they would just be showing up, right? It was like there was nothing I could do. But with virtual, like it's different because I don't have people showing up. So I'm really bad. I'm really bad about watching the clock because when I'm teaching, I'm just so in the zone. I really don't look at the time. It's like I have to try to remember to look at the time. It's just hard. I'm not like, but it's good for the students because they get more than what they pay for, right? So anyway, are you teaching in person or virtually, Kit Smith? Oh, you're in person. Yeah. See, yeah. Yep. Yeah, if you're mostly, see, I'm mostly virtual. I only have a couple in person. So, yeah, and it's very different. It's very different. It's very different because with virtual too, you know, I'll have students, I've got kids that are like using a cell phone and they can't find their charger, and you know, it's just a whole different thing. Like there's a lot more flexibility in a good way and sometimes in a bad way, I guess, kind of, but it's very different than when it's in person and they're showing up one after another, you know. Oh, that's interesting that you go to their houses, Kit Smith. That's a whole other thing. Fender's probably like, what? Yeah, so like there's this some private teachers, they actually go to the students' houses. That's interesting. I always wonder how that idea is going to last in the changing world where I don't know how, I don't know. It just seems like, I guess the potential for anybody to be dangerous has always been the case, but it just seems like people get crazier as in general, as a society, people are getting crazier or something. I don't know. Like, in other words, Fender's we love you, Fender. You know, like this is interesting to bring it back to like, not like to bring it back to crime, I guess, in a way. I always think about this with the idea of going to people's houses to teach. I've never done it. But I always think like, man, it's just how do you rule out like that you're not stepping into what type of house you're stepping into? You know what I mean? Like, you know, there's so many cases, man, not that we've covered, but that I'm following or whatever, hear about, like, where it's like perfectly happy family, wonderful, blah, blah. And then like, oh, surprise, surprise, there's like a torture chamber in the basement that no one knew about, including the rest of the family. And they've been like murdering and torturing people down there. And I don't know. You just never know, right? Like, in other words, I guess my point is like, even if you're like checking out the house and you're like trying to see if it's like, oh, that seems great. It sounds like you're a great family. And I can, you know, you just never know, right? But that's true with anybody, anywhere. So anyway, I guess it's just, I guess we all take risks going into people's houses, essentially. Is that what it boils down to? Is that what we can glean from this? Yeah, Kit Smith. So what I do is I actually include a buffer time if I can. I can't always, but I try to include a buffer time so that if a kid's running late or they have internet issues or I have internet issues or whatever the case is, or if it's just we just are in the zone and whatever, I try to include a buffer time as I'm scheduling if I can. Wait, what do you mean, Fender? Or do you not know what a torture chamber is? Okay, you don't do it for families you don't know. I see. Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. The other thing that's so crazy, it's like, I always think about this too. Like, you never know what environment you're stepping into with somebody's home, right? Like, with piano, it's very different because you can't bring a piano around with you. So I totally get it. You know what I mean? Because then if somebody's learning piano, they're going to have a piano at their house. So it's just a different situation. But with violin, anyway. Offender, what's your question about a torture chamber, though? I'm still curious. So, yeah, and that's the thing is through a school. I taught through a school briefly, and I was like, nah, it's for the birds. Why are people having torture chambers? Honestly, Fender, I don't know, because they're psychopaths, basically, is what it boils down to. They're serial killers, you know? These are not people you want to be friends with, I'll say that much. Yeah, it's funny. It's so funny because I guess also again being virtual, these days I'm not even dealing with the parents as much. It's like the kids that I'm texting with, and the kids are like, I don't know, in charge of everything. It's really funny. Yeah, like Fender, imagine if you're showing up, like imagine, you know, let's say I was going to go try to teach a new violin student and I'm going to their house, right? I've never done this, but like just to say, you know, and you show up with your violin, it's like, oh, hi, nice to meet you. Go inside and it seems great, but like secretly there's a torture chamber in the basement, right? Not good. Yeah, like a Hannibal Lecter. Yeah. It's so funny because as I was just thinking about that, my biggest concern was would something happen to my violin? So there you go.
So within the realm of possibilities that the vehicle could have traveled 36 miles after the two triggers that were in this vehicle.
Now, with respect to that minimum and max as far as the 36.1, 38.8, what, if any, relationship does that have to the difference in the odometer readings that you observed between when you conducted the braking test and when you observed these two triggering events that you were talking about at the earlier mile?
I said, no difference. The odometer mileage is the odometer mileage is 36.
And so I guess what I'm asking, sir, is the 36 miles, is that within the range of the two triggering events that you were just talking?
Yes, it was.
Now, as far as within your report and your analysis, did you come up with sort of a label as far as these two different triggering events that you observed?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, Bender.
That
Blame you for being lost. That was a big tangent. I love it. You know, it's so fun when I'm doing the timestamps on our videos because I'm like, I get to go back and be like, oh my God, look at this tangent. This is so funny. I'll rewind it a bit here. But I was thinking the same thing. We always read each other's minds here. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, yeah, I think we're going to be lost anyway. But I totally see what you're saying. I'm going to rewind it so we can make sure that we're lost in the right exact way. So this is his great, by great, I mean awful answer to this question.
The odometer mileage is the odometer mileage. So 36 is 36. That's what's on the vehicle.
So helpful.
That's its roots.
Let's back
So
up
which is
a little bit more. Okay.
Have you also looked at a mileage or distance between, I'm sorry, the first up there was as far as 34 Fairview Road to 1 Meadows Avenue, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that gave you sort of 3 different routes of travel, is that correct?
Yes.
And the minute of the max was 2.2 to 2.6.
Correct.
Now, if you were to add that as an additional sort of distance traveled to the 36.1 to 38.8 that you had calculated, how much of a difference does that make?
Between the two min maxes?
Yes.
Only 2.7.
And as far as your analysis that we're about to discuss, adding in that approximate 2 points, whatever miles, how much of a difference does that make to your analysis and ultimate conclusions in regard to the VCH or vehicle control history data?
As we're going later, but so the 36 is just within the realm that she could have traveled 36. The odometer mileage is the odometer mileage. So 36 is 36. That's what's on the vehicle. So within the realm of possibilities that the vehicle could have traveled 36 miles after the two triggers that are in this vehicle.
Oh.
Now, with respect to that minimum and max as far as the 36.1, 38.8, what, if any, relationship does that have to the difference in the odometer readings that you observed between when you conducted the braking test and when you observed these two triggering events that you were talking about at the earlier mile?
I said, no difference. The odometer mileage is the odometer mileage is 36.
You guys, whenever you're having questions about this chart or what the fuck's happening, just remember, the odometer mileage is the odometer mileage, 36, 36. He says it twice. Yes, this is why I was saying this is the best thing of all. This is my favorite part, I think, of him being on the stand, probably, of the whole thing. We're going to listen one more time. It's so good. The odometer mileage is the odometer mileage, 36, 36. Let's back it up one more time. It's incredible.
And as far as your analysis that we're about to discuss,
so helpful.
Adding in that approximate 2 points, whatever miles, how much of a difference does that make to your analysis and ultimate conclusions in regard to the VCH or vehicle control history data?
As we're going later, but so the 36 is just within the realm that she could have traveled 36. The odometer mileage is the odometer mileage. So 36 is 36. That's what's on the vehicle. So within the realm of possibilities that the vehicle could have traveled 36 miles after the two triggers that are in this vehicle.
Now, with respect to that minimum and max as far as the 36.1, 38.8, what, if any, relationship does that have to the difference in the odometer readings that you observed between when you conducted the braking test and when you observed these two triggering events that you were talking about at the earlier mile?
I said, no difference. The odometer mileage is the odometer mileage is 36.
And so I guess what I'm asking, sir, is the 36.
It makes perfect sense, right? Doesn't that make sense? That's such a good answer. Thank you, Trooper Paul. Kid Smiths. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know because I can't understand the question either. So it's like I really have no idea. Let me see. Let's back it up to that question here.
That no difference. The odometer mileage is 36.
And so I guess what I'm asking, sir, is the 36 miles, is that within the range of the two triggering events that you were just talking about?
Yes, it was.
Now, as far as within your report and your analysis, did you come up with sort of a label as far as these two different triggering events that you observed?
Yes, I did.
And that incorporated the mileage, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was, again, 12,629, is that correct?
Yes.
And then as far as any further label that you put on it, how did you label it?
I labeled them as in when they occurred. One's 12,629A and the other one's 12,629B.
And with respect to the A and B, which one occurred first?
The A occurred first.
Sir, showing you another document, asking you to just review that before we finish.
Okay.
And do you recognize that?
I do. It's the data chart from the 12,629 miles A chart.
Okay, so with the document before you, what's now up on the screen, do you recognize that as what's now been marked as the next exhibit?
I do.
Is if you could describe to the jury sort of what these rows indicate as far as what information is there, and if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this as far as 12,629 miles.
It's so true.
Okay.
So true.
So each row, starting from the top, is the vehicle control history time, which is the time that's recorded in the module itself, or in the software that gets recorded as each time, and it's recorded as seconds. This time is the time from the start of the key cycle. So it starts off with 652.8, and each one is incremented in approximately half seconds increments up to, let me show it right here where the trigger, this is what's called where the trigger happened. So right here is where it kind of goes from 4.5 to 4.6, and then it goes up to 5. Then everything after that is about half second increments from each other. Recorded 10 seconds of time, which is labeled in this one, total time of 10 seconds. And I'll just put time from trigger, just kind of label it back to, here's the trigger right here, and that's the time between each one. Sorry if I can read this right. So and right here, this is the vehicle speeds. The blue is just labeled because that's the speed. Zeros are labeled as a light blue is 0. So if I could read this. So this starts from, shows that the vehicle is traveling at 9.9 miles per hour. It's slowing down to about 0 right here, and then stops for that time, and then increases back, speeds back up to, it goes up to 6.2, and then slows back down to 0, and then back up to 1.7 to, I think it's 8.7.
Slows up?
And next below for us is miles per hour to kilometers. This is the accelerator opening ratio, which is really where this trigger comes from, because the trigger is labeled as the accelerator pedal opening angle is medium to higher immediately after shifting to reverse. All right, they label it as R.
If I could stop you there just for a second, sir. As far as the accelerator opening, accelerator pedal opening angle,
correct.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that term means and how that relates to sort of the operation of the vehicle?
So the accelerator pedal is, the part where everybody puts the foot on and gets the vehicle to go. So the pedal, so this is what's showing how far the pedal was actually pressed by the operator of the vehicle. And that gives you a percentage of that. So if it was, zeros not pressed and 100%, it's all the way down. So they label the trigger, I think 30% is medium to higher. In this way Toya labels it. So then that's where you'll see the trigger is around 31.5%. And it also shows start from the beginning, goes from 0 and increases up to 50.5%, and that's 5 seconds. That's only a little over a second past the trigger, and so up to 50%, and then back off, and then back onto the accelerator again up to 34%.
Now, as far as this data is concerned for the VCH data from the Toyota tech stream, what, if any, information?
That video is actually, that comes up in this. So that ends up being, and they end up doing the voir dire about it. It's going to be at the end of this recap that they actually, that I have that, like it's a part of this. So that's a good idea though. That's a good idea. We can time it. Yeah, I can do that. We can totally do that. So.
Are you able to glean as far as directionality, as far as forward, reverse, left, right, things like that from this data?
So on this label right here, so it shows the shift position signal. 1 is forward and 2 is reverse. So this right here is showing the vehicle was in drive and going forward, and then the vehicle got shifted into reverse, and then back to drive again.
Now, from your experience and from your training when it comes to interpreting this type of data, do you have any opinion as to sort of what type of maneuver or what type of actions the vehicle was taking during the course of this triggering event?
Yes, this appears the vehicle was slowing down and making a U-turn. Because also the other thing into it, it shows steering signal.
The other thing into
and the steering wheel showed that she was driving left and then right and the back left again. And also when she's on the brake switch.
Thank you, sir. This is the VCH data chart from that same mileage or the second triggering event as far as 12,629 miles peak, correct?
Correct.
And again, this is in the same odometer range as well as the same key cycle as what was just up on the screen as far as 12,629 miles A, correct?
Yes.
And this occurs after A, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, similar to before, when it comes to this VCH data up on the screen, if you could, using the laser pointer, demonstrate to the jury what, if anything, of significance you note as with respect to this data.
So for this one, same label as before, as we said. The vehicle control history time is, if I can see that, the trigger time is 1,142.2 seconds after key cycle.
Oh my God.
And this one shows the same thing, 10 seconds of data. And what's good, so the vehicle speed on this one shows that she's slowing down. I think it's 13.7 miles per hour and gets down to 0. Then she's down to 0 for a while, and then the vehicle's speed increases up to 24.2 miles per hour at its max speed. Then it goes down to 23.6 as the last two labels. And the accelerator pedal angle at this point at key trigger is 36.5 and increases up to 74.5%. And it stays around 74.5%, 74, 73.5, and 74.
I know.
Now, that 74.5% as far as the pressure being applied to the accelerator pedal, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to that 74.5, that's about 3/4 down, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to this data from 12,629 miles B, what, if anything, are you able to tell from this data as far as when that occurred in relation to 12,629A?
So they occurred about approximately 8 minutes. So 12,629A occurred 8 minutes prior to the other one, and they both occurred within the same odometer mileage.
Okay.
How long a period of time does this depict?
So this is from the start of key cycle, or this whole just this one?
Wait.
Just this one.
Okay. So this is.
Was he saying such? Right. I mean, because I think it's intentionally confusing / just there's so many problems with it. He just said 8 minutes though. You think 8 minutes apart? Let's hear that again. The two triggers? Because if so, that's definitely longer, obviously, than the driveway or the John O'Keefe driveway.
So they occurred about approximately 8 minutes. So 12,629A occurred 8 minutes prior to the other one, and they both occurred within the same odometer mileage.
How long a period of time does this depict?
So this is from the start of key cycle, or this whole just this one?
Just this one.
Okay. So this is 10 seconds of data.
And with respect to that 10 seconds of data, as far as the 24.2 miles per hour, when does that occur within the 10 seconds of data for this particular event?
So the 24.2, as I'll point out, is right here. It's actually around the 9-second mark.
Now, similar to the other charts for A that was up on the screen a moment before, is there an indication as far as the accelerator pedal opening angle?
Yes.
And what, if any, significance does that have, or what, if anything, does that indicate to you from this data on the screen?
It shows that the accelerator pedal angle went up to 74.5%. So as out of 100%, it went up to 74.5%.
Now, with respect to directionality for this, what, if any, data is contained within this chart in respect to that?
Yeah, so on the bottom row, it shows the steering signal. It should show slowing down zeros like 0.5, 9, 13.5, 13.5. I think it's 13.5, 0, 4.5. And we're talking about steering wheel, how far does the steering wheel move from left to right? So that's the degrees of a steering wheel angle.
Now, as far as when the vehicle is shifted sort of from drive or neutral or park or whatever it was, at some point is there an indication in this data set on this table as far as when the vehicle was placed into reverse?
I'm just standing here just shaking my head. It's just right. And 8, right. So I did understand that. So 8 in A and B, those are the two triggers. So that's that. So then I guess that rules out, though. Well, actually, having said that, no, wait. Actually, I take it back, because remember, it's only it's only, what was it, a 6-minute drive between 34 Fairview and John O'Keefe's place. So so when y'all remind me, when she leaves John O'Keefe's house, or what, it's like 5:34 in the morning, something like that, after she bumps into his car, where does she go from there? Is that when she goes to Jen McCabe's? Do you guys remember? Because because wasn't there also this suggestion from the Commonwealth that she went to 34 Fairview before, which is interesting. I wonder if the reason they are suggesting that is exactly because of what I'm thinking, which is that, the 8 minutes thing is interesting. Right. Yeah. Right. It's correct. This chart is supposed to be for the alleged murder. The problem is that, remember, the only thing that we're basing it off of his previous charts. And all of that is based on the Google searches, which is also missing some of the drives. Remember, there's no time. Like, there's no actual time. Like, this entire thing is so stupid. All we know is that there were these triggering events, right? The challenge is, when did they happen? Because lots of people, I mean, they could have been anything from any time, right? And the only way that he's saying these triggering events were from the murder is based on the odometer, which is not something he had. There's no odometer reading. It's based on conjecture from the Google searches, from the Google maps. So it's like, that's why in my mind, it's like, well, what triggered this event, these triggering events, we know it's like a 3-point turn and then bumping into something, right? So doesn't that also describe what we have on video at John O'Keefe's house, which, yes, it was a couple hours later, but there is no time. This chart isn't time, right? The chart is nonsense. It's so the only way to say, was it at 34 Fairview or was it not at 34 Fairview, is based on what her odometer reading actually was at the time, which nobody knows. So they're just guessing based on the average miles it would have taken to drive from here to there based on the different route options. It's just insanity. Okay. Right, exactly. I know. So it's all, so if that's what the 8 minutes is, then okay. I was thinking, never mind. Okay, that makes sense then, because yeah. So we just have to keep that in mind. We have to keep in mind that if we just look at what is the triggering event, right? And what does that describe? We see that exact thing happen on camera when she bumps into his car. So.
Yes.
And how far into this 10-second data set was the vehicle placed into reverse?
Okay, 10 seconds.
At 4 seconds, it's the
10-second
right
data
here.
set. So there you go.
And so am I correct then that there is a 5-second difference between 4 seconds when it's placed in reverse and 9 seconds approximately when it achieves that 24.2 miles per hour?
Lolly is asking Trooper Paul if he did the math right, that 5 plus 4 is 9.
Correct.
Now, as far as the 74.5%
are they sure they don't need a
pressure that's
calculator
placed on the
to confirm
accelerator pedal, when is that recorded in seconds in relation to the 10-second data set in this data?
74.5 starts at the 8 second.
Now, as far as this trigger is concerned, I understand from your testimony that the maximum speed is 24.2. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the vehicle speed recorded at the end of this 10-second data set?
23.6.
Now, as far as the vehicle being in sort of different sets, as far as drive, reverse, things of that nature, what, if anything, did you observe within this data set as far as how it is at the beginning, how it changes at all? What happens with regard to that in the data set?
So this one shows that the vehicle was in drive. It starts off in drive. It's slowing down to 0, and it goes to 0, which is neutral. Then it goes down. Then it goes into reverse. So it's going straight. It stops. Then it gets placed in reverse, and then goes back. Goes in reverse.
Now, as far as the reverse is concerned, you indicated there's also some steering angles that are recorded with this data?
Yes.
And what, if anything, was recorded in this 10 seconds of data? Specifically, I'm asking from the time that it goes to reverse to the end of the set, the end of the data set. What, if anything, do you observe with reference to the change in the steering angle of the steering wheel?
It does not change much. It's only 13. I think as far it goes is left is at 13.5%. So that's only, I mean, if the steering wheel's a circle, the whole circle is 360 degrees. So 13.5% is only, and it's still fairly straight in the vehicle at 13.5%.
Still fairly straight.
So from this data, this vehicle is backing up in the manner of about 5 seconds or so, in a fairly straight line, and achieves a maximum speed of 24.2 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And even at the end of this data set, the vehicle is still traveling approximately 23.6 miles per hour?
Correct.
Now, as far as the small deviations in the steering that you were testifying about, based on your training and experience, what, if anything, would cause that?
Well, the steering wheel fail was obviously caused by operator.
Based on his training and experience. Is that supposed to be a joke?
Traveling only a small amount, about right, and I'll update here. So it's only just operator steering at those small deviations.
Trooper Paul, from what's depicted up on the screen as this next exhibit, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this portion of the data set.
Yeah, so I circled in here the drop from 24.2 to 23.6. And also the steering wheel signal went from a left at 4.5 to a right 4.5. So positive to a negative. And also the same thing with the accelerator opening ratio kind of stays consistent at 74%.
Okay, Fender.
Paul, you recognize what's up on the screen? It is now.
We'll see you soon for we'll do Trooper Paul's cross while we're waiting on a jury. Yes. See you soon.
Marked as exhibit 596.
I do.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, let me ask you this first. As far as this table and this information up on the screen, I should have asked you this before. How was this table created, and what, if anything, does this illustrate?
Yeah, so this illustrates from the chart of 12,609B. I started.
What's the 6 doing to the 6? The exponential. What the hell are we looking at?
From when the vehicle was placed into reversed, and when it immediately goes from 0 and travels up to 23.6. Just that's like the last part of that last chart we had.
And what, if anything, were you able to do as far as distance travel, and how were you able to determine that?
So I used the spherical speeds and the time, and calculated a distance that the vehicle traveled during this time.
And as far as the total distance traveled from the 0 to the 23.6 at the end, what was the total distance there? 97.35 feet. And with respect to the vehicle's maximum speed, as far as 24.2 miles per hour that's recorded within this data set, how much distance had the vehicle traveled prior to achieving that 24.2 mile per hour?
62.51 feet.
Now, Trooper Paul, with regard to, based on your training and experience, with respect to this type of data and crash reconstruction in general, this particular set of data from, who's the name again? From 12,629 miles B. What, if any, type of collision is that data set consistent with, and why?
Yeah, there's a point there where it appears to be consistent with a pedestrian strike.
And why is it that your interpretation of that data you feel is consistent with the pedestrian strike?
It's the sudden change of speed at 24.2 to 23.6 in a half second, while the accelerator pedal is still at a consistent 74%. And also the steering wheel angle goes left at 4.5 degrees and also goes right to 4.5 degrees, and then goes back to left after that. So right at that spot is something that's consistent with a pedestrian strike.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, the pedestrian in this collision, what, if any, data were you able to see or review in relation to your reconstruction analysis in this case?
Say with O.
As far as Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you learn about his injuries?
Like what types of injuries he had?
Yes.
Yeah, there were blunt force injuries. I mean, it was abrasions or lacerations, and blunt force injuries.
And the injuries that you observed or that you were informed about, you learned this from the medical examiner, is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe was recorded as having sustained, according to the medical examiner, what, if any, relationship did those injuries have to you in relation to a pedestrian collision?
Sorry, say it again.
As far as the injuries that you were informed by the medical examiner that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained?
Yes.
What, if any, relationship did those injuries have in relation to a pedestrian collision?
They are consistent with a pedestrian collision.
And how so?
Due to, I mean, we can break down each injury due to the arm, the lacerations of the arm from the tail light, the dent where the scratches for his hand could be. Those are something that would be consistent with this, in this particular case, with striking the Lexus.
Now, specifically with reference to this case, what, if any, analysis did you conduct with regard to kinematics?
Yes, I did a kinematics analysis in my report. Kinematics deals with the aspect of motion.
And I'm sorry, if you could expound
Yeah.
upon that just a little bit and explain to the jury sort of what a kinematics analysis is.
So kinematics analysis is, like I said, it deals with the aspects of motion. Pedestrian crashes get labeled in certain.
But I will say too, as far as like asking him about the injuries and shit, it's like I was still thinking like at this point in time, I think that they were still not planning on calling the medical examiner, and that's why, just like with everyone else so far, they're trying to get in this testimony about his injuries through these other witnesses who shouldn't be testifying about it, right? And that's why, again, I think that the idea to call the medical examiner was in response to Dr. Russell, which at this point had not happened yet in the trial. So they are asking him about the injuries and shit, and he's Trooper Paul, as we know. So yeah.
Different types of how they interact. So in this particular case, I kind of labeled it as it's a forward projection crash with a side swipe. And what I mean by forward projection means that when a pedestrian gets struck by a vehicle, well, basically it's a principal impact forces are above the pedestrian center of gravity, as in this case where you get the higher back of the vehicle. When you get struck by something like that, it projects you forward in the direction of the vehicle. And in this situation where he gets more struck through the side of the vehicle along the taillight area, that it projected him to forward and to the left due to the more of a side swipe manner.
Now, with respect to you mentioned the height of the vehicle, as far as the shape of the back of the vehicle, what, if any, relationship does that have in regard to you sort of labeling this as a forward projection / side swipe collision?
Entire thing.
Yeah, due to being pretty flat, it's not the front of the vehicle where you have the hood and the pedestrian staying above the hood. It's the back of the vehicle. It's pretty flat and it's pretty higher up.
Now, with respect, you also made aware through your review of the medical examiner's report that there was injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
And based on your training experience in particular through pedestrian collisions, what, if any, significance did that have in relation to your opinion as to how Mr. O'Keefe interacted?
Of all of the things this might make me the maddest, she's asking him about head injury, which, as we know, Dr. Marcel, like Kitz was saying, was not allowed to testify about, but Trooper Paul is.
So when you look at the damage, he would have interacted with that left side of the vehicle. And when he got struck by the vehicle on the left side, it would have caused his vehicle to rotate kind of clockwise. And then
it would have caused his vehicle to rotate kind of clockwise. Let's listen to that again.
Of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
And based on your training experience in particular through pedestrian collisions, what, if any, significance did that have in relation to your opinion as to how Mr. O'Keefe interacted with the defendant's vehicle?
So when you look at the damage, he would have interacted with that left side of the vehicle. And when he got struck by the vehicle on the left side, it would have caused his vehicle to rotate kind of clockwise. And then when that rotation, he could turn it into his back, and his back could have struck the ground. I noted at the scene that there was asphalt curbing, which could have, somewhere he could have struck his head in there, or somewhere along any of the pavement would have caused damage.
Somewhere any of the pavement would have caught damage.
Most forward projection crashes have damage on both sides of the body.
Why is it?
The crash has damage. Shouldn't the person have damage? Did he say somewhere else on the? I mean, let me back it. There's so many problems with everything he just said that, like, I don't know, man. We could do like a 12-hour stream trying to pick just this one sentence apart, honestly.
Of Mr. O'Keefe's
head.
Mess. Yes. And based on your training experience in particular through pedestrian collisions, what, if any, significance did that have in relation to your opinion as to how Mr. O'Keefe interacted with the defendant's vehicle?
So when you look at the damage, he would have interacted with that left side of the vehicle.
Oh,
And when he
you're
got
right.
struck by the vehicle on the left side, it would have caused his vehicle to rotate kind of counterclockwise.
You're right. He's saying left side. What the hell, man?
And then when that rotation, he could turn it into his back, and his back could have struck the ground. I noted at the scene that there was
Oh, my
asphalt
God.
curbing,
What
which could have somewhere he could have struck his head in there, or somewhere along any of the pavement would have caused damage.
He did say left. What the fuck? And I don't even know that Jackson caught that. What?
Left side of the vehicle, and when he
I mean, I don't even. I'm still in disbelief. Let me back it up a little bit more. What?
pretty higher up.
Now, with respect, you also made aware through your review of the medical examiner's report that there was injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
And based on your training experience in particular to pedestrian collisions, what, if any, significance did that have in relation to your opinion as to how Mr. O'Keefe interacted with the defendant's vehicle?
So when you look at the damage, he would have interacted with that left side of the vehicle. And when he got struck by the vehicle on the left side, it would have caused his vehicle to rotate kind of counterclockwise. And then when that rotation, he could turn it into his back, and his back could have struck the ground. I noted at the scene that there was asphalt curbing, which could have somewhere he could have struck his head in there, or somewhere along would have caused damage.
In relation to your opinion as to how Mr. O'Keefe interacted with the defendant's vehicle.
So when you look at the damage, he would have interacted with that left side of the vehicle. And when he got struck by the vehicle on the left side, it would have caused his vehicle to
He
rotate.
said left side of the vehicle, and then he says, and then when he gets struck by the vehicle on the left side. Now that part could be either referring to the car or the person, because it's Trooper Paul, he doesn't specify. But right before that part, he says left side of the vehicle. I mean, right, of course, right? I have my head buried in my hands just telling you. You guys, this is not justice. It's stuff like this where any ounce of empathy for Trooper Paul, should anyone have it, like this is just this isn't I don't have words, man. Right. But still, yeah. If he hit his head on the curbing or the asphalt or the road or whatever, he would have been found there because it killed him instantly. I mean, we saw the pictures. Even though the yard is small, he's like in the flower bed area. It's two different places. It gets mitts for the win on this one. My memory isn't exhausted, but my empathy is. Well said on that, for sure. And by the way, we're going to see, I did a little fun little replay thing for when Trooper Paul gets off the stand and Jackson stares him down. It's pretty epic.
Rotate kind of counterclockwise. And then when that rotation, he could turn it into his back, and his back could have struck the ground. I noted at the scene that there was asphalt curbing, which could have somewhere he could have struck his head in there, or somewhere along any of the pavement would have caused damage.
I would love to see the transcript of this. You guys, we have to get our hands someday on the transcript of this testimony. You know what, I can tell you because so when I was doing Depp Heard with the sidebars, I knew all this. We'd seen it, right? We'd seen, actually, well, I guess we didn't see the sidebars, but like let's just say some of the stuff that we saw prior, before or after the sidebars, where it's like watch the trial and Elaine saying all this crazy shit. But I can tell you from reading the transcript with the sidebars and what happens before and after the sidebars, because I had the full transcript, I can tell you that it's worse when you read it than when you actually see it happen or hear it happen. So what I mean is, if we get the transcript of this nonsense, it's going to be worse. Just see it printed in writing, it's going to be worse. And there's two issues here. There's the issue that the content of what he's saying makes no sense. But then there's also the issue that the words he's saying make no sense. It's just unintelligible. Like, to quote Camille Vasquez, like, objection, unintelligible. Like, that's the answer. Objection, unintelligible. This is unintelligible. I don't know how no one's stopping him. I don't know how the judge isn't stopping him. I don't know how the court reporter isn't. Like, clown clockwise. I mean, it's not clear what he's even talking about half the time. Even if it wasn't contradictory, it's just not even clear what he's even talking about, but it's also contradictory. And there's also all these issues, but it's like, you can't even understand what he's saying. Yeah, I know. I think you're right about that. If possible, I've done a lot of research onto this because of the sidebars thing. It seems like in criminal trials, they usually don't release it to the public. Like, it's not gettable, apparently. Like, it's just like sealed. Or sorry, hold on, let me think. No, let me back up. I'm referring to the sidebars. Okay, right. Criminal trial sidebars are almost impossible to get, but transcripts of the rest of it, I think are gettable if you have enough money. Yeah, just to be clear. Yeah, it was the Irish dude, though, says it's pretty much instantly. But we haven't covered him yet, so.
Those 4 projection crashes have damage on both sides of the body.
Why is that?
Due to them get projected forward, so they get hit from behind, they would have damage to the back, and then when they get projected forward, they get damage to the front. So, I mean, in this case, he got projected and got spun counterclockwise due to where he got impacted the vehicle.
Now, with regard to the vehicle speeds, kinematically speaking.
I try to be nothing if not thorough. I just want to clarify something. What I meant to say is the head injury, it wouldn't have, not that it would have killed him instantly. I'm just in my mind, I'm replaying the Irish dude's testimony. Not that it would have killed him instantly. He would have been instantly unconscious, is what he said. And then he would have died very quickly thereafter. But the point is that he would not have been able to travel anywhere. Like the Irish dude said that after that head injury, when that happened, he would have instantly collapsed to the ground and been unconscious. So, well, okay. He would have become unconscious, and therefore, because he was unconscious, he would have collapsed to the ground. Let me just get that more accurate. That's right. Thank you, Kitsmith, saying it. It instantly incapacitated him. Exactly. So I actually remember thinking when he was describing it, I was like, wow, the description was surprisingly similar to what we heard about with Paul Murdaugh, which is insane because they're completely different injuries, right? But the way that, I obviously the shotgun wound to the head would have killed him faster, but just in terms of the way they both described the incapacitation element of it, if you will, and then that the body would have collapsed, I was like, oh, I was surprised by how many similarities I was hearing. I was like, wow, this reminds me of Paul.
From your analysis in respect to that, what, if anything, can you say in relation to, just in general terms, as far as the pedestrian collision is concerned, how much of that vehicle's speed would a pedestrian be assuming in the context of a pedestrian collision with a forward projection?
Forward projection will have almost 100% speed post-impact. And more, like I said, in this case, it's more the fact that he didn't get 100%, like his center of mass didn't strike the vehicle, so he would not have been thrown 100% of the vehicle speed post-impact. His right side would have sustained the vehicle speed, and that would cause him to spin out. So, as opposed to traditional forward projection, if he was right there in the middle of the vehicle, he would have got projected forward, and he would have sustained, his full body would have sustained the vehicle speed.
Is that abnormal as far as the sort of forward projection type of pedestrian collision? And what I'm going to ask is specifically to not having any contact with sort of the bottom of the vehicle or being run over or something like that. Can you expound upon that a little? Yeah, due to the side swipe manner that projected him off to the left, wouldn't show that he would have been, the car would have ran over him and traveled over him. Like traditional.
Yeah,
the car would.
I'm going to ask you to slow down just a
Sorry.
little bit.
Sorry. Yes, so due to the situation in this scene where he got projected to the left and body rotated, it would have rotated away from the vehicle, and his body would not have traveled under the vehicle. As you do in a lot of traditional forward projection crashes, the vehicle would get tracked forward ahead of the vehicle, and that vehicle could possibly travel over that pedestrian.
So that is not what you found in this particular pedestrian collision, correct?
Correct.
I know you've mentioned it a couple times, but if I could ask you to just expound a little bit when you're talking about center of mass and how that relates between sort of a pedestrian and a vehicle in a pedestrian type collision.
So pedestrians, almost every object has a center mass. Pedestrians is the same. So a pedestrian center mass is essentially obviously the half the body, and you would also put down is around the chest area. Just below the chest area would be a center of mass for a pedestrian, and they all range based on height and body shape.
And so where on someone's body typically would a center of mass be located?
Usually just around the chest area or just below the chest area.
Now, if I could turn your attention, Trooper Paul, back to February 1st of 2022, when you were at the Canton Police Department. You mentioned that, or you testified earlier at some point that you went outside to an asphalt roadway surface and conducted some forward acceleration and rear acceleration braking tests, correct?
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, what, if any, other testing did you do with respect to that vehicle on that particular date in that location?
We checked the cameras and we did backup visibility analysis with the cameras in the vehicle.
And again, if you could, just in general terms, first, just describe for the jury when you say visibility analysis, typically speaking, what are you doing?
Yeah, and actually, Kate Spitz is saying that women have a, right. Yeah, right. Actually, what's funny, I'm going to back that up again one more time to that part, because the thing is it was, I think the reason he's talking about that is because we know we're going to hear about that from, it's Crash Daddy number 2, I believe, who talks about that. I'm pretty sure it's the second
date in that location.
We checked the cameras and we did backup visibility analysis.
Acceleration and rear.
And they all range based on height and they all range.
A pedestrian and a vehicle in a pedestrian type collision.
So pedestrians, almost every object has a center mass. Pedestrians is the same. So a pedestrian center mass is essentially obviously the half the body, and you would also put down is around the chest area. Just below the chest area would be a center of mass for a pedestrian, and they all range based on height and
just below the chest area?
body shape.
No.
And so where on someone's body typically would the center of mass be located?
Usually just around the chest area or just below the chest area.
No, I don't think so. And he's not
now, if I could turn your attention, Trooper Paul, back to February 1st of 2022, when you were at the Canton Police Department. You mentioned that, or you testified earlier at some point that you went outside to an asphalt roadway surface and conducted some forward acceleration and rear acceleration braking tests, correct?
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, what, if any, other testing did you do with respect to that vehicle on that particular date in that location?
We checked the cameras and we did backup visibility analysis with the cameras in the vehicle.
And again, if you could, just in general terms, first, just describe for the jury when you say visibility analysis, typically speaking, what are you doing in a visibility analysis?
In the visibility analysis, we are trying to see what an operator would see in their vehicle. Looking for, in this particular case, we were trying to see if the operating vehicle would be able to see a pedestrian behind the vehicle. And also in this, where we have backup cameras, we're trying to look at the cameras and see what would the cameras pick up as we would go into reverse.
And in fairness to the defendant, at this particular time when this visibility analysis was conducted, it was during the daytime, is that correct?
That's correct.
Your understanding of the crash is that it occurred at night, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as a visibility analysis, typically, would you be looking to recreate as close as you can?
I mean, I just want to say something real quick. I'm not trying to make fun of him for the words. But here's the thing. The jurors, as we heard yesterday in the jury instructions, they are instructed, right? They have to base the facts that they are listening for, it's witness testimony. And as we heard, they aren't provided a transcript, right? We know this. So they are judging, like, it matters that they can understand a witness. Like, the words coming from the witness stand is that is the testimony. That's the evidence, right? That they are using, that they're That's what they're instructed on for evidence. Evidence comes from the witness stand. So when you've got words that aren't words and it's all just a jumbled mess and you can't understand what the person is saying, like a lot of what he's saying you can't understand. You can try to guess or like fill in the blanks, but like it's just, and that's taking a lot of chances, right? That you're going to make assumptions that the jurors are going to understand it. That's the evidence. The words coming out of his mouth, that is the evidence. That's evidence for them. It's just insane to think about, right? So anyway, all that to say, it matters that you can understand a witness. Everybody's going to get words wrong here and there, but like, you need to understand what they're saying. It should be clear. Anyway.
To the conditions at the time that the collision occurred?
In most typical cases, yes.
And why were you not able to, were you able to do that in this case?
We were not.
And why not?
Due to was most, like I said, it's mostly done when we're trying to see what a pedestrian, an operator would see a pedestrian. It's mostly done because it's an accident, but a lot of times when it's like an intentional act, visibility is not an issue in this situation. We were just want to make sure that the cameras worked and the backup sensors all worked in the vehicle.
Now, as far as this particular visibility analysis that was conducted in this case, how, if at all, was that memorialized?
It was recorded when the crime scenes. Trooper recorded it.
And what, if any, involvement did you have in respect to this investigation in regard to the infotainment system?
I didn't have anything. That was Trooper Nick Marino's did the infotainment system in this vehicle.
And you indicated earlier in your testimony that you had training as it relates to Burla, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, relationship does Burla have with respect to the infotainment system?
They have tools to forensically diagnose the infotainment systems.
And if you know, are you familiar with whether or not that was able to be accomplished in this particular case?
It was not.
And do you know why not?
Because they had to go to, I think Burla didn't have the equipment, so they went to a...
Sustained.
And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen and is now been marked as Exhibit 597?
Yes.
And what part of the vehicle are we looking at in this photograph?
That's the steering wheel.
Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's now up on the screen and is marked as Exhibit 598?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this part of the photograph.
That is the infotainment system.
And as far as the infotainment system, when you were operating that vehicle, what, if anything, was displayed on that screen within the infotainment system?
If you were in drive, it just had the radio navigation stuff. But if you're in reverse, that's where the backup cameras and sensors would be.
Now, if I could take you back just for a second to the VCH data and the kinematics of what you were testifying about just a moment ago. You had mentioned that with respect to the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head that is consistent or could have been caused by striking his head on part of the pavement or the curbing, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as your training and experience in pedestrian collisions that you've responded to in investigating on prior occasions, as far as weather, as far as the coldness of the ground being frozen, what, if any, impact did that have as far as in relation to the injuries to the back of his?
Y'all, this is so insane. The Commonwealth is like doing what a defense team would normally, as we know, right? Like where it's like, well, what if the jury realizes there's no way he could have hit his head on the cement or the asphalt curbing or what have you? Okay, well, we're going to have to try to make an argument somehow that grass being frozen could cause that head injury, which is just so silly. I'm sorry.
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, as far as the visibility analysis that you were conducting on February 1st, you mentioned that was memorialized with photographs as well as video. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the video that was taken, sir, was that in the interior of the vehicle, exterior of the vehicle, or both?
I believe it might have been just the interior.
Trooper, if you could, please describe to the jury what we're looking at in this photograph that's now been marked as Exhibit 606.
Yes, this is the view from the operator as they would turn around and look to the back of the vehicle.
And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen and has now been marked as Exhibit 610?
Yes.
And can you please describe to the jury what, if anything, we're looking at here?
Yes, that's the view inside the vehicle showing the infotainment system and the backup cameras on it.
Now, as far as the backup cameras on this particular vehicle, what kind of view was able to be portrayed, or what did you observe on the screen when you placed the vehicle on the first?
Yes, so this has this straight backup camera and also has a 360 overhead view of the vehicle.
And as far as the cameras within this vehicle are concerned, are we talking about one single camera, or how many cameras are encapsulating this 360-degree camera angle view?
It has the front and the sides and the rear cameras.
Now, if you could, using the laser pointer, just draw the jury's attention, direct the jury's attention to where you're talking about as far as the screen is concerned, depicting that camera angle view.
Okay. So the one on the left, that's the backup camera, and the one in the middle here would be the 360 overhead camera.
Now, in addition to what's depicted on the screen right now, as far as the vehicle on the 360 overhead, as the vehicle travels, what, if anything, in addition, is depicted on that particular portion of the screen as far as the 360 overhead?
It shows a sensor, and also when that sensor shows up in the area where the object that it gets closer to.
And the sensor that you're talking about, how is that depicted on the screen?
It's a little red like blip or a little bar that would show up on the camera itself.
And is that something that appears as you approach an object from either in front or behind or something else?
Correct. As you approach the object, the bar will, blink and will go get faster as you get closer to the object.
Now, with respect to the system overall, in addition to the visual cues depicted up on the screen, what, if any, auditory cues are also part of this system?
It will beep at you, and it will, as you get closer to the object, it will beep faster as you get closer to it.
And as far as getting closer to an object, the beeping that you're talking about, it increases in speed or rapidity, is that correct?
Correct.
And how does it, what, if anything, does it do as far as the volume of the beeping that you use?
I guess it would increase as it would get faster.
So it gets faster and it gets louder as you get closer to an object, correct?
Yep.
And Trooper Paul, if you could describe to the jury, or using the laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant you observe in this portion or closer up image of the screen in the center console.
Yeah, so this is one on the left here is the backup camera, and the one in the middle is the 360 overhead camera. The bars and lines are showing the path of the vehicle.
Now, Trooper Paul, as far as during this visibility analysis that you conducted, you testified earlier that you were primarily concerned with sort of whether or not the cameras and the auditory and visual cues worked properly with this vehicle and this system, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of your running these sort of forward and back reverse acceleration braking tests, as well as the visibility analysis, what, if anything, did you observe with relation to the functionality of the cameras and the visual and auditory cues?
Everything seemed to be working properly.
Now, at some point during the course of the visibility analysis specifically, what, if anything, did you place behind the vehicle during your visibility analysis?
It was like a punching bag dummy.
And where did you place that in relation to the vehicle?
Along the right rear.
And as far as that punching bag dummy was concerned, about how far up off the ground was the top of that?
I'm not exactly sure the exact height of it. Maybe my height or taller.
And with respect, your height, sir, how tall are you?
5'6".
So it was at least 5'6", if not taller, is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to that, placing it behind the vehicle, after it was placed behind the vehicle, at some point, were you inside of the vehicle?
Yes.
And when you were inside of the vehicle and that was outside of the vehicle, what, if any, visual observations were you able to make with respect to its placement? And it's in the right rear passenger side of the vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
So what, if any, observations were you able to make with respect to that item or exemplar that was placed out there?
It would have been invisible in the cameras.
With respect to the visibility analysis that was conducted with respect to that, let me ask you this first. When I say exemplar, so
Yeah,
exemplar
no, he doesn't
pedestrian-
know how tall the dummy was, which is just. Also, the other thing is, I'm pretty sure that he's talking about the dude in the orange shirt from the Lallybird video. I say dude. There's a person, you know, a person. That's not better. You know, a mannequin, whatever, a dummy, I guess. Although I feel bad for insulting that dude's intelligence with the orange shirt. I mean, I'm sure he could do a better job on the stand than Trooper Brian. Ooh. That's correct, Kitsmits. He only said faster. And then Lolly said it got louder. And also, you know what's so crazy is that I just was thinking about this too with that, is that there's no sound on this video. So we're going to talk about it when it gets to the video here in a sec of him doing his stupid experiment, which is so fucking pointless. Okay. So it's another great question. Kind of like in Murdaugh, right? Remember there was all this discrepancy over his height. I think that got settled in the end, but things that shouldn't be difficult, right? And things that are knowable include people's height. Because I mean, weight obviously can change, but height, if they're adults, there you go, you know?
Can you explain sort of what that term means and as how it relates to a visibility analysis?
So an exemplar pedestrian is, just like you said, we used a punch bag dummy. It was something that we used in place of a pedestrian to act like a pedestrian.
To act like a pedestrian. So when I was editing this, whenever it was, yesterday, day before, and he said that, I was like, interesting, to act like a pedestrian. And it got me thinking, you know what is interesting about that? Is he makes a good point, not that he's trying to. Pedestrians would be moving, could be moving, right? And so then I thought to myself, like, yeah, like what do normal people do? Normal people could be moving. So, and in this situation, we don't know anything. So then I thought, well, isn't that interesting? Because what happens if you use a dummy, right? The dummy is standing still. I mean, that matters. And I don't even know if they even talk about that in this case. Whether the person was standing still or moving when they get hit in any accident matters. Oh my God, and that's also true. It didn't have arms. What a great point. I didn't even think about that, Kitsmits. Fuck. You're right. It doesn't have arms. And we can actually see, actually, I don't think I have it on this file. Fuck. If you guys remember the Lallybird video, I think I even named him Bill or something like that in one of the live streams. He does not have arms. It's just a torso with a head and an orange shirt. Actually, I might have something on here that has it. Hold on, let me look and see what I've got on my computer. I think maybe actually, yeah, no, I don't know that I have one. Fuck. Yeah. But yeah, you're right. It has no arms. And I don't know that anyone pointed that out. Well done, Kitsmits. So not, yeah. So we just, and I don't think anyone pointed out the moving thing either. So we just pointed out two important things. The dummy's not going to be moving, which a pedestrian could be, a person could be. And the dummy also has no arms or legs, just a torso and a head. And I don't think they mentioned that on Cross, which is wild.
When that exemplar pedestrian was placed in the rear passenger side area.
You know, isn't that funny too? He uses the word exemplar pedestrian. Almost it's like trying to gaslight the jury into thinking, oh, it's an example. No, it's not an example. And you know what they don't show when they're doing this experiment? They don't show the dummy, I don't think. I don't remember ever seeing it when I was editing this. which is insane, right? Because you would think that if they're doing like, okay, as they are asking these questions that he's talking about this dummy, I'm like, oh, well, surely what they're going to show us what it looks like with the dummy positioned in that place, right? Nope. We don't add, they don't, and I'm sure that's why. I'm sure they left that out because we would be like, oh, it doesn't have arms or legs and it's not moving, you know? And it wouldn't be the same, right? Like, in other words, it's not exemplar, essentially. It's pointless. You may as well have just, you know, placed a refrigerator back there or whatever. No, they didn't. That's what I'm saying. He describes it as in he's placed that dummy there, right? When he's backing up to practice, if you can see it, but you don't see the dummy in the video. So again, that's just more fuckery. Oh.
What, if any, obstructions did you observe as far as just from a visual perspective, sort of turning your head or looking or cameras or anything else as far as where that exemplar was placed?
There were no obstructions.
There it is. The exemplar. That's the dummy. No, they did.
Now, if that exemplar was placed directly next to the vehicle versus
I see what you're saying.
feet away.
Yeah, I don't think they tried hitting it, which honestly would have been a good idea for somebody to do, right? Like, that kind of makes sense. And I wonder if anybody did that with the feds, with the Crash Daddy people. Like, do they even, I don't know if they even talk about that. How did that, I feel like that thought never occurred to me before somehow. But I don't know, there's so many thoughts to question about. There's so many questions in this trial and so many things. Anyway, yeah, it would make sense to get a dummy that's accurate and test it, right? I mean, I guess there's no need to, because it's clear that it's not got, like, okay, like, let's say that the medical findings and the autopsy was consistent with the crash. Let's say that there was actual evidence in this case that maybe it happened, then maybe that would warrant it. Maybe they were just like, yeah, it's not even necessary because it's like, there's just no way. But yeah, it would make sense though, right? To test it out with a dummy that actually had arms and legs and was, you know, actually an exemplar of John O'Keefe and, you know, testing it out. But, yeah. Right. That's right. They did. What was it? But they just had a head, right? It was just a head, I believe. Right. Okay. Yeah. That's what I thought. It was a head. Yeah.
From the vehicle, what, if any, difference did you note as far as the visibility was concerned?
Yeah. So if it was placed right next to the vehicle, it'd be blocked by the back pillar of the vehicle. If you place it like 5 feet away, you would be able to see the dummy in the cameras and also in the side mirrors.
Would be able to see it. Are you not? But they don't show this in the video.
So at a distance of at least 5 feet, it was fully visible from where you sat in the vehicle?
Yes.
Coming, if you could pause there for a moment. Trooper Paul, with respect to, just for orientation purposes, if you could explain to the jury sort of where we are in relation to the Canton Police Department and where it was that you conducted these tests.
Yeah, so this is a view from the back of the Canton Police Department. So as you look at the Canton Police Department, we'd be on the left side of the Canton Police Department.
Okay, as we watch these, it's going to do a couple of them back to back. Here's the question that I have. As we watch this, I want you guys to let me know in the chat or in the comments if you're watching on Replay Crew, shout out to Replay Crew, what you think the point is of this, of what the Commonwealth is trying to show. All right, let's watch.
And as far as the vehicle in question, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where that is and sort of where it's going to be in relation to the camera angle.
The vehicle is right here.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. I could ask you to pause there for just a moment. Trooper Paul, during these testing that you were conducting here with the acceleration, reverse braking, all of those things, the highest speed that you recorded during the course of that testing was 30 miles an hour, is that correct?
Yes.
And the highest speed that was contained within that VCH data for the second or the B of those two data sets, what was the highest miles per hour there?
24.
Now, with respect to the braking in this vehicle, what, if anything, was this vehicle equipped with?
Had ABS brakes, anti-lock brake system.
And with relation to anti-lock brake system or ABS, what, if any, relationship does that have with regard to braking and what is then visible on the pavement?
It doesn't leave visible tire marks.
And why is that so?
Due to when the brakes, as the brake is about to lock up, it transfers over to another tire, so it kind of rotates between tires, so the tires never fully lock up and slide across the pavement.
Now, in relation to ABS not leaving marks on the pavement, what, if any, relationship does that have as far as the sound difference between ABS brakes and non-ABS brakes?
Yeah, sound would be different because you would hear a car sliding across the pavement as opposed to just hard braking and engine slowing down.
I love that one. You would hear you would hear a car sliding across the pavement.
Screeching of braking and,
Oh my
and
God.
tire.
Sorry. Let's hear that again. I was going to rewind it a smidgen. Because that's a good one. A real good one. I agree. I agree. It did look like it was sped up. Yep. I do think it was sped up. Which is weird because the whole point, I guess, well, one of the things is potentially to try to show. Well, again, this goes back to my question of why. What's the point of showing backing up at a certain speed if we have no idea, like it means nothing without hitting something, right? I mean, it's just, that's what I think. But here's what's so interesting, Kit Smits. That's what I think. But what do you notice in the video? That's interesting. I think that is the point, but this is why it's wild, right? Think about what's missing from the video. Oh, okay. Well, still, right? Let's think about what is the point of the video still on the table for different options there. And then what is missing from the video?
It doesn't leave visible tire marks.
And why is that so?
Due to when the brakes, as the brake is about to lock up, it transfers over to another tire, so it kind of rotates between tires, so the tires never fully lock up and slide across the pavement.
Now, in relation to ABS not leaving marks on the pavement, what, if any, relationship does that have as far as the sound difference between ABS brakes and non-ABS brakes?
Yeah, sound would be different because you would hear a car sliding across the pavement as opposed to just hard braking and engine slowing down.
As far as sort of screeching of braking and tire coming to a brake, what would you expect to hear with respect to ABS braking?
There would be no screeching of the tires.
And here's the thing. So it's like exactly ding 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 that there's no sound. But maybe, I don't know. I mean, I know that can happen. But yeah, so anyway, but yes, the video has no sound. So here's what's crazy. So he's saying, I think that the point of that, those last couple questions is to try to explain why we're not hearing any screeching, right? Because I guess they're thinking, oh, the jury's going to be like, oh, we're not hearing anything. It's like, oh, let's explain that. Oh, because it wouldn't screech, right? Or whatever he's saying, because of the anti-lock brake system. I think it's really misleading because here's the thing. They're trying to make it seem like the video does have sound, but that there wouldn't be any sound. And here's the thing. You'll see Trooper Paul, when he backs up, he's got the window rolled down and he's talking to people. He's talking to whoever's like filming this or whatever. And you can see them communicating. And he's like, are you ready for me to go forward again? He does like a thumbs up a couple times. And there's no ambient sound. So it's misleading, man, I feel like. Well, yeah, I mean, right. But if that's the goal, shouldn't you have sound on the video so you can hear what would, I mean, even though this isn't actually accurate in so many ways, right? If that's your point and you play a video without sound, it's misleading, I feel like. Like here, he's talking. And there's a passenger in the car. I don't know that he even mentioned the passenger was a passenger.
If you could just pause it briefly. Again, Trooper Paul, with reference to what's up on the screen, if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to the screen in the center of the dashboard, and just as far as what different parts of the screen are visible here.
So right here is the reverse camera, 360 camera.
And as far as this particular portion of the interior of the vehicle, are we looking at what was done with regard to acceleration or braking tests, or are we looking at the visibility now?
This is the visibility analysis.
Ms. Gilman, if you could please rest.
Okay.
Right, if you could pause it there, Ms. Gilman. If I could ask you to just bring it back.
Pressure wash the side of that building. I know, it's so stupid. It's like those stupid maps. It's pointless.
Pause it there. Trooper Paul, as far as the, this is a closer-up image of the screen that was visible in the center of the dash of the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, this may be a little difficult to see. If you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe on the screen while the vehicle's in reverse now, correct?
Correct.
If you could direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe on this screen as the vehicle's in reverse with the exemplar pedestrian behind.
Yes, so this screen has now changed to a park assist screen, and it now shows a sensor for the back of the vehicle.
But again,
And also same here, the sensor starts popping up in a yellow line for behind the vehicle.
And then in the actual camera view,
The actual camera view shows that's where our punching bag dummy was, and also shows where the
but it's not there.
sensor's backed up to on the bottom here.
Wait.
Ms. Gilman, for the record, this is about 34 seconds in.
He just said, wait. He just said that the green light there is showing that there's something behind him, and he's saying it's the dummy. But then he's just pointed out on the left, that's the camera. Where's the dummy? Wait, I'm so confused. There's nothing there. Am I missing something? Right corner. Is that, I mean, it doesn't look like the dummy. It doesn't look like a person. It looks like I don't know what it looks like. Weird. I can't see It's so dark. Maybe it's like my screen or something. It's the orange. Okay, so you can see it, Kitsmits. Okay. I have a hard time seeing it.
Press play from here. At some point over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, did you become aware of ring videos from Mr. O'Keefe's residence at 1 Meadows Avenue?
Yes.
And specifically, have you had occasion to see a video depicting the defendant backing out of the garage as snow was coming down?
Yes.
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish to the jury with the witness on the stand, Exhibit 6, video number 153.
Objection, may we approach?
Yes. So, Trooper, we're going to have a voir dire of you, sir. Mr. Lally's going to ask you some questions. Mr. Jackson's going to ask you some questions. You'll be shown a video.
Okay. Now, Trooper Paul, as I was asking you before, with respect to, have you had occasion to see a ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house at 1 Meadows Avenue depicting the defendant or the defendant's vehicle backing out of a garage while snow was falling? Now, in addition to that, as you've already testified to, you made observations of the defendant's vehicle in the Canton Police Department garage on February 1st. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so here's this. Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Now,
Pause
Trooper,
it, so
from your
it's
observations from this
time.
video, at some point, this vehicle either comes close or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in addition to your observations of this video and your observations of the defendant's vehicle, at some point, have you also seen photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes.
And is your understanding that those photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle were taken by State Police Crime Scene Services on February 3rd? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your observations in this vehicle, what I'm going to ask you is in regard to the significance that you observe, significance of the impact between the two vehicles. In respect to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe on his vehicle at that time?
At the photos or now?
Right now.
Oh, right now. There was snow on the vehicle.
And then with respect to the contact between the defendant's vehicle and victim, Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe to occur with relation to the snow based on the significance of the impact between the two?
The snow doesn't move.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play at this time.
All right. Can I see the other video?
Yeah, great point, Kitsmits.
And Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes.
And what are we looking at, and which area of the vehicle are we looking at here?
It's the rear, sorry, John O'Keefe's car.
The driver's side, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does this portion of the vehicle we're looking at here have in relation to the video that we just watched?
It was faced, well, kind of you see it
All right,
from.
what was the answer?
I
didn't hear.
Sorry, it was faced kind of the same way you see the back left rear corner of the vehicle as you do in this picture here.
It's kind of the same way.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have what's now been marked as Exhibit 559. And sir, is this the same driver's side rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And as
as
we pointed out before, this is not where the contact happens to the vehicle at all.
It's way further to the other side and higher up.
Your observations of these photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in either the last exhibit or this exhibit itself?
There was no damage.
Now, as far as the impact, let me ask, as far as the damage that you observed to the taillight area of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, opinion do you have as to the amount of force necessary in order to cause that damage?
Objection.
You need a foundation on this.
So, Trooper, over the course of your, I'm sorry, how many crashes have you investigated over your time with the cars unit?
I've been primary on 196 crashes.
And I know I'd asked you before about pedestrian crashes. Fair to say most of the remainder, if not all the remainder, involved vehicles colliding with other vehicles.
Correct.
Now, with respect
give a different
to
answer?
that experience in relation
I'm pretty sure earlier in direct he said it was 150 crashes.
to vehicle crashes, what, if any, training or knowledge do you have in regard to sort of physical forces of vehicles in a collision sequence and what kind of damage you would anticipate?
So obviously the higher the speed, the more damage, the lower speed, the less damage.
And what, if any, from the observation that you made in that video and the observations that you made of the defendant's vehicle, what you observed in the video, is that consistent with the damage that you observed to the defendant's vehicle?
Objection.
So I'm going to allow this for voir dire. I just need to hear this information.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
It is not consistent with the tail light in this collision.
And why not?
One thing, the collision, the tail light is, what I say, 42 to 50 inches off the ground. So that vehicle would have to have damage 42 to 50 inches off the ground, because they would have had to contact each other in the same distance from the ground, and there's no damage to that vehicle. So if the taillight breaks, it should leave some sort of scratch.
To that end, I would say that what they showed us, where they're alleging the damage would have occurred on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, is definitely not 42 to 50 inches off the ground, which proves what we're saying, that they're not showing us the right part of the vehicle where it would have been hit.
Maybe a dent, something on some sort of damage to that vehicle should have occurred.
And with respect to, I think you just answered it. So as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what kind of damage would you expect from an impact significant enough to break the plastic on the tail light of the defendant's vehicle?
It would be probably higher speed than what we saw.
For purposes of voir dire, I need to hear all of this, Mr. Jackson. Go ahead.
A higher speed than what we probably would saw in there. If it's not, it was minimal, maybe it would crack a tail light or something like that, but it wouldn't. I mean, the damage is different. And also, you know, we have a bumper.
That's interesting. He just said it would have cracked a taillight. Was that a Freudian slip? It would have cracked a taillight? Well, yeah. I mean, that's a good point. Agreed.
That's also in the way, too.
And to that point, Trooper, when it comes to a bumper, from a functional standpoint, what is a bumper and what does it do with respect to a vehicle in a collision sequence?
The bumper is, you know, it's basically meant as another cushion to absorb the impact to another vehicle, from one vehicle to another vehicle. And it kind of sticks out to kind of also preserve whatever, you know, tail lights and everything else and the damage on top of it.
So in order, from your experience as far as responding and investigating collisions, specifically collisions between motor vehicles, the speed that you observed the defendant's vehicle traveling in that video, what, if any, relationship does that have, specifically as also as to the bumper, as to the damage that you observed to the defendant's vehicle?
So if you look at the defendant's vehicle, there is a scratch mark that is along the left side starts from her bumper around the rear. That could be consistently with his hitting his bumper. That would be around the same height level. He has a like little ridge there on his bumper. So that bumper could have been hit that little ridge. And also the bumper in itself, and here is a different material. Hers is a little lighter, like a glossy colored paint. This is more a duller flat finish. So it might have why it would show up on her bumper more than it would show up on his bumper.
And finally, sir, in your opinion, the damage to the defendant's taillight is that something that could have occurred or could have been caused by the crash or the contact of the vehicles that you observed in that video?
Objection.
No.
So again, this is voir dire, Mr. Jackson, going in here.
No.
And again, sir, why not?
For one thing, the bumpers, you have to go push through the bumpers in order to hit the taillight against the other vehicle. And there's no damage to that, significant damage to a bumper in order to push back into the car.
And again, there was no snow on the vehicle. By that, I mean Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle that even came off the vehicle that you observed during the course of that contact between the two vehicles.
That's correct.
I have nothing further on.
All right, Mr. Jackson?
Did you ever put the two cars together?
I did not.
No, you didn't, did you? You never tested whether or not the SUV would match up with the Traverse, did you?
What do you mean?
You just said, oh, look, one of them has matte finish, one of them has glossy finish, so it couldn't have happened, right?
No, I didn't. I'm confused by the question. I'm talking about the tail light. We're talking about the tail light.
Yeah.
Are we talking about tail light? Or are we talking about the bumper?
Yeah, we were talking about the taillight.
So one person at a time, you both are talking over each other.
You started talking about the bumpers.
Yes.
You said, well, one has matte finish and one has glossy finish, right?
Yes.
And you said, well, you'd expect one of them to like slide off of each other, and they could have done this and they could have done that, right?
Not slide off each other.
You were suggesting that the two cars wouldn't match up such that the taillight could make contact with any part of the Traverse. That's what you were suggesting.
I'm saying it didn't match up because there's no damage to the Traverse.
You didn't test whether or not the lens, the right rear lens on the SUV could match up to any part of the Traverse, right? And make contact, physical contact with them, right?
When I see a picture of the Traverse,
Yes or no?
when I see the picture
No,
of the Traverse,
this is a voir dire. I need the information, Mr.
you asked me a
Jackson.
question.
Yeah,
And I said when
yes or no question, Trooper.
I don't think so, but
Mr. Jackson, just for, there's no jury here. This is for purposes of what I have to rule on. The more information I have, the better off I am in being able to rule on it.
Let me take a breath.
So this is you trying to keep the evidence out. So you want to give me the information.
Understood. Did you or did you not ever do a test where you backed the Lexus up against the Traverse?
we did not.
Did you or did you not ever do a test where you put the two cars together and measured them?
No.
Did you ever measure the taillight of the SUV, the black SUV, against any area on that Traverse?
No.
Did you ever do any force multiplier tests to determine the forces necessary to crack the SUV's convex taillight?
No.
Did you ever do any testing to determine whether or not a plastic taillight, under how much pressure a plastic taillight would need to be subjected before it would crack?
No.
Did you ever do any testing to determine whether or not if a plastic taillight came in contact with a metallic portion of another SUV, whether it would leave any mark?
Haven't done any testing. I've seen crashes where headlights have struck other vehicles. That's kind of where the experience comes from.
Fair enough. But I'm guessing that those crashes are probably different speeds and higher speeds. Not this, right?
I've had multiple crashes at different speeds.
So, have you ever
Oh,
had
yes.
a crash where you've investigated, the Massachusetts State Police has been brought in to investigate a crash where the car was going in reverse at about a half a mile an hour?
Half a mile an hour?
Whatever that was.
Are you saying the SUV Lexus is going half a mile per hour?
Well, you're the reconstructionist. Give me an estimate of how fast you think that SUV was going at the point of contact with the Traverse.
Maybe like 1 to 2 miles per hour?
Okay, fair enough. Have you ever been called in to a crash, to investigate a crash, where the cars have collided at 1 mile an hour?
I've had pedestrian crashes that have been at a very low speed.
Okay, that wasn't my question. That wasn't quite my question.
Okay.
My question is, have you been called in to a crash involving two vehicles
Yeah.
that have made contact at about a mile an hour?
I have seen testing for vehicles at low speeds. So next time I have been called to a crash, I go to fatality crashes, but I have seen testing for vehicles at low speed impacts.
Okay. How low speed?
Like just the bump.
So like this?
Yes.
Did you see any damage?
Yes. All right. Well, minimal damage.
Right. In what circumstance? Minimal damage, like, I don't know, like a cracked taillight.
No, like just a little bit of rub off on the paint.
Right? Or you might see nothing, right?
Yes.
You've certainly seen circumstances in which two cars come in contact and there's absolutely no physical damage to either car, nothing observable, right?
Have I gone to crashes that I've seen no physical damage on a car?
Or just in common sense, just everyday life, where one car backs into another car at the Jiffy Lube, makes contact and drives away, and there's no damage.
Not normally. It's usually something with car and car impacts.
Like what's the something?
A crack or a paint, something chip, scratches.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you put a piece of metal in that scenario, you put a piece of metal, steel, right, against a piece of plastic, which one do you think is going to give way first?
You'll still see some damage to both vehicles at a speed.
Which one would give way first?
Between metal, depends what speeds. And what we're talking about, you're just saying plastic and metal. You're giving a pretty general, broad plastic and metal analysis here.
You admit, you got to agree with me, that there are circumstances in which low speed, very, very low speed contact between two cars can certainly leave damage on one and not damage on the other, damage on both, or no damage on either one. Observe.
Yes, I just said in that situation where the scratch on the side of her car had a scratch mark and his doesn't appear to have anything.
And you said, under questioning by Mr. Lally, that certain circumstances like this could lead to a lens material, right, plastic material cracking, right?
Say again, like on least.
Just a few minutes ago, Mr. Lally.
I'm just going to answer the question. Sorry, yes.
Mr. Lally asked you a question a few minutes ago, and you indicated that something might show up on a bumper. Something might, something might, like a taillight, might actually crack, correct? In a low speed impact.
A taillight might crack in a low speed impact?
Correct.
Yeah, it might crack.
Okay, now, Mr. Lally also said you saw this video where the cars come close to or make contact, right? That's how he worded the question. Remember that?
Come close, yep.
Which one is it? Did it come close or did it make contact?
I said it might. I don't know if that scratch from the side is. It's something that's consistent with the height of the bumper. Like I said, I didn't measure them from side by side, but you can clearly see there's a scratch on the side, and that's something that looks like that would come back. So as I look at the bumper, and I see the bumper, and it has that little divot, and I look at her side of her car with that scratch mark, that kind of lines up a little bit of why that could be where that was from.
I thought you said there was no damage on that car, on the Traverse.
There is no damage, and that's why I went to why there's this two different paint materials there, that why one could have showed up on her car because it's that flat, the glossy paint on there, and it could have scratched on it. While you have something that's a little more rougher texture with like a flat, flat color on there, that wouldn't leave on there.
So you just described the circumstance in which two cars come in contact, you don't see any observable damage on one, and you do on the other. That's what
I said yes to that when you asked me that a second ago.
Yeah. With regard to the video, let's get back to the question that I asked, which was, in that video, did the SUV come close to, or did it come in contact with the Traverse?
Again, I don't know, because I'm saying based off the damage that is something consistent with that. So most likely it did come in contact with the bumper to bumper, but I don't know definitively because there is no damage to his car, but it's something that could explain why there's a scratch mark alongside the right rear side of his car, her car.
Did you see the tire move, sir? Did you see the wheel on the Traverse move in that video?
No, I couldn't see the wheel move.
I beg your pardon?
I didn't see it move. If I did, I didn't observe it moving. If it moved, it moved. I didn't observe it moving. I wasn't looking at the wheel.
When was the first time you saw
I
that
love
video?
that one. I love that one about, he's like, let's just listen again. If I did, I did. I didn't observe it, but if I did, I did. Like, okay. Excellent.
The tire move, sir? Did you see the wheel on the Traverse move in that video?
No, I couldn't see the wheel move.
I beg your pardon?
I didn't see it move. If I did, I didn't observe it moving. If it moved, it moved. I didn't observe it moving. I wasn't looking at the wheel.
When was the first time you saw that video?
I don't really know. It's been a little while,
Well, I don't know what a little while means.
like a year ago, I think.
Okay. So you saw that video a year ago. Did you put anything about that video in your report, which is wherever it is, right here? I'm looking at your entire CARS report. Yes. Did you put anything in this CARS report about watching that video?
No, because I watched the video like after the report was done, and I watched it first time on court TV. So
who on court TV during this trial?
like
Prior hearing.
when it was on TV at some point.
When did you and Mr. Lally have a discussion about you testifying about this video?
That was a couple weeks ago?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
A couple of weeks ago?
What's a couple of weeks ago? Is it 10 days ago?
Days ago? 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago? Couple? Two?
Where did you two meet?
At the DA's office.
Was that at your request or was that at Mr. Lally's request?
It was a pre-conference hearing, or pre-trial hearing.
Right. Well, those
Or pre-trial conference, sorry.
done.
So, yes.
We're talking over each other. I'm trying not to talk over you, Trooper.
I'm trying not either.
Let's both try harder.
Okay.
Who set up the meeting?
From my pre-trial,
Yes.
Okay.
Paul.
Adam Lally.
Oh God, what a mess.
Who was at the meeting?
Everybody sitting right here, Lieutenant Tully.
Lieutenant Tully, you, Adam Lally, Laura McLaughlin. I'm guessing Miss Gilman was not there.
She was not there, correct?
Did Mr. Lally show you this video at that meeting?
Yes,
Did he tell you that he intended to ask you some questions about this video at that meeting?
yes,
Did he ask you whether or not you could render an opinion as to whether or not the impact that you saw, or lack thereof, whatever the case may be, was consistent or inconsistent with damage to the taillight?
yes,
Did you tell him that you would give him such opinion if called upon at trial?
yes.
Did anybody take any notes?
I don't know.
Were you taking notes?
Yes.
Where are those notes, Trooper Paul?
I think no, it's not on this specifically, but just, make sure I had, my everything checks and balance, and for what I want to talk about, or we're going to talk about.
Make sure you had what?
My checks and balances, sorry.
Checks and balances?
Just make sure I'm more on the same page of what we understand, what's going on in the trial.
You want to make sure that you're on the same page with Mr. Lally about what's going on in trial? Right?
Yes.
All right. Did Mr. Lally take notes?
I have no idea.
You were watching him. I mean, was he writing something down?
I wasn't paying attention to his note taking.
Miss McLaughlin was there. Was she taking notes?
I don't know.
You didn't see her either?
I don't know if people were taking notes, writing stuff down, or what they're writing stuff down in relation to our little conference.
Did you give him an opinion? We've asked whether or not you were asked to give an opinion, and you said, yes, 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 I was.
Yep.
Did you give an opinion at that meeting about whether or not you believe, in your opinion, the contact between the SUV and the Traverse, the Lexus and the Traverse, could result in the damage to the taillight?
Yes.
What did you tell him in the meeting?
What we talked about already in the stand here.
Okay. So what you related to him was exactly what you've relayed in this court?
Yes.
All right. And he told you that he was going to ask, I'm going to ask you to look at the video, correct?
Yes.
You're going to be asked a series of questions about that video, correct?
Yes. He told me the video, and he said, okay, this is the video. This is what they think the taillight was broken. And these are the pictures of his car that they take. So they asked my opinion on, do you think that's where a taillight would be broken?
And he told you need to make sure that you tell the jurors that couldn't have happened in this impact, right?
He didn't tell me that. Make sure jurors. I mean, that's my opinion on. It doesn't appear to happen in that video.
Did he tell you that it would be helpful to the prosecution if you said that it would be? I'm sorry, that it was inconsistent with the taillight breaking?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. Did he tell you it would be helpful to the case if you said that?
No.
But you knew it would be, right?
I'm just stating what I saw on my professional opinion on what it is.
Got it.
If it looked like it was consistent, I would say it's consistent. If it wasn't consistent, it's not consistent. I'm not going to.
I'm sure that's what you would say.
Okay, so comments are not appropriate for the jury. They're also not very good for me, Mr. Jackson.
Understood, Your Honor. Did you formalize your new opinion? Because this is a new opinion, right? You've never been asked this opinion before.
Yes.
Did you formalize this new opinion in any kind of report or memorialize it in any way?
No.
Shout out to our new friend here. Shout out to Muddles 1970 and her sister. Happy to have both of you guys here. Welcome to the Squirrel Crew. And I'll have Nightbot put a link in the chat for the Discord if you guys want to join, where we can continue chatting between live streams. And also for anyone who wasn't already aware, I will be actually within just a few hours here, we'll be back on Verdict Watch from the court. And we will be also continuing another recap with Trooper Paul on Cross as we await the next happenings in court. So, right, is it a major opinion or a minor opinion? Excellent.
Did Mr. Lally ask you to create a report of some sort that you could then turn over to the defense so that we would know that you have a new opinion that you're going to testify about?
No.
Did you save those notes that you took about making sure that you were on the same page as Mr. Lally?
Yeah, I saved mine.
Where are they?
They're in my report.
They're in your report?
Yeah, as I was writing a report, I just kind of highlighted stuff that I want to make sure I memorize and remember my report.
Okay. I'm talking about notes specifically about this video, seeing this video and rendering a new opinion about this video.
No, I didn't have notes specifically about this video. I didn't write anything down saying I must do this on this video.
Did you write anything down?
Why do I feel like he probably
about the new opinion that you had come up with related to this video?
No, I did not.
And your opinion ultimately that you imparted to Mr. Lally in that meeting was that the car did not move and the snow did not move, correct?
Correct.
I think that's all I have.
All right. Did you want to follow up at all, Mr. Lally?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So, Trooper, you are all set for today. We will see you Monday morning.
Thank you.
Get down off the stand. Here we go. And then he's going to stare down. And I'm going to do we'll have a replay. Right here. Zooms in on this face.
All right. So you're moving to exclude this. I'll hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Muddles, the way you spelled physics is perfection. I feel like when I was just saying that he wrote down what he should say, I feel like he I can just picture him writing physics and spelling it this way, right? Like it's just since you're new here, I will say, like, to that end, I was saying on the live stream yesterday how I picture his tie, Trooper Paul's tie, where it has the flowers on it. Let me back up to where we can see his tie for this example. That I picture it with, like, replacing that with, like, little toy trucks all over it in different colors. So he can remember what job he does. Just like how when they his department or whatever is called Cars, I'm like, yeah, they named it that for him, didn't they? So he doesn't. So when they're like, so where do you work and what do you do? He's like, oh yeah, Cars. Anyway, all right, let's jump back to where we were. Around here, I believe.
We're all set for today. We will see you Monday morning.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yay! So good.
All right. So you're moving to exclude this. I'll hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, it's very clear that this is a blatant violation. Commonwealth has at least the obligation to provide us with any new opinions that any expert is going to testify to on direct examination. They've known about this witness for not months, for a year, for a couple of years. They've known exactly what this witness has memorialized in his official report. They knew that the only thing that we had was the official report. They met with him 2 weeks ago. This has become a pattern of conduct by the Commonwealth over and over and over. We're finding these witnesses getting on the stand, finding out that there's been a sort of preemptive strike in some sort of a prep interview where they're coming up with new opinions, new conclusions, new facts. It happened with Jennifer McCabe, this new fact about coming up, going to Michael Lank's house. It happened with Officer Seraph, coming up with a new determination about what was said or not said at the scene that we had never heard before. That was also in a prep session of some sort, or I believe it was. And then this witness, literally, it's not even like just, was it light out or was it dark out? This is a completely new opinion based on evidence that we presented, both in or talked about in opening statement and have presented variously throughout this trial. And this officer gets on the stand and now has a new central opinion about whether or not we're right and that taillight lens could be cracked. That's something that should have at least been reduced to writing, and even if it was reduced to writing, it should have been excluded because it's a discovery violation. It's late. We don't have time to prepare for it, and we're caught off guard. I use the word at sidebar ambush, and I know that rankles the court, and the court doesn't like it, but that's exactly what it feels like.
Well, that's been used both ways here, right? So it's a word, let's just take it out of here. Make your point, okay?
I'll see if I can come up with a synonym for it.
Well, I
feel like I'm
understand
taking-
I understand your argument, so focus on, just continue where you were, but no comment whether I like ambush or don't like ambush. It's a word I've heard a lot on both sides.
I understand, Your Honor. My point is the evidence that now is being sought should never be presented in front of a jury. We didn't have opportunity to get this in advance. It's at least, very least, been in the Commonwealth's possession for weeks. He took notes about it. He now says, well, I didn't take notes about that specifically. I don't believe that as far as I can tell. I think he did take notes about it. He was shown the video. He provided a new opinion. Mr. Lally knew that he was providing a new opinion. And then the first time he discloses this opinion is in front of the 16 jurors, 15 jurors.
Yeah, Karen's.
We would ask for its exclusion, Your Honor. And also,
I was just gonna say too, like whenever it does show, and I'm glad it doesn't show, Karen all the time, right? Like that's so annoying. I like that the cameras have been focusing on the witnesses, but when it does pan over there to the defense table, she does seem to take quite an active role in her defense, which is awesome. Love to see that.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. As far as the pattern, especially coming from counsel, I simply find it laughable. As far as Officer Saraf, I think what counsel is referring to was testimony that was in his grand jury testimony. He was crossed about whether or not it was in his report, but it was in his grand jury testimony. As far as Ms. McCabe is concerned, that was regarding reciprocal discovery that was given to the Commonwealth weeks into trial by the defendant. It was then shown to a witness, which is perfectly permissible. Counsel asked a question of Ms. McCabe on cross, and she was aware of the material based on the late disclosure of reciprocal discovery. So there's no violation there. As it relates to and why I say laughable, Your Honor, is that I am still...
I don't like hearing you say laughable. Just
understood.
Stick to what the arguments are. And
with respect to this witness...
Hold on. Quit the finger pointing, name calling, things like that, please. Yes. I know it's been a long week. It's been a particularly long day, but just focus on what you want to argue to me.
And I apologize to the court for that, Your Honor. With respect to this testimony, it's well within his realm as a crash reconstructionist. This is a witness who's responded to and investigated hundreds of crashes involving damage to vehicles. Simply making an observation of contact between two vehicles or purported contact between two vehicles on a video. The force is self-evident, and whether or not that force is sufficient to cause the damage that he personally observed on the defendant's vehicle is well within his expertise. And should be permissible as far as for this witness to be able to testify to.
What about the non-disclosure to the defense? Showing this video and asking for an opinion. What about that?
So, Your Honor, what I would say is I did not show this video and ask this opinion. This is a video that actually the trooper mentioned to me that he had seen over the course of while the case was pending, probably over a year ago, that he had seen that video. What I showed him was the photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and asked whether or not he observed any damage consistent with the damage to the taillight observing or popping up on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
Why wasn't that turned over?
In hindsight, it should have been, Your Honor.
All right. So it's late. I'm not ruling.
One time I can give Lally credit where credit is due. He admitted that he did something wrong. In hindsight, it should have been, Your Honor. Lally, well said.
Here, I want to review everything.
Your Honor, if I could, I just want to close one loop.
Okay.
What I was referring to with Ms. McCabe, I want to make sure that this is clear because this has come up a couple of times. The only thing I was referring to, or what I was referring to, it's not the only thing, but what I was referring to with Ms. McCabe is after Ms. McCabe testified, days and days and days after she testified and she was excused as a witness, then we got the report from Lieutenant Tully about the new information that she disclosed on the witness stand. In other words, she was cross-examined about it, etc. And then after she testified and was cross-examined and gone, then we got a report that predated her testimony that was in the possession of the Commonwealth, or at least in the possession of Lieutenant Tully. That's what I was talking about. I just wanted to make sure the record was clear. We don't need to go into it any further.
Did you want to add anything to that, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So I'll see you Monday morning.
All righty. And that is it for now. So tomorrow's a big day. As I've said, I'm thinking we're going to know more. We're going to know more probably before lunch would be my guess. I think that they're either going to come back, we're still hung, or they're going to come back, we have a verdict. So here is the plan. As per y'all's request, what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish up the next recap, which will be Trooper Paul on Cross, which starts our recaps for week 8, because what we just finished was Friday. So then we'll be starting on Monday for the next recap. Again, it'll be week 8. And what we'll do is we will watch that while we're on verdict watch. And so I'll have both open, right? And then I already have the streams set up for once we have verdict or not verdict or whatever going on live right in court. So we'll watch the recap, and then if and when something happens, then we will pop on over. We'll go to the next stream, and I think I can even set it up to where it'll automatically redirect everybody. Actually, so yeah, so that's what I will do, and so I'll go ahead and schedule that. So yeah, so be on the lookout for the next. And what I'll do is I'll probably schedule that recap for like maybe 10 o'clock, because I would imagine if my squirrely crystal ball, my guess is by 10:30 we might know more. I think that it's before 10 o'clock. It's unlikely, just because they're going to get there at 9 o'clock and then come in and then go to the jury room. So my guess is by 10:30 maybe we'll hear something. So I'll schedule, but you never know, right? It might be later. So I'll schedule the recap for 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern time, and then we'll have something to watch as we await what happens next in court, and we will be there together to watch that happen live. So as always, I will get timestamps out on this, and for anyone who missed it, we did a live stream last night that was super epic, and we spent the first 3.5-4 hours discussing all things related to the jury. So hung jury, mistrial, what happens to the defendant. And then we really went through the verdict forms. We walked through all the problems and everybody's questions. And then we actually took that and we broke it down with the jury instructions from Judge Bev with the elements of each charge, and then side by side with like the verdict form. And we my little intro says from EDB is like, someone make it make sense. I hope we made it make sense. We tried. So so for anyone who's in a different time zone or in this time zone, but is going to be anticipates a sleepless night because of anticipating tomorrow, which I'm in that category, and you're looking for something to do in the meantime, I would highly recommend, if you're interested, checking out from last night's stream where we cover all that stuff related to the jury instructions and the verdict form. I think we also, in doing that, we were able to, I think, gain a better understanding of where some of the difficulties might be in terms of the jury, what's taking so long, why might they be hung, what might they be hung up on, right? By walking through it like that, step by step, it was easier to kind of see where some of the confusion might lie and why it wasn't just a quick not guilty verdict, which a lot of people, myself included, were expecting. So that's that. And then of course I've got a playlist with everything we've done so far on this trial. So yeah, I think that just about covers it. But I'm happy for everybody who was here tonight, everyone on replay crew, all of our new friends. And I will also say big shout out to one of our new Squirrel friends, Dr. Bob, who will be with us tomorrow. And Dr. Bob is in Massachusetts, and he was a jury foreperson on 2 different criminal trials in Massachusetts. So he has personal experience. He's also visited the crime scene, aka he's been to the house on 34 Fairview. He has wonderful insider information specific to this case, to the area, and to being a jury foreperson in Massachusetts twice. And he's also a retired physics teacher, so he's got physics under his belt as well. So surely he will have things to say as we go through Trooper Paul and Cross. So you guys can look forward to that, hearing from him as well. And yep, love all of you guys, appreciate everybody. And I will see you guys in 6 hours or so. But I'm going to go ahead and roll the outro and see y'all soon.